You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight starring Eddie Bracken and featuring William Conrad in Nightmare, based on the short story by William Irish, directed by Anton M. Leda and produced by Robert Montgomery.
This is Robert Montgomery. Good night. You know, when you stop to think about it, one of the nicest things we say to one another is good night. A lot of thoughts are implied in those two words, and all of them are good. Actually, what we're saying is have a good night. May it bring you rest, may you sleep well, and if your sleep is invaded by dreams, may they be pleasant dreams. All good, well-intended thoughts bound up neatly into two brief words, good night. And sleep itself is a condition that most of us welcome. Quite apart from the biological need it serves, we're grateful for the momentary escape, for being removed from reality, for the quiet, peaceful hours on the fringe of consciousness. And so most of us, most of the time, anticipate the night and sleep. Families and good friends regularly surrender each other to the gentle care of the night and call it a good thing. But in the blackest recesses of night, there can be terror. And the very night that offers you sleep may also offer the torment of dark dreams, vivid, terrible, half-real dreams that grip you, plague you with horror through the night, and are reluctant to release you to the morning. Fear, panic, terror, of such stuff are nightmares made. Nightmares like the one we bring you tonight. And now with Nightmare, one of the best known and most imaginative short stories of Cornell Woolrich, writing as William Irish, and with our star, Eddie Bracken, we again hope to keep you in
suspense.
First, all I could see was this beautiful face. This beautiful girl's face, like a white luminous mask swimming detachedly against enfolding darkness. There was no danger yet, but I wanted to get out of wherever this was. There was 8 doors in the room with no free wall space between. I tried one, another, a third. They were the wrong ones. I couldn't get out. The flickering white mask began to change its expression. Slowly it became evil, vindictive. It spoke. It snarled.
There he is, right behind you. Get him!
Then he, was just a black huddle, a dark, lumpy mass. It slowly uncoiled until it loomed before me upright. It came toward me, with cataleptic slowness. I wanted to turn and run in the minute, the half-minute, that's all there was left now. But I couldn't move. I couldn't lift a foot. I just wavered back and forth as if my shoes were nailed to the floor. He came on, his outline still indistinct like a lumpy clay image. I could see the arms come up from the sides and couldn't avoid them. They were like lobster claws. I could feel its breath on my face. I could feel the pressure of his hands on the side of my neck, rather than in front, as if trying to break it rather than strangle me. His thumbs were digging into the straining cords right under my ears, pressing into the tender black flesh right beside the jawbone. tore at the merciless hands and pried one off at last. But it wrenched free of my restraint, trailing a nail scratch across my wrist, and clamped itself back where it had been. I beat at his arched body, then pulled at it and grabbed at it with the instinctive clutch of a drowning man. A button came off in my hand and I hung on to it. I don't know why. I just hung on to it.
Is he dead?
No, not yet.
Finish it, hurry.
Hand me that drill.
I put out my hands, past him to protect myself, and something was put into one of them. She put it into my hand instead of his. I fixed my hand on it tight, lifted my arm, and drove it into him from the back. His dead body fell heavily and sprawled across me. It took almost a minute for me to push it away.
Is it done? Did you kill him?
When I stood up, she saw me. Then she disappeared as though swallowed by a shroud. I heard a door closed and turned to see which one she'd used to get out, that I might remember and find my way out. But I was too late. When I turned, she was gone, and all the doors looked alike again. I was alone with the dead body. The core of my fear lay sprawled on the floor. I had to hide it, had to shut it away. I tried the doors one by one till one of them opened. It was a closet, a shallow closet, but enough to hold the body. I dragged it across the floor. I shut the door of the closet, pressing it tight in to keep the terror that the body still held away from me. Below the knob, I found a key, a strange key shaped like a 3-leaf clover. I turned it, heard the lock click into place, then put the key into my pocket. But I couldn't keep my eyes away from the knob. It was turning slowly to the right and then to the left, and as it turned, it made a ringing noise. A ringing noise. A ringing noise.
The knob. The door. The phone. Hello.
8 o'clock, Vince. Did I wake you?
What? Who is this?
It's Lil, your sister. I want you to come up for dinner tonight.
Oh, Lil, look, I'll phone you later when I'm awake, okay?
Oh, sure. Bye.
Bye. Oh, it was a dream. It was all a dream. Mirrored doors, dead bodies, beautiful women. How Freudian can you get? Must have been that salami I had last night. Never eat salami before going to bed. 11th commandment. 14 minutes after 8. That means I still have time to... I stood staring stupidly at my wrist. There was a deep scratch on my wrist. For a minute I was startled, then I realized what must have happened. I scratched myself in my sleep, and the details entered into my dream. Yeah, that's what must have happened. I dropped my watch, and it was broken, but it didn't matter. It was a cheap one. I continued dressing. I chose a blue tie, threw up the collar, drew the tie lane through, and folded it again. Part of my mind was getting ready to get frightened, but I held onto it steady like I held the collar. In the mirror, I could see them. The bruises on my throat, brownish purple marks which hadn't been there when I went to bed the night before. It took me a moment to realize, to try to reason it out. I must have done this to myself, too, crossing my arms over my chest and attempting to strangle myself in my sleep. It didn't make much sense, but it was the best I could do. I decided not to think anything more about it and continued dressing. When I had my jacket on, I put my hand in my change pocket and took what was in it to check car fare and lunch money. A button mixed in with the change. A button that didn't belong to any suit or coat I owned. I closed my hand over it and it had the feel, the shape. There was no doubt about it in my mind. It was the button from the dream. I rushed to the closet, checked every last thing I had. The button matched nothing. It wasn't from anything of mine. It didn't belong anywhere. I couldn't kid myself anymore. People don't find buttons in dreams. I decided I needed a cup of coffee. I was getting the jitters. I slipped into my topcoat and opened the door. Then before I shut it, I checked to make sure I had my key. The key I took out of my pocket wasn't my key. It was shaped like a 3-leaf clover. My knees were weak. My stomach was quivering. But I couldn't go back into the room. I had to see people, hear cars in the streets. But it didn't help. All was real. Nothing was wrong. It was me, something in me. I ducked into a drugstore, but I couldn't eat. Instead, I went to the phone booth and called my sister Lil.
Hello?
Hello, Lil? Vince.
Well, you awake now?
Yeah, is Cliff at home?
No, he went down to headquarters an hour ago.
You expecting him back?
I am if he doesn't run off with a blonde. Why?
Then he won't be back until tonight.
Well, you're a detective, too. How'd you figure that?
Sorry I bothered you, Lil. I just wanted to talk to Cliff.
Well, what about dinner? You'll be able to see Cliff then.
Dinner?
Well, sure, I'm
But no, thanks. I don't think so. Goodbye. I called the store and told them I was sick. Then I walked all day in the sunshine. Wherever the sun was brightest, I saw it and stayed in that place. And when it moved, I moved with it. I couldn't get it bright enough or strong enough, yet it didn't seem to warm me. At about 6 o'clock, I found myself in front of Cliff's house. The lights were on inside, and I could see Cliff. No, it was Lil moving around, setting the table, preparing dinner. That meant Cliff wasn't home yet. I waited outside.
Well, what's the matter, kid? Are you afraid to ring the bell?
Oh, Cliff, I didn't hear you coming.
Well, are we going in or are we going to stay out here? I'm hungry.
Cliff, I got to talk to you. Something crazy happened to me.
Well, can I wait an hour? I've had a long, hard day at the office.
Is that you, Cliff?
Yeah, honey.
Well, I thought I heard you talking. Is someone with you?
Now, Vince.
Oh, you said you weren't coming, Vince.
Well, I...
Oh, never mind. The chickens will do for 3. Come on in.
Well, that's Lil, and there's nothing you can do about it. I hadn't eaten all day, and I hardly touched the food she served. I couldn't wait to get Cliff alone and tell him what happened. A detective should be able to help me.
Well, I'll just finish up the dishes, and then I'll be back.
Get your hat, Cliff.
What?
I've got to talk to you. Alone.
Oh, well, sure, kid. Lil, Vince and I are going to stretch our legs. Be back in a couple of minutes.
Now, Cliff, only beer.
Okay.
And then there was the button, the same shape and size and everything. It was in my trouser pocket with my change. It's on the dresser back in my own room now. If you want to come over, you can see it for yourself. And last of all, the key turned up on me next to my own keys. In the pocket where I always keep it. Here.
This is the key, huh?
Yes, that's the way it looked. And when I saw it when I was asleep, the same shape, the same color, the same design. It even weighed the same.
Hey. You're all in pieces, aren't you? Now, don't take it that way, kid. Don't let it get you.
Cliff, you've got to help me. I'm walking on a high wire, and there's no net.
Where'd you get this key from, Vince? I mean, where did you first get it from before you dreamed about
But
it?
you don't understand. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I didn't have it before I dreamed about it. I never saw it before then. Then I wake up, and it turns real.
That goes for the button, too?
The button, too.
Well, you not only have no net, you don't even have a wire. What's really got you going? Are you afraid the dream really happened? Is that it?
Don't you understand? There's a door somewhere in this city right at this very minute that this key belongs to. There's a man propped up dead behind it. I don't know where. I don't know where, nor who he is, nor how or why it happened. Only that I must have been there. I must have done it. Oh, why? Why would it come to my mind like that in my sleep? Why?
You're in a bad way, kid. Say, how about a little drink, huh? Lil or no Lil. Waiter.
Only coffee.
Oh?
Yes, sir.
Waiter, 2 coffees, huh?
2 coffees, yes, sir.
When the coffee came, Cliff started questioning me.
And the man, the fellow, whoever he was.
No, I couldn't seem to see his face through the whole thing. I only saw it at the very end, after it was already too late. And then when the door started to open again, after I locked him in, and it seemed as though I was going to find out something horrible. About him, I guess. But I woke up before there was time.
Uh-huh. And, last of all, the place. You say nothing but doors all around you.
Uh-huh.
Have you been in a place like that lately? Ever seen one in a magazine illustration, in a story you've read, in a movie?
No.
Well, let's get away from the dream for a minute. Let's leave it alone. It's starting to get me, too. Now, what did you do last night before this whole thing came up?
Nothing. Just what I do every night. I left the store at the usual time, had my meal at the usual place.
Oh, you sure it wasn't something you ate?
No food is responsible for that key. You can't create a thing like that from a dream. And I didn't have it when I went to bed last night. Cliff didn't lose his temper right away. He's a good detective and a good guy.
Listen, Vince, there's no halfway business about these things. It's either one thing or the other. Either you dream a thing or you don't dream it. It really happens. Now, you're 26 years old. You're not a kid. Now, don't worry. You'd know it and you'd remember it plenty plain afterwards if you ever came to grips with a guy and he had you by the throat like in this dream and you rammed something in his back. And I don't take any stock in this stuff about people walking in their sleep and doing things without knowing it. They can walk a little ways from the bed, maybe, but the minute anybody touches them or does anything to stop them, they wake right up. They can't be manhandled and go right on sleeping through it.
I never walked in my sleep. You can ask Lil if you think...
Now, do you have any recollection at all, no matter how faint, of being out of your room last night, of grappling with a guy or ramming something into him?
No. All I have is a perfectly clear recollection of going to bed, dreaming that I did all these things, and then waking up again.
Okay, then that's all there is to it. Then it didn't happen. You either dream 'em or you do 'em. There's no 2 ways about it.
Don't say anything to Lil about it, will you, Cliff?
Yeah,
Please?
I should say not. Don't want her to take you for bugs. Hey, you'll get over it, Vince.
First, I'll get to the bottom of it, and then I'll get over it. Cliff, are you going to help me?
What do you want me to do?
Well, you're a detective. You got the key and the buttons over in my room. You must have often had less to work with. Find out where they came from. Find out what they're doing on me.
Now, listen, cut that stuff out of you here. I don't want to hear any more about the key. I got it, and I'm keeping it, and you're not going to see it again. And if you hop on this spooky stuff anymore, I'll help you, all right? Right into the nearest sanitarium.
I was on my own, just like before I had been there. Me and my shadows. Next day, I phoned the store and told them I still wasn't feeling well. And then, well, I stopped in at a newspaper advertising bureau and composed an ad.
Classified?
Yes, real estate.
This the entire copy?
Uh-huh.
Check it with me, see if it's correct, please. Wanted, I am interested in inspecting with a view toward leasing or buying a house with an octagonal mirror-paneled room or alcove, period. Location, size, and all other details of secondary importance, provided it has this one essential feature desired for reasons of a sentimental nature, period. Communicate Box L World Express giving exact details, period. Is that everything you want to say, sir?
Yes, I believe so.
How long you want it to run?
A week. Should hear something in that time, shouldn't I?
Should. Lady once advertised for an alligator that answered to the name of Lulu, and she got it in 4 days.
I guess alligators, answering to the name of Lulu, are more plentiful than houses with octagonal, mirrored, paneled rooms. I got some answers, but none of them are right. None of the houses fit the scene of the dream. Next day, Sunday, I was in my room.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Cliff. What are you dressed for?
Well, matter of fact, Lil and I are going to take a ride out in the country for the day, and she packed a lunch for 3. Cold beer, ham, and turkey
Listen,
sandwiches.
I'm all right. I don't need fresh air joints to get rid of the devils, if that's the strategy you're trying to...
No, kid. You see, I got this new second-hand Chevy in exchange for my old second-hand Chevy, and I thought that maybe you'd like it.
In the end, I decided to go with them on their picnic. Cliff was right. There was no point sitting around brooding and waiting for something to happen. I might as well forget it for a few hours, if I could. After our picnic lunch, I was almost beginning to relax.
Have another sandwich, Cliff?
Oh, why?
I'll think of a reason later.
You have just talked me into it, my dear. Just toss it over, huh?
How about you, Vince?
If I had another sandwich, Lil, I'd never be able to move another muscle. Where are we, anyhow?
I don't know. Ask the pilot. He got us here.
So help me, I was flying blind.
Well, here's a weather report just came in, friends. Rain, and soon.
Well, how soon do you think, Vince?
Right now. Come on, get the stuff into the car.
Oh, I'm getting soaked.
Then you take the blanket, I got the baskets,
Oh,
huh?
hurry up or we'll float back to town. Cliff, dear, I hate to be a pest, but the lightning frightens me. If you can't find your way back to the main road, can't you turn in somewhere and stop a while?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lil. It's hard to see through the rain.
Well, if you spot a house or a barn, please turn in. I'm scared.
Yeah, of course, honey. Yeah, if only I had some idea where we are. I can't see 10 feet ahead in this stuff.
There's a cutoff a little ways ahead. Around the next turn, if you take it, it'll lead us to a house with a big, wide porch. We can get in under there.
What? Well, how did you know that?
Were you ever up around here, these parts before?
No.
Well, then how did you...
I don't know.
Well, let's concentrate on driving instead of conversation. Have you seen any road signs?
No, Cliff, not a thing, yeah.
Are you getting us more tangled up than we already were, Vince?
No. Don't stop. Keep going. You'll come to it. 2 big stone lanterns. Turn the car left between them. I don't know how I knew that myself.
Oh, there they are. There they are. Well, turn, Cliff, like he told you.
Yeah.
Oh, look through the trees. There's a house back there. Oh, Vince was right. Oh, well, I'd be glad to get out of this storm. I'll stop as close to the entrance as possible, dear.
All right, honey.
Well, it's dry here, but I wish we could get in and away from that lightning. I'll try the doorbell, Cliff.
Okay. Well, no one seems to answer.
There's a key under the window box with the geraniums.
Oh, he's kidding, but look anyway, Cliff.
Okay.
Oh, isn't that the funniest? Well, I'd better put on this light so we can see where we're going.
Not that switch. That's the one to the porch. The one that controls the hole is on the other side.
He's right.
Well, what is this, a rib? How do you know so much about this place anyway, Vin?
Oh, just a lucky guess on his part. Good afternoon.
Cliff!
Anybody home?
Don't do that!
He's cold, Cliff. He's shaking.
Yeah.
I was shaking.
Do you see him?
And I was closed.
He's acting so nervous.
I was dripping with perspiration. I didn't know what made me say those things about the road and the key and the light switches, but they came out as though I had been here before. I was scared.
Way for the summer, I guess, but it's funny they'd leave it unlocked like that. With the electricity still unconnected. Oh, here being a detective comes in handy, Cliff. We shouldn't get in trouble walking in like this. Well, as long as we're here, I don't think anybody would mind if we made some coffee. I'd love some. How about you, Cliff?
Sure. Go ahead.
I couldn't look at Cliff, though I felt his eyes burning a hole in the back of my neck. Lil went into the kitchen, and I began to wander around nervously. I found a bedroom, and then a 2-entrance bath. I went out by the second entrance, and I was in another bedroom. Through the doorway, across the room, I could see myself. My face was whiter than my shirt, and my Body was quivering. I shifted, came closer, dying a little, wavering as I advanced. 2 of me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was across the threshold now, and the door, brought around from its position flat against the outside wall, pulled in after me, flashed the 8th image of myself on its mirror-back surface, of myself and Cliff. No!
What's the matter, Vince?
Cliff, this is the place. This is the place.
Yeah. Now wipe off your forehead. You're wringing wet.
Have you got it?
I got it.
Try this one first.
That's a fake.
What are you doing up there?
Keep it downstairs a minute.
Don't come up, honey. Vince is taking his pants off to dry them.
Well, I'm hungry. I'll see if there's something around for sandwiches.
Look. It's a safe cut open.
That's what he was crouched before that night when he seemed to be just like a puddle on the floor. He must have had a blowtorch down there on the floor in front of him. That's what made the bluish light and made her face stand out in the reflection like a mask. And that door that you haven't opened yet, it's the one I propped him up in. No, don't. Not right away. Just give me a minute longer. Just give me a chance to get... Empty.
But there's blood on the back wall and the floor. Dry cake blood.
Cliff.
Vince? All right, kid. Let's hear about another dream.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Eddie Bracken appears as Vince in Nightmare by William Irish. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and to our producer, Mr. Robert Montgomery, for Act Two of Nightmare, starring Eddie Bracken, in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It had all belonged to Vince until now. A wild dream heightened by young imagination. It was his alone. Awful as it was, it all belonged to him. But he had shared his nightmare with Cliff, and Cliff is a detective. He'd never once believed Vince. He told him he was cockeyed, that it couldn't be true. But there they are, the two of them, in a deserted house with which Vince seems quite familiar, although he swears he's never been there. And they face each other in a room paneled with 8 mirrors, just like the room in Vince's nightmare.
I don't know what Cliff would have done up there in the mirrored alcove, but I blessed my sister when she called us down for coffee. Cliff and I went through the motions of eating with Lil and then waited tensely until she dozed off in the living room, tired out of the excitement of the storm. Then Cliff pushed me back into the kitchen and shut the door. He gave me a look that belonged in a police station basement and lit a cigarette. He didn't offer me one. Policemen don't with their suspects. He bounced the match down, then he shoved his hands deep in his pockets.
Now make it short and make it quick and leave Freud out of it.
You think I lied, don't you?
You knew which cutoff to take that would get us here from a dream, didn't you? You knew about the stone lanterns at the entrance from a dream, didn't you? You knew where the key to the front door was cached from a dream. You knew which was the front porch switch and which was the hall from a dream. Well, you know what I'd do to you if you weren't Lil's brother? I'd push your lying face right through the back of your head.
Oh, Cliff!
You came to me for help, didn't you? But you didn't have guts enough to come clean. I can respect a guy no matter what he's done if he'll own up to it, make a clean breast of it. I can even understand and make allowances for a guy that'll deny it flatly, lie about it. That's only human nature. But a guy that'll come to somebody trading on the fact that he's married to his sister and he knows he'll give him an ear, making a fool out of him, like you did me. Well, I've got no use for him. He's low and lousy and no good. Look, I found this key in my pocket when I got up this morning. How did it get there? Look, I found this button. Well, some dream, wasn't it, all right? Well, the dream's over and baby's awake now. And we're going to start in from scratch, right here in this place, you and me, and I'm going to get the facts out of you. Whether they go any further than me or not, that's my business, but at least I'm going to get them.
Don't hit me, Cliff. Please.
Now, what were you doing at that place? Huh? What brought you here?
I was never here before. I never saw it until I came here today with you and Lil.
Who was the guy you did it to? What was his name?
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know.
Are you going to answer me, Vince? You going to answer me?
I can't. You're asking me things I can't.
Answer me when I ask you a question.
I can't. I don't know. I don't know.
You're not going to get away with this, kid. I've handled closed-mouth guys before, and
I don't use this gun much, but I know what to do with it.
Who are you?
What you two doing in here?
We came in out of the rain. Does that suit you?
Might? Might not. Identify yourselves. And hurry up about it.
Look inside the wallet.
Where you going?
For a drink of water.
Left tap. Right one's hot water.
Thanks.
Cliff Dodge, Homicide Squad. Glad to know you, Dodge.
How about a little identifying yourself?
Well, I'm a deputy attached to the sheriff's office. Detailed to keep eye on this place. See my badge? I was to home having a little supper and... Hey, how'd you get in? Thought I had it all locked up safe and sound.
The key was bedded in a flower box on the porch.
'Twas, huh? Must be a spare then. Funny. We never knew there was a second one ourselves.
Why should this house be your particular concern?
Was a murder uncovered in it last week?
There was? Well, I'd like to hear about it. All about it.
We all sat down. I saw the deputy was enjoying this, talking shop with a big city detective. Cliff listened while he kept an eye on me.
Well, this house belonged to a wealthy couple named Fleming. Husband was away on business in South America when it happened. In fact, we ain't been able to reach him to notify him yet. Wife was a purty little thing.
Was?
Yep, real purty. Flirty, too. Used to fool around with a friend of her husband's named Ayers, Dan Ayers. Well, that morning, the milkman saw a bundle of rags by the side of the road not far from here. 'Twas little Miss Fleming, all covered with dew and leaves and twigs.
Dead?
Dying. She must have dragged herself along the ground for hours, too weak to yell for help. Milkman took her to the hospital. Both legs broken, skull fracture, internal injuries.
Oh, no.
Hey, kind of gets this young feller, don't it? Stuff's new to him, guess.
What was it? Who did it to the woman?
Dan Ayers' car. We found it with blood and hairs on the tires and fenders, abandoned under some trees. At the same time, Wagoner, that's my chief, he found the safe in this house busted and looted. It's in a 8-sided mirrored room they got on the floor above. I'll take you up and show you afterwards.
Oh.
Cut it out, Vince.
Why don't he go outside if this gets him?
I want him in here with us. He should get used to this.
Well, suit yourself. Well, finding that safe, give us a case. Ayers knew Fleming kept lots of dough in that safe. Knew he went away on business trips. This last time, Ayers come up here, went to work on the safe, and got caught by Mrs. Fleming. She takes one look and starts running for town to get help.
Why didn't she use the telephone?
'Cause this warn't no simple robbery. She must have seen by the look on his face that he'd kill her, so she run for her life. He comes down, gets into his car, catches up with her, and runs her down, drives right over. He thinks she's dead and takes off.
You say he drove the car right over?
I don't know how to drive. I don't know how to drive. Cliff knew it, too. His expression changed, and he pushed his pack of cigarettes over to me.
Have a smoke, kid. It'll do you good.
Thanks.
Well, we sent out a general alarm for Ayers, but at 5 that afternoon, Mrs. Fleming regained consciousness for a short time. Wagoner, my chief, was there, and he heard her say, "Is Dan all right? He didn't kill Dan, did he?" Well, that was enough to send us hot-footing right back to the house, and we found Ayers' dead body.
No.
He'd been stabbed in the back with some kind of a drill, dead since the night before. Mrs. Fleming died about 8 that evening. There went our case.
Did you get anything on the real killer?
Well, practically everything but the guy himself. She was right in the alcove when it happened, saw the killer by the torchlight, and lasted long enough to give us a complete description. All the dope is over at my chief's office.
Now, let's go over there. Give it the once-over. Come on, Vince, you too. I'll leave a note for Lil.
Look, Cliff,
Come on, Vince. I know this is out of your line, but you better come anyhow.
Glad you come over, Mr. Dodge. You too, Mr. Hardy.
I'm interested in hearing the description of the killer.
Well, it's pretty complete. I got it from Mrs. Fleming. Here's a transcription of my whole interview with her at the hospital. Had a stenographer take it down at her bedside.
He was one of those efficient young sheriffs, and he droned on and on. My clothes became drenched with perspiration, and my stomach was quivering again.
See there's body. Well, here's what you want, Dodge. Killer was about 25 and skinny. Cheekbones stood out, cast shadows in the torchlight as it wavered on his face. Had
They
a
must be looking at me.
thin nose.
I covered my cheeks with my hands and stared down at the floor. My face was burning under my fingers.
Had light brown hair. She even remembered that. It was parted low on the left side. Take a woman to notice a thing like that, even at such a moment. And an unusually long forelock that kept falling in front of his face.
My hand went up a little higher and brushed mine back. It only fell down again like it always did.
His eyes were fixed and glassy, as though he was mentally unbalanced. He had on a knitted sweater. It was darned up in the neckline in a different colored yarn.
Lil made it
Another
for me,
thing a woman...
and I'd burned it with a cigarette. She fixed it up the best way she could, and Cliff knew about it.
Yeah, took us hours to get, but that's it.
You got pictures of Mrs. Fleming and theirs?
Death photographs. Care to see them?
Yeah, let's have a look.
I got weaker and dizzy as they handed the pictures around.
Mrs. Fleming.
I didn't look at them, but I saw Cliff distract the other men's attention long enough to slip them on top of the file case.
Well, I guess
Next thing I knew, we were getting ready to put the lights out and leave.
Coming, Vince?
Yeah.
I'll run you folks back to the house. It's on my way home.
Well, Sheriff, thank you very much for... say, Vince, run back a minute and see if I left my cigarettes in Mr. Wagner's office, huh?
Sure.
Sheriff, I want you and the deputy to look me up the next time.
His voice dwindled behind me, and I was in the darkened office again, alone. I knew what I'd been sent back for. He wanted me to see those pictures. I switched on the lights. They were on the file case. I took them in my hands and I stared at them.
Well, out like a light.
Now, what did it, you suppose? The pictures?
He's not well. He's under treatment by a doctor right now. He gets these dizzy spells now and then. That's all it is. Here you are, kid. Drink this water.
Yes.
Now, shut up and don't say anything. You'll be all right. I'm sorry for all the trouble we've caused.
Perfectly all right. Come back anytime.
That was a place I never wanted to go back to. Cliff and I didn't say much as the deputy drove us to the house. We picked up Lil and started back to town.
I think you've got a nerve, Cliff Dodge.
We couldn't
Leaving
talk
me
them
alone
either,
like that in a house where I had no
because
business
Lil
being
was
the first
blazing
person
sore
to
at Cliff
shop with a couple
and
of
leaving her
photos
alone,
don't mean
laced
fine.
into him.
I can't have one
And I think for once he was grateful. Kept him from thinking too steadily about me. She only quit when we were near my place and she saw me holding my head.
What's the matter, Vince? Don't you feel well?
The outing was a little bit too strenuous for him.
No wonder the way you drive.
Yeah? Well, I got us here, didn't I?
Great. I'll see what I can do about having you decorated for it.
I'll go up with Vince a minute.
No, it's all right. I'm
coming up with you, Vince.
He closed the door to my room behind us and then turned to me. He spoke low and very undramatically. No fireworks.
Lil's waiting downstairs. I'm going to take her home first before I do anything. I love Lil. It's bad enough what this is going to do to her when she finds out. I'm going to see she gets at least one good night's sleep before she does.
Cliff.
Run out. That's the best thing you can do. Meet your finish on the hoof somewhere else where your sister and I don't have to see it happen. And if you're still here when I come back, I'm going to arrest you for the murder of Dan Ayers and Dorothy Fleming. I don't have to ask you if you killed those two people. You fainted dead on the floor when you saw their pictures. Now take my advice and don't be here when I get back. I'll turn in my information at my own precinct house and they can pass it on to Wagner. Then I'll hand over my own badge in the morning.
Cliff, I'm frightened.
Killers always are. Afterwards. Don't forget you got a half hour.
I didn't move for about half the time he'd given me. Then my hand went to my cheek as it had in the sheriff's office, and my face felt bristly. Without thinking, I went into the bathroom and turned on the warm water tap. I took my cream blade holder from the cabinet, not a sheer reflex of habit, and I realized I didn't need the cream and the holder, and I put them back. I took the razor in my hand. I was seeing black spots in front of my eyes when he tried to get in the door. I tried to keep very quiet so he'd think I'd lammed and go away.
Vince! Vince!
Why didn't he go away? I could barely stand up.
Open the door, Vince, or I'll shoot the lock away.
I held my breath for a second, and then I had no strength left.
Vince.
You could have saved yourself the trip back, Cliff. They didn't keep me at the hospital, just took stitches in my wrist and told me to go home and take it easy for a while. I hadn't been able to do even that right. It was 4 a.m. when we got back to my room. Cliff stood over me while I undressed and got into bed.
Now remember, just take it easy.
What about the arrest? Postponed?
Canceled. I gave you your chance to run out and you didn't take it. As a matter of fact, I sent Lil home alone. I've been downstairs watching the street door the whole time. Yeah, when a guy's willing to let the life run out of his veins, there must be something to his story. You don't die to back up lies. I think you've been telling the truth, to the best of your knowledge.
I'm tired. Licked. I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Well, I think I better stick with you tonight anyway.
It's all right. I won't try it again. Yeah, there's blood on the floor. You sure picked a messy way. I did think of gas. This hotel doesn't have it.
If more houses had no gas, there'd be fewer...
Sure. All the modern conveniences. But electricity is undependable, too. Lights go out. Happened to a fella in the next room one night. And he had to use a candle. It was the same night that I had the dream.
How did you know he had to use a candle? Were you in there at the time?
No, he rapped and stuck his head in my door for a minute. Wanted to know if the power had failed all over. You know how people are in little hotels like this.
Why'd he have to do that? Couldn't he tell by the hall?
All lights go out at 11:30. Guess it was after that.
Well, that's still no reason why he should bust in on you. Look, I'd like to hear the rest of this.
There isn't any rest. I told you all there is to it.
That's what you think. Just watch what I can get out of it.
He wouldn't let me go to sleep. I had to tell him about the man next door who moved in a week or so before the night of the dream. That particular night, I had been reading in bed. And as I put down the lights and about ready to doze off, he knocked. Come in. He was holding the candle right in front of his face between his eyes. And in the darkness, I had to stare at the candlelight and his eyes behind it. He explained about the lights and...
Please excuse me for intruding. You must be tired. Very tired. You look so sleepy.
No,
I know.
It's...
You want to sleep. I shouldn't have come. You can sleep now. Sleep well. Your eyes are so heavy. You look so tired.
And that's all there was to it. He left and I went to sleep.
Did you hear him shut the door?
Well, I suppose
I
so.
don't mean suppose. I mean, did you actually hear the door shut? Think about it, kid. This is important.
I don't remember.
Well, another thing, then. Did you ever have any conversation with him other than hello and goodbye?
Well, he offered me some cough drops several times, and I told him I didn't like him. But once going down in the elevator, he absolutely insisted that I take one. So I did.
Testing willpower.
What?
Never mind. I don't want to frighten you right now. Look, you get some sleep, kid. You're a week after what you tried to do tonight.
Where are you going? I thought you were staying here tonight.
I'm going back to the Fleming house and to Wagner's headquarters, too, while I'm at it.
Now?
Yeah.
You're going all the way back up there at this hour of the morning?
And, Vince, don't give up yet. We'll find a way out without shortcuts like you tried tonight.
I didn't wake until noon, but I didn't dare leave the room for a cup of coffee. I didn't want to miss Cliff when he got back. About 2, there was a knock on the door, and I almost fell over in my rush to open it. Cliff, Oh, excuse me.
Sure, mister. Say, are you Vincent Hardy?
Yes.
Well, I think I got what you want.
What I want?
Yeah, my Uncle Henry built it. He was crazy. It's got a room with 8 sides.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm not in the market for that house any longer.
You ain't?
No.
Oh, you're like Uncle Henry, too, huh? He would have liked you. Well, goodbye.
Cliff finally showed up around 3. He looked terrible. He hadn't slept all night. He showed me a picture he'd brought.
You know this guy, Vince?
This guy? Well, the glasses are missing, and the mustache, and the hair isn't rumpled. But Cliff,
Yeah?
this is the guy from next door. Where'd you get this picture?
From Wagner. It's Mrs. Fleming's husband.
They're both the same fellow?
Right. But there's no out in it for you. Now get that straight, kid. I checked the fingerprints Wagner got. They're yours. You and nobody but you went into the Fleming house, killed Ayers, and hid his body in the closet.
No.
But you didn't kill Dorothy Fleming because you can't drive. Now, somebody else did that in Ayers' car. Somebody who brought you up there and was waiting for you at a safe distance.
But why didn't I know I was doing?
Well, that'll come later. What we have to do now is prove that the circumstance of the drink could have happened. Get it down on record officially. It isn't perfect, but it's the best we can do.
Well, what do you...
I think it's better if you don't know too much. A telegram addressed to Mrs. Fleming was received from her husband while I was up there. He's arriving back from South America today.
Where are we going?
Where is the place you'd least rather go of all places right now?
That room. That house.
I'm sorry, kid, but that's the place you're going to have to go back to and stay in alone tonight if you ever want to get out from under the shadows again. Now, what do you say? Shall we make the try?
Okay. I'm ready. I'd been sitting on the floor outside the mirrored alcove to rest when I heard him come in. He didn't come right up. I suppose he stopped to put his things away. Then I heard him tap the keys of the piano downstairs. Then I heard his footsteps coming, and I pushed myself backwards along the floor into the alcove. My heart was pounding so hard I had to keep my mouth open. He was in the bedroom, opening suitcases, looking for things. I pushed myself into the closet where the body had been, and in a moment, he walked into the alcove and put on the lights. I could see him through the keyhole as he walked past the door. Then he stood still, turning to go. This was the time. Now. I held the gun tight and pushed the door open soundlessly. He heard me as I stepped into the room and whirled around. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs at him. But I kept my lips together. Cliff had drilled me carefully on how I should act, what I should say. He'd particularly warned me to make Fleming talk first.
How did you get here?
You showed me the way, didn't you?
You remembered coming here?
You didn't think I would, did you?
You couldn't have.
Then how did I come back again? You explain it.
How long have you been in here, like this?
Since after dark. I got in before you came home.
What'd you bring with you?
Nobody. Just this, a .44 automatic. That's all the company I wanted with you.
Exactly how much do you remember?
Much more than you think.
You remember the drive up? You couldn't have. I told you to remember it only as a dream. You had the look.
What look? I was holding a thumbtack pressed into the palm of each hand the whole way.
Then why did you do everything that you were directed to do so passively?
I thought there might be something in it for me later if anyone went to all that trouble.
You purposely faked? I can't believe it. You didn't even draw back, show a sign when I let you out of the car. Put the knife in your hand, sent you on towards the house, told you how to get in, what to do. You mean you went ahead unconsciously?
Sure, I figured you'd pay me off afterwards.
Oh. Well, what went wrong inside?
Well, I accidentally dropped the knife you gave me. Ayers jumped me in the alcove. In the darkness, your wife put a drill into my hand instead of his. And I killed him in self-defense.
Yes. And she ran out. I had to go after her and stop her myself. I got her with Ayers' car. She never even saw me.
That's what I wanted to know.
Are you crazy? You must have known.
No, I tricked you. You had me hypnotized that night, all right. But you've just convicted yourself out of your own mouth to me. I don't want to be paid off. You picked someone with a weak willpower, maybe, but strong scruples. I was an honest man. You made me commit murder. I can't clear myself in the eyes of the law ever. But you're going to pay for doing that to me now, this way.
Wait. Don't do that. That won't help you any.
You shouldn't have left me alone. That was your mistake. Here you go, Fleming.
Wait 1 minute more. Just a minute. Now look. Look at me. Look at my eyes.
Cliff had warned me to be careful, but I wasn't careful enough. I couldn't seem to help myself. I just glanced at him. Our eyes met, and suddenly mine couldn't get away anymore, as though they were hit by glue. A sort of torpor turned me into wax. But I made an effort to do one more thing. It came out as a single sentence. Fleming, I'm going to shoot you.
No. You're tired. You don't want to shoot anybody. You're tired. The gun's too heavy for you. Why do you want to hold that heavy thing? That's right. You're tired. Tired.
Why, this'll stand up in any court. There's enough evidence on this wire recorder to send Fleming to the electric chair.
Listen.
Huh?
What's all that mumbling? I can't quite make out what this... Hey, we'd better get up there. Come on.
Hey, Fleming must be trying to do...
Holy smokes, he's getting away. Come on!
There's a pencil and paper in the glove compartment. Take them out. Good. Now write what I tell you. Start. I'm wanted for the murder of those two people at the Fleming house. They're bound to get me sooner or later. And I have no chance. I see no other way but this. Now, sign your name. Vincent Hardy. Now, get out of the car quickly and take the chain attached to that anchor. Over there. On your right, over there. Go ahead. That's right. Now, tie it around your stomach and legs and pick up the anchor. Yes, that's it. Carry it in your hands. Yes, very good. Oh, come on, Connie. Now then, walk. Walk to the end of the dock. Hurry, you fool, and throw the anchor into the lake. Go ahead. Hurry. Goodbye, Vincent.
I knew what I was doing was wrong. I fought against it as hard as I could. And when I got to the end of the dock, I just threw the anchor into the lake and my body went tumbling.
Well, there he is. He's all right now. Did you get Fleming?
Yeah, Fleming's dead, Mr. Dodge. The car hit a tree and folded up like an accordion.
Vince would be gone, too, if I'd dosed another minute in that cellar.
Yeah, don't feel bad. You did all right by the boy. You went in after him like a veteran lifeguard. Say, if you can take care of him, Mr. Dodge, I want to get these recordings into my safe at the office and send some boys out to pick up Fleming in that car.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sheriff. Vince will be all right.
Was he telling the truth, Cliff?
Yeah. This Fleming used to be a vaudeville hypnotist. Tried using his old act to get rid of heirs and his own wife. That you'll be cleared because we have proof that you were not responsible for your acts while under the hypnosis.
Thanks, Cliff.
But you'll have to appear in court and stand charges.
I will.
You scared, kid?
Sort of.
Yeah, you'll be all right. I'll be standing there next to you the whole time. Well, come on now, let's go.
This is Robert Montgomery. Our congratulations and thanks to Eddie Bracken and William Conrad for two fine performances in Nightmare. Next week, for Suspense, we treat the subject of weather in a locale that is famous and infamous for its weather, England. And in order to do justice to the ill-famed atmospheric conditions which often shroud this island, we shall present an hour of suspense divided into two separate half-hour dramas. Two select studies with two elements in common, dramatic weather and dramatic suspense. Taken one at a time, these plays are singular triumphs. Put them together, and, well, I can promise you a deadly combination next week, when with Wet Saturday by John Collier and August Heat by W.F. Harvey, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Good night.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. Mr. Bracken will soon be seen in his forthcoming production 750 Smith. Nightmare by William Irish was adapted for radio by Alfred Palka, directed by Anton M. Leader, and produced by Robert Montgomery. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor. and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear two great shows, Wet Saturday and August Heat, on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of
Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills bring you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Directed by Anton M. Leda and produced by Robert Montgomery. Tonight, two great suspense dramas. John Collier's Wet Saturday and W.F. Harvey's August Heat. Performed by two distinguished casts of radio actors. Two complete stories joined in 1 hour of suspense.
This is Robert Montgomery with a forecast, a weather forecast. If you doubt my qualifications as a meteorologist, I don't blame you. I have none. But I do have more specific information than the chap in Walt Mason's poem, The Statesman. Perhaps you remember. The statesman throws his shoulders back and straightens out his tie and says, "My friends, unless it rains, the weather will be dry." Yes, I can do much better than that. Even with the same elements, rain and dry weather, I can improve on that forecast. For the next hour, I predict rain, followed by a sudden hot spell. Further, and you can check me on this, I predict that the rain will fall in the first half of the hour, and that the second half will be given over exclusively to heat. I guess you could say I predict weather in 2 acts. Unusual weather, too. A unique combination of Wet Saturday and August Heat. Each of these dramas is set in England. Each is complete in itself, and each is conditioned by its own weather and by its own suspense. Because these plays exemplify 2 classic studies in radio suspense drama, we have selected established radio stars to interpret them. Dennis Hoey as Mr. Princey in Wet Saturday, and Barry Kroger as James Clarence Withencroft in August Heat, with supporting casts of distinguished radio players. Next week, when we present the suspense version of the screen drama Night Must Fall, we shall feature a cast of motion picture actors. As Danny, I will be joined by Dame Mae Whitty in her original role of Mrs. Bramson, together with Heather Angel and Richard Ney. But now to the first half of our show and my prediction for rain. With the performance of Dennis Hoey as Mr. Princey, and with John Collier's English classic, Wet Saturday, we again hope to keep you in
suspense.
On this rainy afternoon, we should like you to meet the Princey family and their visitor. They are, of course, at home. Mrs. Princey, daughter Millicent, George, the son and heir, sprawled on a couch, and finally Mr. Princey, biting on a dry pipe. Their living room is dull and overstuffed. Rain beats at the windows. They are any middle-class family at home on a wet day, except for one small item. As you sit with them in the living room, you can see through the door to the sun porch a pair of man's feet, encased in black boots. They look like the feet of a curate. There is a tenseness in the room. The air is charged with excitement, but the feet are very still.
Don't keep staring at them. Listen to me, all of you. Don't you see? They'd hang her. That's what they'd do. They'd hang her.
Oh, Fred, it's too awful.
Awful. It's catastrophic. A supposedly sweet, gentle, intelligent girl. Respected. Loved by the whole village doing a thing like this. Think of the publicity, the disgrace. You think I'm going to resign from the bench, the vestry, sell out, live in some foggy hotel abroad? Oh, no.
No, I'll kill myself. I will.
Don't be a fool.
Any more than you have been, the governor means.
Be quiet. Wouldn't be so bad if it were you, George. Everybody in the village knows you're not responsible. George.
Yeah?
Get off that couch. Sit up on your spine. You might be of a little use here, if you could think.
Oh, but I say, Governor, this isn't my funeral.
Shut up. As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
You've got to stand it, my dear. And keep that hysterical note out of your voice. Do you hear?
Yes.
We are talking about the weather. Now, George.
Hmm?
George, if he fell down the old well, say, striking his head several times, what about him, hmm?
I really don't know, Governor. What about?
Don't be an ass. I'm asking you to think. He'd have had to hit the side several times, 30 or 40 feet. And at all the correct angles. No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. We'll have to go over it all again, Millicent.
Oh, no, Father, no, I couldn't.
Millicent, we must go over it all again.
Fred, you're torturing her.
Oh, face facts, Mater. With him lying there, it's no use pretending it's a picnic.
They might hang you, Millicent. Oh, stop that shaking. Stop it here. You must stop it. You must keep your voice quiet, Millicent. Millicent! We are talking of the weather. Now, we will proceed.
I can't. Not with those boots there.
Oh, should have thought of that, Millie. I'm not moving her.
Sit up, George, and stop shuffling your feet. Now, Millicent, look at me. Answer me truthfully. You hear? Answer me. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
Who knew you were in love with this wretched curate?
Oh, the whole village knows. They've been sniggering about it at the pub for 3 years past.
Shut up, George. Millicent, we continue. You were on the croquet court.
Yes.
You were putting the croquet set in its box.
Yes. It was starting to rain. I was carrying the balls and the mallets into the sun porch. The box was there.
You heard someone enter the garden gate and come across the yard.
Yes.
Could you see who it was?
Not at first. I was going into the sun porch. I threw down all the mallets, but the red one, and turned around.
It was Withers.
Yes.
So you called him?
Yes.
Loudly?
Oh.
Did you call him loudly? Could anyone have heard?
No, Father, I'm sure not. I didn't really call him. I just spoke his name. He saw me when I went to the door. He just waved his hand and came over.
How can I find out whether there was anyone about? Whether he could have been seen?
I'm sure not, Father. I'm quite sure.
Right, so you went onto the sun porch.
Yes, it was raining hard then.
What did he say?
He said, "Hello, Millie," and excuse his coming in the back way, but he'd set out to walk over to Leiston.
Yes?
And he said, passing the park, he'd seen the house and suddenly thought of me. And he thought he'd just look in for a minute. He had something he wanted to tell me.
Go on.
He said he was so happy, and he wanted me to share it. He'd heard from the bishop that he was to have a vicarage, and it wasn't only that, it meant that he could marry. And he began to stutter and get all confused. And of course I thought he meant me.
Don't tell me what you thought. Tell me exactly what he said and nothing else.
Well,
Oh, stop crying. It's a luxury you can no longer afford. Tell me what happened.
He said, no. He said it wasn't me. It's Ella Bragdon Davis. and he was sorry and all that. And then he went to go.
And then?
I went mad. He turned his back. I had the red mallet of the croquet set in my hand. I'd forgotten to drop it when he came in. I went...
Did you shout or scream? I mean, as you hit him.
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Did he? Come on, speak up.
No, Father.
And then?
I threw it down. I came straight in here. I went to look for Mother, that's all.
Oh, my poor baby.
And you're sure no one else was about?
No one, no.
Leave the child alone, Fred.
Oh, not such a child, Major. Oh, Millie, I had no idea.
Keep quiet, I'm thinking. You see, George, he probably told people he was going to Leiston. Certainly no one knows he came here. But he didn't decide until he crossed the park. He might have been attacked in the woods. You must consider every detail. A curate with his head battered in.
Don't, Father, don't.
A curate with his head battered in. Who would want to kill Withers?
Who'd kill Withers? Well, I would. With pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Prinsep?
Captain Smollett.
Captain Smollett?
Well.
Oh, sit down, pray. Mustn't get up for me, Mrs. Prinsey. You are the Millicent. My word. Just being neighborly on a bad day. I wanted to ask you about those dahlia bulbs, Princey.
Mm-hmm.
Took a shortcut on account of the rain and walked right in. Knew you wouldn't mind.
He hurt you, Father.
My dear, we can all have our little jokes. Don't pretend to be shocked. This way, Smollett. This chair facing the fireplace. Sit down, Mother.
Oh, just straighten the curtains on the sun porch, dear. It looks so gloomy out there. Might as well shut the rain out.
Yeah. We were just talking about a little theoretical parson killing, Smollett. Young people these days like thrillers. And,
Parsonicide. Justifiable parsonicide. Have you heard about Ella Bragdon Davis? I shall be most properly laughed at.
Why? Why should you be laughed at, Smollett?
Oh, had a shot in that direction myself. Yes. She half said yes, too. Hadn't you heard? She told most people. Now it'll look as though I got turned down for a white rat and a dog collar.
Too bad.
Oh, well. Fortune of war, you know.
Yes, fortunes of war. Odd how it happens, isn't it? Sit down, Smollett. Mother, Millicent, console Captain Smollett with your best light conversation. George and I have something to look at outside. This rain, you know, bad, very bad. Come on, George, come on, come on.
Governor, I can press you leave raincoat.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Just make yourself at home, Smollett. Make yourself at home.
A cigarette, Captain Smollett?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Nasty day to be going out.
It's something about the old well, just off the sun porch door, you know. This terrible sudden weather seemed to have loosened some of the stones.
Too bad. There's too bad. Spoils the tennis and croquet. I mean, a day like this. Doesn't it, Minnie?
Yes, it does.
She was practicing out in the croquet quite earlier. But do pull your chair up near the fire, Captain. It was so damp we thought it would be cozy to light it.
Oh, thank you. I'm quite comfortable.
I hope you don't feel too bad about Ella Bragdon Davis.
Well, can't always win, you know. Can't understand, though, what you women see in these bloodless clerics.
Oh, I always thought Mr. Withers is a very charming man.
Oh, yes, quite agree. But why should anyone want to marry him? You wouldn't want to marry him, would you, Minnie?
Not now. That is, I used... Oh, no, of course not.
Smollett?
Yes? Oh, Vincent? Oh, good Lord, man. You do come in on a fellow sudden, eh?
Yes, I did. Oh, don't mind this old double-barrel shotgun. Been working on it. Smollett, May I have your attention for a minute? There's something on the sun porch I'd like to show you.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Smollett. George and I went out to see if we could shoot some rats, which have been driven out of the old well by the high water. Afraid they might get into the house, you know. Now, you must listen to me very carefully. Very carefully. Or you will be shot. By accident.
Fancy. What's gotten into him?
Well, you heard me ask as you came in who would kill Withers. You also heard Millicent make a comment. An unguarded comment.
Well, what of it?
Very little. Unless you were to hear that Withers had met a violent end this afternoon. And that, my dear Smollett, is what you are going to hear.
What? Withers? Dead?
Yes.
Well, who killed him?
Millicent.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, it's a mess. And, of course, you would have remembered and guessed.
Maybe. Yes. Yes, I suppose I should.
Therefore, you constitute a problem.
Yes, but why did she kill him?
It's one of those disgusting things, you know. Pitiable, too. She deluded herself that he was in love with her.
Good heavens. Minnie? Ah. Yes, of course, I see.
He told her about the Davis girl. Ella Bragdon Davis.
I understand.
I've no wish, as you will comprehend, that you should be proved either a lunatic or a murderess. I could hardly go on living here after that. Besides, I'm rather fond of Millie.
Correct.
On the other hand, you know about it.
Yes, I see. That makes me a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're wondering if I could keep my mouth shut if I promised.
I'm wondering if I could believe you.
But if I promised.
If things went smoothly, yes. But not if there was any sort of suspicion, any questioning. You would be afraid of being an accessory.
I don't know.
I do. What are we going to do?
Well, I can't see anything else. You would never be fool enough to do me in. Can't get rid of two corpses, you know.
I regard that as a better risk than the other. Could be an accident, you know, or you and Withers could both disappear. There are possibilities in that.
Oh, see here, you can't...
I can, but there may be a way out. There is, Smollett. You gave it to me yourself.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You said you would kill Withers. You have a motive.
Oh, look here, I was joking.
Listen, Smollett. I can't trust you. You must trust me. Else I will kill you now in the next minute. I mean that. You can choose between dying and living.
Go on.
There's the old well just outside the sun's porch door. That's where I'm going to put Withers. No one outside knows he's come up here this afternoon. No one will ever look in there for him unless you tell them. Now, you must give me evidence that you have murdered Withers.
I murdered him. Why do you want that?
So that I shall be dead sure that you will never open your lips on the subject.
I see. What evidence?
George, hit him in the face.
Sure.
Oh, George, don't.
Keep off this.
Captain, you should be more careful. Look what your teeth did to my knuckle.
Again, George.
Okay.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Father, how can you?
Quiet. I'm sorry, Smollett, but there must be traces of a struggle between you and Withers. Then it will not be altogether safe for you to go to the police. George, get the croquet mallet. Take your handkerchief to it. There it is on the sun porch floor.
There, Captain. There's your weapon.
As I told you, Smollett. Now you'll just grasp the end that mashed Withers' head. I shall shoot you if you don't.
Yes, but good Lord, you can't...
All right.
All right.
That's it. Now, deposit it by the side of the house, outside. Out of the rain, of course. Oh, wait, George. First, you'd better pull a few hairs out of his head and put them under the nails of Withers' right hand.
No, wait. Sorry to muss up your hair, Captain.
Shut up, Smollett.
Now, that's all we need. Enough, Mr. Withers. Now, we'll fix it right up. I'll be right with you, Governor.
Smollett, you may turn round. Withers is just there on the sun porch. Draw back the curtain. Good Lord. Yes, messy. Now, you, Smollett, you've just got to drag him through the door and dump him in the old well.
Just beyond the door, Captain.
I won't touch. All right, stand aside, out of range, George. Any place where I want this shot to go, only one place.
Oh, Father!
Keep quiet. Keep out of this. My aim is none too sure.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. My process.
That's better, Smollett. Much better. Go on now. Go ahead. You have to take him outside.
By the shoulders, what to do, Captain.
Keep quiet, George. Go on, Smollett. Go on. You've seen a dead man before. Drag him. Drag him. All right. There we go. I'll just hold the gun here to make sure everything goes all right.
Oh, come away from the window, dear. Don't look.
Captain Smollett.
Oh, your father is a very resourceful man, Millicent. I'm sure what he's doing
But
is...
the captain, I can't stand it.
You mustn't question your dear father.
Oh, so you can still at it. There's enough trouble around here without your blubbering.
Don't you call me blubbering, George Princey.
Everything is perfectly safe. Remember, no one knows that Withers came here. Everyone thinks he walked over to Leicester. That's 5 miles of country to search. They'll never look in our well. Do you see how safe it is?
I guess so.
Good heavens, man, you're dripping wet. Why didn't you slip on your raincoat? Tea ready, my dear?
In just a minute, dear. I'll wait for Bridget.
Exactly what you need, Smollett, a cup of tea. Best thing in the world to ward off a cold. Sit down, won't you? Sit down. Oh, don't mind getting the chair wet.
Thank you.
A cigarette? Help yourself. I stick to my pipe. Funny how you get attached to them. My wife always says,
See, Mrs. Princey, everything's hot now.
Oh, yes, Bridget. Put the tray in front of me. Here on the table.
I
That's it.
say, Captain, you've cut your lip.
I just knocked it.
Oh, why, how dreadful. Here, Bridget. Here. Give the captain this cup.
No, thank you. I think I'll be running along if you don't mind.
Why, Captain Smollett? Without any tea?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Princey, if I could just have my raincoat.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Captain.
This is very distressing, Smollett. Very.
Yes, well, I'll be all right presently, I'm sure.
Here you are, sir. Let me help you.
Thank you, young man.
There.
Better go out the front way, Smollett. Walk is dry.
Let me hold the door for you, Captain.
And don't worry, old fellow. Don't worry at all.
No, I won't. Oh. Good afternoon.
Nothing serious, I imagine. A little rest and you'll be as right as rain. By the way, Millicent, you're not looking any too well.
Oh, not well at all. I'm sure it was the croquet court. Being outdoors in weather like this is simply foolhardy.
Oh, the Major's right, Millie. You saw what happened to Captain Smollett.
Come along, dear. I shall give you a hot foot bath and put you to bed. A couple of days in bed and you'll be fine, dead.
Get plenty of rest, Millicent, and don't worry about a thing. That's the best cure.
I guess I'll have a little rest too, Governor. It's a fine afternoon for a nap.
Indeed it is, son. Indeed it is. Well, enjoy yourselves. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later. Hello?
Your number, please.
Would you get me the police station?
Police station. Right away, sir.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Yancey speaking.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. This is Princey of Abbott's Road. I believe you know me.
Indeed I do, Mr. Princey.
Sergeant, a rather horrible thing has just occurred. Quite extraordinary. Murder, in fact.
murder.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid it looks rather bad for, well, for a close friend of ours, unfortunately. We saw him do it. I think you'd better send someone over right away.
Our man should be there right about now, Mr. Princey.
I beg your pardon?
I say our man should be there now. Constable Martin has his post right below your house there. I just rang him. Seems Captain Smollett was with him.
Captain Smollett?
He reported some rather queer goings-on at your place, but I certainly didn't understand it was murder. Now, just don't touch anything, Mr. Princey, and don't worry. Don't worry at all.
No. I won't, Sergeant. Thank you.
Where are you going?
Hang right here and stop shouting.
We have some visitors, Governor.
Yes, I can see that. Well, Constable, good afternoon.
Mr. Princey?
And Smollett, I say, what a remarkable fellow you are, coming back like this. Here to reenact the crime?
Only the one against me, Princey. The one against the curate I'll leave to you people.
Extraordinary sense of humor.
Mr. Princey, I just had a look at what's in your well. Not a pretty sight, that. Not pretty at all.
Yes, Constable. Captain Smollett was thorough, if nothing else.
You saw him when he did it, sir? Out in the back?
Oh, quite. We were just returning from a walk. Smollett evidently had been laying for the curate, hiding out there in those bushes by the road, I imagine.
He was never inside this house?
Never, no.
And you say, Captain?
I say that while I was inside this house, a guest of the family, I was coerced into dragging the curate's body outside and dumping it into the well.
Well, there we are.
No, not entirely, Constable. I'll just remove my raincoat and demonstrate how damp I got my clothes when I went outside without it.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes, quite. He undoubtedly removed his coat at some point between here and your post. I might as well tell you that his weapon, a red croquet mallet, is out by the side of the house. I shouldn't be at all surprised, but you might find his fingerprints all over it.
All over the end of the mallet, Constable. The end that mashed Wither's head. Not the end I'd have to grasp in order to do the mashing.
Governor.
That's a decent try, Smollett, but it won't work. There must be other evidences, Constable. You'll undoubtedly find them when you examine the body.
He means my hair under Wither's fingernails. Well, sir, you know, I happened to notice something when young George there opened the door for me. If you'll look carefully, I believe you'll find a few of my precious hairs under his nails, too.
What are you trying to suggest?
Constable, this is an utter waste of time. So far as violent struggle between Smollett and Withers is concerned, Smollett's face speaks for itself quite eloquently, I believe.
Oh, yes, but no more eloquently than your son's knuckle. Huh? As you see, Constable,
No,
look here.
no.
Here. A fresh abrasion. He did that on my teeth. Or, did he?
What?
I say, or did he? You know, he might have done that on Wither's teeth.
Yeah, I see. I see what you mean.
But I didn't, Governor. He said that I...
Keep still, you nitwit. Let me think.
As a matter of fact, George, the more I think of it, the more I'm convinced it was your voice I heard. Quite a vigorous quarrel. Something about the, curate jilting your sister.
Don't be ridiculous, Smollett.
Very well, Princey. If he didn't do it, who did?
That's what I'd like to know. How about it, Mr. Princey?
That is a sticker, all right.
George, my boy, it looks like you're elected.
Elected? What do you mean? I didn't do it. Why, I never...
Keep your mouth shut.
I won't. I'm not going to take the blame for her. Millie did it. She did it with that mallet. I saw her do it.
Prove that?
Prove it? Well, yes, her fingerprints on the mallet, on the handle.
Why, George, don't you remember when you made me touch the mallet? When you picked it up with your handkerchief? George, I'm sure you wiped that handle clean. Oh, well, yes. I could hardly expect you to remember that if you, can't even remember killing the curate.
Governor,
I told you to keep still, George. I'm thinking.
Governor, you're not going to stand there and let him say that I...
As long as I can remember, George, you've been a trial and a tribulation to me. You shouldn't have done it, George. You really shouldn't have done it. Now, let's all have a cup of tea. Nothing like it in weather like this.
So ends Wet Saturday, the first of 2 half-hour stories combining dramatic weather and dramatic suspense. Our thanks to Dennis Hoey for an excellent performance, and to Harold Medford, who adapted John Collier's story. True to our prediction, we will return in a moment with August Heat, a second study in suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and to our producer, Mr. Robert Montgomery.
The rains of Wet Saturday are gone. In their stead, a blazing sun burns down on the damp earth of the English countryside, steaming the atmosphere with a heat that's humid and smothering, like a tight outer garment, like a shroud which cannot be loosed and cast aside. Such a heat weighs upon your entire being and saps from you the last strength of hope and freedom. This is the setting for the companion piece to our first drama, Wet Saturday. This, then, is August Heat, the second of 2 suspense dramas complete in this hour. And now with the performance of Berry Kroger as James Clarence Withencroft, and the reappearance of Dennis Hoey as the man, and with W.F. Harvey's August Heat, we promise a narrative well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
Fenistone Road, Clapham, August 20, 1947. I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life. And while the events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Withencroft. You must remember that in order to have the full implication of my story. James Clarence Withencroft. I'm 35 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession, I'm an artist. Not a very successful one, but I earn enough money by my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, sister, died 5 years ago, so that there is no one in particular to whom I address this manuscript. Only you, who might by chance read it someday. For, because of the peculiar circumstance about which you will soon hear, I have the strong premonition that I shall never live to tell anyone about it. I breakfasted this morning at 9, at the usual time. It was no different from any other morning, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe. I proceeded to let my mind wander, in the hope that I might chance upon some subject for my pencil. The room, though door and window were open, was oppressively hot, and I just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighborhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath, when I was suddenly shaken.
A feeling swept over me such as I'd never experienced before. I attempted to rise to my feet. Somehow it seemed as though I'd suddenly been fastened to my chair. My hand went out in an effort to brace myself. And then, before I knew what I was doing, my pencil was in my hand, and I began to draw. It was as though someone had taken my hand and was moving it across the paper, swiftly in bold strokes. And then I seemed to take over. My hand, under its own power, began to draw. So intent was I on the sketch which began to appear before me, I soon forgot the oppressive heat, the roughness of the table. Everything was forgotten. This frantic feeling, the sketch must be finished as soon as possible. I had no idea how long I worked until I heard the clock of St. Jude's in the distance. It was 4 o'clock, and I had started just after breakfast. Now, for the first time since I'd begun, I actually seemed to see what I'd been sketching. I was surprised. The final result was, I felt sure, the best thing I'd ever done. It showed a criminal in the dock immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge, stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven. Perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven. And he was almost bald. He stood there before the judge, his short, clumsy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. And then I saw that the sketch was not complete, for the man's other hand seemed to be clutching an instrument of some kind of weapon, but had not been completed. I had made this sketch, yet I had no recollection of what I'd intended the man to carry in his other hand. I took up my pencil again, and I attempted to fill in the fuzzy outline. It was useless. It was as though my fingers had suddenly turned to lead. I sat down. I felt the moisture slowly forming on my forehead. And I was conscious of the oppressive heat again. And then I knew that there would be no finishing of the sketch. At any rate, not for the moment. So, I rolled up the sketch, and without quite knowing why, I placed it in my pocket. In spite of my peculiar inspiration, I was filled with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking along Lytton Street and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road, at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onward, I've only the vaguest recollection of where I went. Through parks, along crowded streets, always fully conscious of the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement as an almost palpable wave. And I remember, too, the hollow sound of my footsteps as I moved along. Although walking aimlessly, I somehow knew that there was a goal, something to which I was drawn. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-colored clouds that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles. I've really no idea how far I walked, when a small boy roused me from my reverie.
Got the time, mister?
20 minutes to 7.
Thanks. Hot, isn't it?
Yes. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth. There were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium, and great numbers of bees droned over them. I stood looking down at them a moment. Then for some reason I looked up. Over the entrance to the place, there was a board with the inscription, Charles Atkinson, monumental mason worker, in English and Italian marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows, and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter, and I went in the direction of the noise. There was a man sitting with his back towards me. He was busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble. He was not conscious of my presence as I stood there watching him for some time. Then, without turning, his hammer stopped in midair as he was about to bring it down on his chisel. He looked up, and then he held his position a moment before turning, but I knew that he was aware of my presence. And when he turned, I saw his face. It was, although I had never seen him before, it was the face of the man I'd been drawing. Yes, it was the face of the man whose sketch was in my pocket. He sat there on his low stool, huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, not speaking. Then he took a red silk handkerchief and he mopped his brow. Although this face that looked up at me was the same as my sketch, the expression was absolutely different. And suddenly, the puzzled expression left his face, and he smiled as if we were old friends. And he walked over and he took my hand.
Good day, sir.
Well, good day. I'm sorry to intrude.
Not at all.
Everything's hot and glary outside.
Yeah.
This seems as an oasis in the wilderness.
No, I don't know about the oasis, but it certainly is hot. Take a seat, sir.
He pointed to the end of the gravestone on which he was at work, and I sat down.
Very hot.
It's a beautiful piece of stone you've got hold of there.
Yeah, in a way it is. The surface is as fine as anything you could wish. But there's a big flaw at the back, though I don't expect you'd ever notice it.
I shouldn't think so.
Nah, I could never really make a good job of a bit of marble like this. It'd be all right in the summer like now. I wouldn't mind the blasted heat. But wait till the winter comes.
Winter?
Yes, there's nothing like a bit of frost to find out the weak points in stone. Gravestone, you see.
Oh, I see. Then what's this one for?
You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you it's for exhibition. But it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions, so do grocers and butchers. Well, we has 'em too. All the latest little headstones, you know.
He went on to talk of marbles. Which sort of marble best withstood wind and rain, and which were easiest to work. Then of his garden and a new sort of carnation he'd bought. At the end of every other minute, he would drop his tools, wipe his shining head.
This heat's bad. A man's not responsible for what he does in this heat.
I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in all of this. The feeling that I'd experienced it all before, exactly as I was experiencing it now. The oppressive heat, the fragrance of the purple stock in the air, the conversation about the marble, the flowers, everything, as though I'd experienced it before. And yet I knew that I'd never even been in this section of the town before. I tried to persuade myself that at least I'd seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-the-way corner of my memory. But I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. As I sat there quietly watching him, he looked up at me, and he said,
Yeah, What do you think of that?
He said it with an air of evident pride, of a job well done. I could sense that he was experiencing the same feeling I had experienced when I'd finished my sketch. Then he got up with a sigh of relief.
Hot. Hot, ain't it?
I was seated in such a position that I was unable to see his work, and for some reason I didn't move. Suddenly, he began to read what he'd carved on the tombstone. He spoke deliberately and with a flat voice.
In the midst of life, we are in death. Born January 18th, 1912.
I looked up with a start. This man had read my exact birth date.
He passed away very suddenly on August 20th, 1947.
That's today.
I usually use the present date on these exhibition stones.
Do you usually put a name on them, too?
Yes. Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Wivencroft.
I just sat there in silence. The sound of birds and crickets seemed loud in my ears as we stood there, looking at each other, saying nothing. And then he mopped his brow again.
Hot. Hot.
I was finally able to speak. Where did you see that name?
Oh, I didn't see it anywhere. I wanted some name, and I put down the first one that came into me head.
It's a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine.
That's your name? You're James Clarence
Withencroft. Yes.
Well. And the dates?
I can only answer for the birth date. It's correct.
Oh. It's a rum go.
I made a sketch this morning. Of you.
Of me? What, you've never seen me before?
No.
Oh. Oh.
I took my sketch from my pocket, and I showed it to him. As he looked, the expression on his face altered, until it became more and more like that of the man I had drawn.
It was only the day before yesterday that I told Maria there was no such things as ghosts.
Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew what he meant. Then I spoke to him. You probably heard my name someplace.
Yes. You must have seen me somewhere and forgotten it, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July?
No. No, I've never been to Clacton in my life.
Oh.
Then we were silent for some time again. And we stood there, looking at one another, and at the two dates on the gravestone. And the birth one was right, and the other was today.
Come inside and have some supper.
His wife was a strange little woman who was pallid with the look of those who live their lives indoors. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his who was an artist, and informed her that I was staying to supper. I spoke, making some comment that I hoped I would not be an intrusion, and she looked up at me. She said,
You have a pleasing voice, Mr. Withencroft, and you're welcome in my home. I'm sorry Charles has not brought you here before.
Very little was said during the meal, and after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she walked over to a cupboard and she took down a thin black book. And as she handed it to me, she spoke.
Would you read aloud, Mr. Withencroft?
Puzzled, I looked down at the book which she'd opened and placed before me. It was a very tiny book. The Prophet, it was called, by an author unknown to me, with this strange Eastern name, Khalil Gibran. My eyes fell across the page, and suddenly I was reading aloud, as she'd asked me to. Then Almitra spoke, saying, we would ask now of death. And he said, you would know the secret of death. But how shall you find it, unless you seek it in the heart of life? The owl, whose night-bound eyes are blind unto the day, cannot unveil the mystery of light. If you would indeed behold the spirit of death, open your heart wide unto the body of life. For life and death are one, even as the river and the sea are one. In the depth of your hopes and desires lies your silent knowledge of the beyond. And like seeds dreaming beneath the snow, your heart dreams of spring. Trust the dreams, for in them is hidden the gate to eternity. Your fear of death is but the trembling of the shepherd when he stands before the king whose hand is to be laid upon him in honor. Is the shepherd not joyful beneath his trembling that he shall wear the mark of the king? Yet is he not more mindful of his trembling? For what is it to die but to stand naked in the wind and to melt into the sun? And what is it to cease breathing but to free the breath from its restless tides, that it may rise and expand and seek God unencumbered? Only when you drink from the river of silence shall you indeed sing. And when you have reached the mountain top, then you shall begin to climb. And when the earth shall claim your limbs, then shall you truly dance. When I looked up, Mr. Atkinson had gone, but his wife stood before me. And as she took the book, she spoke.
Oh, thank you.
Then I went outside, and I found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone and smoking. He looked up at me.
It's hot. A man's not responsible for what he might do in this heat. She never asked anyone to read aloud before.
And then we talked about the sketch again. He looked at it.
The likeness is me, all right. On trial.
You must excuse my asking, but do you know of anything you've done for which you could be put on trial?
I've done nothing. Not yet.
He got up, fetched a can from the porch, and he began to water the flowers.
Twice a day regular in the hot weather. And then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones. And ferns, good Lord, they could never stand it. Where do you live?
I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home. Then he stopped watering, and he faced me squarely.
It's like this. We look at the matter straight. If you go home tonight, you take your chance of accidents. A cart may run over you, and there's always banana skins and orange peels, to say nothing of falling ladders.
He spoke of the improbability with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours before. But I did not laugh.
The best thing we can do is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock. Then it'll be tomorrow, you see?
We'll go upstairs and smoke. Whew. It may be cooler inside.
To my surprise, I agreed. We are sitting in a long, low room beneath the eaves. Atkinson has sent his wife to bed. He himself is busy sharpening some tools and a little oil stone, smoking one of my cigars, the while. And as I look at my sketch before me, I suddenly see the fuzzy outline of what the man in the picture holds in his hands. While I had not been able to sketch it before, I am able to do so now. It is a chisel. It is stained with dark liquid. The sketch is completed now. The air seems charged with thunder, and I hear it in the distance. It is ominous, but it carries the hope of rain. Perhaps this damnable heat will be broken soon, and the day will soon be over. It is close to 12. In seconds, the day will be over. I am writing this at a shaky table before the open window. The leg is cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handyman with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he has finished putting an edge on his chisel. There. It is 12. The day is over, and I shall be going home. But the heat is stifling. This heat is enough to send a man mad.
This is Robert Montgomery again, with thanks to Barry Kroger and Dennis Hoey for superb performances in August Heat, and to Mel Dinelli, who adopted W.F. Harvey's story. Our appreciation and our applause, too, goes to the cast of both plays who made our weather experiments so very successful. Next week, we'll turn a full hour's attention again to the English scene and to Emlyn Williams' great play, Night Must Fall. You'll meet Mrs. Bramson, Olivia Grain, and Hubert Laurie. And you'll meet Danny. Danny with the quick smile. Happy, cheerful Danny, whose appearance is as pleasant as the melody that's always with him. Mighty like a rose. That's Danny. Yes, that's Danny. Next week, with Dame May Whitty, Heather Angel, Richard Ney, and myself, and with Night Must Fall, we'll again hope to keep you in suspense. Good night.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. Wet Saturday by John Collier was adapted for suspense by Harold Medford. August Heat by W.F. Harvey was adapted for suspense by Mel Dinelli. Both were directed by Anton M. Leader and produced by Robert Montgomery. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Night Must Fall, starring Robert Montgomery with Dame May Whitty, Heather Angel, and Richard Ney on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of
Suspense.
A program you won't want to miss. That's Report Card, the next production of the famed CBS documentary unit. Overcrowded schools, out-of-date equipment, and a shortage of trained teachers, all of these are contributing to a breakdown in American education. For a dramatic report, hear Report Card Wednesday, March 24th over many of these stations. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, a banner presentation of Emlyn Williams' classic Night Must Fall, directed by Anton M. Leader and produced by Robert Montgomery. Our stars, Mr. Montgomery and Dame May Whitty, with Heather Angel, Richard Ney, and Matthew Bolton in Night Must Fall.
This is Robert Montgomery. I cannot introduce Night Must Fall. I have no words in prologue. So surely do I feel that the play is the thing. But I can introduce with great anticipation and pride the performance of Dame May Whitty as Mrs. Bramson, Heather Angel as Olivia Grain, Richard Ney as Hubert Lowry, and Matthew Bolton as Inspector Belsize. It is our particular pride that both Dame May Whitty and Matthew Bolton are playing the roles they created in the original stage play in London. And I will play Danny. With these performances, and with Night Must Fall, we again hope to keep you in
suspense. It is a smallish place, a typical English country cottage, rambling and comfortable, with roses climbing upon the walls and the fences. Surrounding it on every side stands the dark bulk of the forest, the massive trees close packed, their interlacing canopies shadowing the undergrowth below. It is an out-of-the-way place, far from the nearest village, a mile or more from the nearest neighbor. A proper place for a murder, you might say. Usually the forest quiet is undisturbed, but today one might hear a few scattered shouts, see strange men in uncomfortable city clothes poking about through the brush, searching. And in the Bramson cottage, Dora the maid is receiving a visitor in the kitchen.
Oh, Danny, I'm so glad you come. I've been half off my rocker, what with that old witch in there saying all those terrible things about you and me. The police turning the place upside down and asking all kinds of questions. And oh, Danny!
Here, steady now. What's all the row? What police?
You mean you haven't heard? That Mrs. Chalfont, the woman from the Tallboys, has disappeared. Nobody knows what's become of her.
Oh, that?
And there's even a man from Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? That is gratifying.
Gratifying?
Well, I mean, there being Johnny on the spot like that. Shows we're getting our tax money's worth. Now, what's the matter with the old girl?
Oh, Danny, she knows about us. And she says if you don't marry me, she'll give me the sack. Oh, Danny, you will. You will, won't you? If you
no,
don't...
if about it. Always had the very same thing in mind myself.
Oh, Danny.
I expect she wants to talk to me. Where is it? Through there?
Oh, you can't go in now. She's got people with her. The Scotland Yard
Well, I
man.
can look, can't I?
Well, Danny, be careful. If she hears you.
Cat can look at a king, you know. So that's Mrs. Bramson, eh? They say she don't have half a bit tucked away.
Oh, she's rich and all, but try to get hold of him.
Who's the girl with the spectacles?
Oh, that's her niece, Miss Grine. Miss Olivia Grine. Poor son.
And the chap with her, I suppose he...
Mr. Lorry. He wants to marry her, but I don't think she wants to, not really.
Well, now, if you see anything unusual or anybody strange wandering in the woods, our men are stationed nearby and just let them know. Good morning, Mrs. Bramson.
Who's that? Just left.
The detective. Scotland Yard.
Wish I had a better look at him. Never seen anyone from Scotland Yard before.
Dora? Is that your young man, I guess, skulking about out there?
No, Mum. That is... Yes, Mum. Only...
Well, send him in here. Instantly.
Yes, Mum. Go on.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say.
Well?
Morning, all.
So you're Babyface, as Dora calls you.
That's me. Silly name, isn't it?
What's your real name?
Dan. Just call me Dan.
You smoke, I see.
Yes. Oh, I am sorry. I always forget my manners with a cigarette when I'm in company. I am sorry.
You know my maid, Dora Parko, I believe.
Well, we have met, yes.
You walked out with her last August bank holiday.
Yes. Excuse me smiling, but it sounds funny when you put it like that, doesn't it?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, I am. I've thought about it a good bit since, I can tell you.
You work at the Tallboys, don't you?
Yes, miss. 24 hours a day, miss.
Oh, well, then perhaps you can tell us something about that female who's been murdered. Hmm? Well, can you tell us? You know, there's a Mrs. Chalfont staying at the Tallboys who went off one day.
Yes?
Well, nobody's seen her since.
I know.
What's she like?
But I thought you said, or somebody said, something about a murder.
Well, we don't know, of course, but there might have been, mightn't there?
Oh, yes, there might have been, yes.
Have you ever seen her?
Oh, yes, I used to take cigarettes and drinks up to her.
Well, what's she like?
What's she like? She's on the tall side. Thin ankles with one of them bracelets on one of them. Fair hair and...
Well, go on.
Thin eyebrows with white marks where they was pulled out to be in the fashion, you know. Her mouth, a bit thin as well, with red stuff painted round it. You can rub it off, I suppose. Her neck, rather thick, laughs a bit loud, and then it stops. She's very lively. You can't say I don't keep my eyes skinned, can you?
Jove, I should say you do. A living portrait, if ever there was one. Now,
Weren't you going for a walk?
So I was, by Jove. Well, I'll just charge off. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Hubert. You're a very observant young man.
Oh, the ladies, you know.
If you weren't so observant,
That Dora mightn't be in the flummox she is now.
That's true, ma'am.
You don't sound very repentant.
Well, what's done's my motto, isn't it? Oh, you leaving, miss?
If you don't mind.
She'd be a nice bit of ice for next summer, wouldn't she?
You're a proper one to talk about next summer, when Dora will be... Well, what is it now?
Oh, Mrs. Branson, the butcher wants paying, and he says there's men ferreting at the bottom of the garden looking for that Mrs. Chalfont. And do you know about it?
Well, they won't ferret long. Not amongst my pampas grass. Olivia? Olivia! Oh, that girl's never there. Here, you. Come out of my garden, you. Come out. You there. You come out of my garden.
You're the cook, I suppose.
Why, I'll never know. Won't let me pay the butcher, so I won't know where she keeps her purse. But I do know, so put that in your pipe and smoke it.
They do say down at the tall boys that she's got enough inside of her purse, too.
Well, nobody's seen it open. If you have a peep inside, young fella, you'll go down in history, that's what you'll do. Oh, something's boiling over.
Auntie, did you... Oh.
Hello, miss.
Did Mrs. Bramson call me, do you know?
I'm sorry. I don't know your name.
Oh.
There is, not much doing around here for a girl, is there?
I'm not a snob. But in case you ever call here again, I'd like to point out that though I'm employed by my aunt, I'm not quite in Dora's position.
Oh, I hope not. Though I'll be putting it all right for Dora. I'm going to marry her, and
I don't believe you.
You don't like me, do you?
No.
Everybody else does?
Your eyes are set quite wide apart. Your hands are quite good. I don't really know what's wrong with you.
You know, I've been looking at you, too. You're lonely, aren't you? You know,
I'm sorry. It's a waste of time you're doing your stuff with me. I'm not the type. Are you playing up to Mrs. Bramson?
Playing up?
You stand a pretty poor chance there, you know.
What do you bet?
They say they've got permits to look for that silly woman. Who are they, I'd like to know? If there's anything I hate, it's these men who think they've got authority.
I don't think they're quite as bad as men who think they've got charm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's no good thinking she's got any, is it?
Now, young man, what about Dora?
Wait a minute. Are you sure you're comfortable like that?
Yes.
Don't you think, Mrs. Bramson, you ought to be facing a wee bit more to this side? There, towards the sun more now. You're looking pale, you know.
Pale? Did you say pale?
Washed out. The minute I saw you just now, I said to myself, now there is a lady that's got a lot to contend with.
Well, I have. Nobody knows it better than I do.
Oh, no, I'm sure. Oh, it must be terrible to watch everybody else striding up and down, enjoying everything, and to see everybody tasting the fruit, and... Oh, I am sorry. I shouldn't have ought to say that.
But it's true. As true as you're my witness.
Do you mind if I ask you what your ailments are?
Well, hadn't you better sit down?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I have the most terrible palpitations.
Palpitations? But the way you get about.
Oh?
Well, it's a pretty bad thing to have, you know. Do you know that 9 women out of 10 in your position to be just sitting down and giving way?
Would they?
Yes, they would. I've known people with palpitations. Somebody very close to me. They're dead now.
Oh.
My mother, as a matter of fact. I can just remember her.
Oh.
As a matter of fact.
Yes?
Oh, no, it's a daft thing.
Come along now, out with it.
Well, it's only fancy, I suppose, but you remind me a bit of her.
Oh, your mother? Oh.
Have you got a son?
I haven't anybody at all.
She had the same eyes, very wide apart as you, and the same very good hands.
Oh. And the same palpitations?
And the same palpitations. You don't mind my talking about your health, do you?
No.
You know, you ought to get used to letting other people do things for you.
Yes. Yes. You're a funny boy to be a page boy. I've taken a liking to you.
That's very kind of you, Mrs. Bramson.
Auntie, shall I pack these books for the post now?
I'll post them for you.
Oh.
With pleasure.
Have you got to go back?
Now? Well, no, not really. This is my half day.
Stay to lunch.
Well, I don't like to impose myself.
In the kitchen, of course.
Oh, I know.
Well, there's plenty of food. Stay to lunch.
Well, I don't know. All right, so long as you let me help a bit this morning. Don't you want some string for this? Where's it kept?
Oh, that woman knows. In the kitchen somewhere.
Through here.
Yes, that's right.
Dan, what'd she say?
Sorry?
About us.
Oh, it's all right. I told her I'm going to marry you.
Oh, Dan.
Here. Now, I'm on an errand for the old girl. I want a bit of string.
Oh, yes, right here in the jar. An errand for Mrs. Bramson.
That's right. Aha, this'll do.
Oh, Dan, she likes you.
And why not?
Here's something in the paper. A keeper in the Shepley Woods was closely questioned, but he had heard nothing beyond a woman's voice in the woods, and a man's voice probably with her.
Rubbish, the whole business. Dan, or whatever your name is. Are those men still rummaging in my garden?
They're out there poking about right enough.
And I must go this minute and have a look at my pampas grass. And if they've damaged it, I'll bring an action.
Have your package ready in half a shake now, miss?
Thank you. What's that you're whistling?
I don't know, some song I picked up. Mighty Like a Rose, I think they call it.
Do you know what it says here in the paper?
About what?
The murder.
Oh? You're sure of that now, are you?
It says, a keeper heard a woman's voice in the woods on the afternoon in question, and a man's voice, probably with her, singing Mighty Like a Rose.
Is that a fact now? Popular song, that one. Pretty, too. Pretty little fella, everybody knows. Don't know what to call me, but I'm mighty like a rose.
I'm sorry, is my cigarette worrying you?
Not at all. I like it. I can never make this horrid game come out.
Look, the red 9 on the black 10.
Don't interfere. I saw that. Now I wonder...
No. The other one.
Yes, dear, of course.
I am sorry. My cigarette bothering you?
No, dear, no. Oh, I'm sick of solitaire. I want to be read to.
Right away now. Let's see what we have. Ah. You old-fashioned child.
What?
It's East Lynne. It's your favorite book, isn't it?
Oh, why, yes, dear, so it is. Go on.
You old-fashioned child, retorted Mrs. Vane. Why did you not put on your diamonds? I did put on my diamonds, stammered Lady Isabel. But I took them off again. What on earth for? That's the other lady speaking there.
Yes, dear.
What on earth for? I did not like to be too fine, answered Lady Isabel with a laugh.
Good, isn't it?
Oh, yes, realistic. Ah, time for your medicine.
Oh, Danny, you always remember.
Hello, everyone. Any news?
Hello, Hubert.
News? About what?
Why, about that is, the missing woman. What else?
All I know is those idiot policemen are still pottering about in my garden, and my pampas grass is practically ruined. They haven't found anything, of course. They never will. Lot of nonsense.
Well, where there's life, there's hope. What?
Ah, Mrs. Bramson, time for your walk.
Oh, yes, dear. Have you got my pills?
Got them in my pocket.
And my chocolates?
Got them in my pocket, too. Here's your hat now, and I carry your rug on my shoulder. See you later. Be good.
Right you are. Mind you take good care of her.
Hubert,
Yes?
what do you think of him?
Granny's white-haired boy, you mean? He's all right, I suppose. He's made quite a hit with her.
Yes, hasn't he?
And in such a short time. Something I haven't been able to manage in a year.
Yes. It was just 2 weeks ago today he moved in, bag and baggage. He came the afternoon after that woman disappeared.
By Jove, that's right.
Hubert,
Hmm?
have you noticed how he acts as if he doesn't care tuppence, but all the time he's watching to see what we're thinking of him?
Oh, yes, I've thought of that.
It's his incredible vanity. They always have it.
Who?
Murderers.
Good heavens, Olivia. Do you mean this woman they're looking for?
Yes.
But why? Oh, it's incredible. I say...
Hubert, I'm going to look through his things. Right now, will you? While they're out.
I say, now, that's a bit thick, spying.
We may never have another chance. Please, will you help me?
But, well, I suppose...
Come on. Wasn't there another one? Oh, yes. This hat box.
Old-fashioned, isn't it? A bit heavy, too.
Suppose there's something inside it.
It's locked.
Dan!
But I've got the key somewhere about if you...
Oh, no. We were just...
Could I have my wallet back, please? It's the only one I got.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you very much.
Not at all.
Did you see the picture of me when I was a little fella?
Yes, it's very jolly.
Did you? It was on the inside of my wallet.
Oh, was it?
Yes, where I should be keeping my money. Only any bit of money I have, I always keep on me. Safer, don't you think?
Yes.
I only keep one 10-bob note in there at this wallet for emergencies. Oh, that's funny. It's gone. Well, I expect I dropped it somewhere. What did you think of the letter?
Letter?
You got it in your hand.
Oh, well, I didn't.
It means well, does Lil, but we had a row. She would spy on me. And if there's anything I hate, it's a spy. Don't you agree?
Yes.
I'd sooner have anything than a spy. Bar a murderer, of course.
What? What did you say?
I said bar a murderer, of course.
Talking of murder, do you know anything about Mrs. Chalfont's whereabouts at the moment?
I've got nothing to go on, but I think she's been murdered.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Who by?
They say she had several chaps on a string, and there was one fella, a London chap, a bachelor, very citified, with a fair moustache.
What are you looking at me for?
Well, now, you wasn't around these parts the day she bunked, was you?
Yes, I was, as a matter of fact.
Uh-huh.
What in heaven's name are you getting at?
Well, if the shoe fits, eh?
I'm going out for a breath of air, Olivia.
I'm sorry. I really am about going through your things.
Sorry you were caught at it, you mean?
Did you do it?
You know, you wouldn't be bad looking without them glasses.
It doesn't interest me very much what I look like.
Don't you believe it?
You're very conceited, aren't you?
Yes.
And you're acting all the time, aren't you?
Acting? Acting what? Look at the way I can look you in the eyes. I'll stare you out.
I have a theory. It's the criminals who can look you in the eyes, and the honest people who blush and look away.
Oh?
It's a very blank look, though, isn't it?
Is it?
You are acting, aren't you?
Yes.
And what do you like when you're not acting?
I don't know. It's so long since I stopped.
But when you're alone...
Then I act more than ever I do.
Why?
I don't know, because I like it. Okay? Now, what do you say if I ask a question or two for a change? Just for a change. Why can't you take a bit of an interest in some other body but me?
I'm not interested in you. But you don't talk. That's bound to make people wonder.
I can talk a lot sometimes. A drop of drink makes a power of difference to me. You'll be surprised.
I wonder if I would.
I know you would.
I think I can diagnose you all right.
Carry on.
You haven't any feelings at all, but you live in a world of your own. A world of your own imagination.
I don't understand you so very well. Not being so very literary.
You follow me perfectly well.
Do you still think there's been a bit of dirty work?
I don't know what to think now. I suppose not.
Disappointed?
What on earth do you mean?
Disappointed?
Yes, I suppose I am.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Because nothing has ever happened to me, and it's a dull day, and it's the depth of the country. I don't know. Dora, what is it?
I'm digging in the rubbish bin.
Well?
There's something sticking out.
What is it?
A hand. Somebody's hand. Oh, Miss Grant, somebody's hand.
Oh, they've found her.
Yes.
Where are you going?
To have a look.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. Robert Montgomery stars as Danny, with Dame May Whitty, Richard Ney, Heather Angel, and Matthew Bolton in Night Must Fall. Tonight's study in suspense. just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act Two of Night Must Fall, starring Robert Montgomery, Dame May Whitty, Heather Angel, Richard Ney, and featuring Matthew Bolton, in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense. The forest around Mrs. Bramson's cottage had always been quiet and peaceful until the day they found the body. From that day on, there was no more quiet. There were policemen and questions. There were busloads of sightseers and newspapermen and photographers. Suddenly, the little rose-covered cottage was a focus of national curiosity. And the people who lived there basked in the reflected glory.
Danny, you are the one.
Back home again. I put your gloves away.
I feel dead.
And no wonder, talking to all those people, getting your picture took 15, 16 times again.
I hope not any more buses today. Oh, it's you, Olivia.
Hello, Auntie.
And Mr.
Mrs. Bramson?
I feel dead.
Now, don't be a silly old woman. You look as pretty as a picture. Strawberries and cream in your face and not a day over 40. And when I've made you a nice cup of tea, you'll be 25 in the sun and 18 with your back to the light so you can think yourself lucky.
you caution. You'll be the death of me.
And now would you like a drop of in your tea? Gin, whiskey, liquor, brandy, or a nice dollop of sailor's rum? Hey?
Just listen to him. Now, don't you make me laugh, dear. Because, you know, there's always my heart.
You've lost your heart. You know you have. To the little fellow who pushes your pram. You know you have.
Pram! Pram! It's wicked to laugh, dear, with this thing all round us.
Ah, yes. I forgot.
Wonder if they'll ever nab him.
What do you mean?
The fellow who did it. Wonder what he's doing now.
I wonder.
You know, the fact they still have no idea where this woman's head is.
Cut clean off. At one stroke, they say.
Stop it.
Well, no need to jump down the poor boy's throat. It's merely the fact. Cut off at one stroke. Horrible. I suppose you won't stay to tea, Mr.
No, thank you. I think I'll go off before it's dark. Goodbye, Mrs. Bramson. Goodbye, Mr.
Dan, just Dan.
Goodbye, Olivia.
Goodbye, Hubert. I'm sorry.
Can't be helped. Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you to the door.
Well, what's he so solemn about?
Olivia's decided not to marry him. Silly girl.
Made up her mind a bit sudden, didn't she?
Oh, I don't know what's got into the girl. This last week or so, she's been touchy as a cat with kittens.
Maybe she's lost her heart to someone too, eh?
Tell me, have any more of those terrible people called? Reporters? Police?
There's a definite falling off in attendance today. It's Sunday, I expect.
Don't talk like that, dear.
Sorry, Mum.
And don't you call me Mum.
Well, if I can't call you Mrs. Bramson, then I can't call you Mum. What can I call you?
Well, if you're very good, I might let you call me Mother.
Okay, Mother.
You are in a mood today. I want to be read to now.
Your servant, Mother of mine? What'll you have now? Let's see. There's the Channings and Redcourt Farm.
No, I'm tired of them.
Well, what about the Bible?
The Bible?
Sunday, you know.
Oh, well, all right, dear. Makes a nice change. Not that I don't often dip into it.
I'm sure you do. Now, where'll I read?
All at random's nice, don't you think, dear?
At random. Yes.
Auntie, the paper boy's at the back door. He says your picture's in the news of the world again.
Oh?
He says he won't leave the paper until he's been paid. Says he hasn't been paid for a month.
Hasn't been paid? Is he mad? Are you mad? Why don't you pay him?
Because you don't give me the money to do it with.
Well, well, wheel me over to that cupboard.
Right you are.
Auntie.
Well, what?
Well, don't you think... I mean, wouldn't it...
Danny? Why, he knows where I keep my money, don't you, dear?
Since you told me, of course.
Of course. Well, now, here's the key.
Aye.
Wait till I get it from around my neck.
Aye.
Now, help me with it.
Right you are, dear. There you are.
Well, Olivia, what you staring at?
Isn't that rather a lot of money to have in the house?
Put not your trust in banks is my motto, and always will be.
And so right, so right.
But there's hundreds of pounds.
Don't be a silly goose. Here, go and get the paper.
Yes, Auntie.
And hurry back. Now, lock the box up and put it back. There's the dear.
Right. What were those sort of coloured folders? Looked like somebody's will or something.
Oh, they're bonds and stocks. Nothing you'd understand about, dear.
Oh?
Where is that girl with the paper?
Here you are, Auntie.
Thank you, miss. I'll find the place for you. There you are, no mother of mine. Oh, look, whole page, headlines and all.
Oh, yes. The victim's past.
Aye.
With another picture of me underneath. Oh, taken at Tunbridge a year before the war, really.
Oh.
The bungalow of death. Fiendish murderer still at large. The enigma of the missing head. Oh, this prince too small.
Shall I read it to you?
Yes, dear, do.
Let's see now. Oh, yeah. The murderer committed the crime in the forest. He buried the body shallow in the open pit, cunningly chancing it being filled, which it was the next day, the 11th. That was the day before I come here.
So it was.
The head was severed by a skilled person, possibly a butcher. The murderer...
What's the matter?
Can you hear something?
I forgot it was Sunday. They're going to church in the villages. All got up in their Sunday best, with the prayer books, and the organ playing, and the windows shining on holy things, because holy things isn't afraid of the daylight.
And Danny, what
But all the time the daylight's moving over the floor, and by the end of the sermon the air and the church is turning grey. And people isn't able to think of holy things so much no more, only of the terrible things that's going on outside, that everybody's reading about in the papers, because they know that though it's still daylight and everything's ordinary and quiet, today will be the same as all the other days, and come to an end, and it'll be night. I forgot it was Sunday.
Good gracious. What's come over you, Danny?
Oh, I speechify like anything when I'm roused. I used to go to Sunday school, see, and the thoughts sort of pop into my head, like as if I was reading them off a book.
You should have been a preacher, you should. Well, I want to lie down now.
Anything you say, mother of mine.
No, you pushed me about enough for one day. You might try to cheer Olivia up a bit, though. For the look of her, she needs it.
Only too happy to try, Mum. That is, if you like me to, Miss Olivia.
You've been drinking, haven't you?
You don't miss much, do you?
No.
I've had a drink, and I feel fine. You wouldn't like another dose of reading, would you?
I prefer talking.
Carry on.
Asking questions.
Carry on.
Are you sure you were ever a sailor? Are you sure you weren't a butcher?
Ah, talking's daft. Doing's the thing.
You can talk, too.
Ah, yes. Did you hear me just now? She's right, you know. I should have been a preacher. I remember when I was a kid, sitting in Sunday school, catching my mother's eye where she was sitting by the door, and she pointed to the pulpit and then to me, as if to say, that's the place for you. I never forgot that.
I don't believe a word of it.
Neither do I, but it sounds wonderful, doesn't it? I never saw my mum, and I never had a dad, and the first thing I remember is the Cardiff docks, and you're the first woman I ever told that to. So you can compliment yourself. Or the drink. I think it's the drink.
You do live in your imagination, don't you?
Yes. It's the only way to bear with the awful things you have to do.
What awful things?
Well, you... I haven't had as much to drink as all that.
You haven't a very high opinion of women, have you?
Women don't have to drink, be drunk to talk. You don't talk that much, though. Fair play. You're a dark horse, you are. You know, this isn't the life for you. What is there to it? Tell me that.
What is there to it?
Yes.
Getting up at 7, having breakfast with a vixenish old woman and spending the rest of the day with her in a dreary house in the middle of a wood. Going to bed at 11. I'm plain. I haven't got any money. I'm shy. And I haven't got any friends.
Don't you like the old lady?
I could kill her.
Oh, no, you couldn't. Not many people have it in them to kill people. Oh, no.
And what was your life at the Tallboys?
My life? Well, the day didn't start so good. With a lot of stuck-up boots to clean and a lot of silly high heels all along the passage waiting for a polish. Orders, orders, orders. Go here, do this, do that. Open the door for me, get a move on. Waiter, my tea's stone cold. I'm not a waiter. I'm a millionaire, and everybody's under me. And just when I think I got a bit of peace, there's somebody locking the bedroom door, won't let me out. Talk, talk, talk. Won't fork out with no more money. At me, at me, at me. Calls me everything, lies on the floor and screams, and nothing keeps that mouth shut, only... It's raining out of the window, and the leaves is off the trees. Oh, Lord, I wish I could hear a bit of music. And I do, inside of myself. And I have a drop of drink, and everything's fine. And when it's the night...
Go on.
I'm too fly-floor for you, aren't I? You'd like to know, wouldn't you? Why would you like to know? Why do you lie awake nights?
Don't. I'm frightened of
Why?
you. How do you know I lie awake at night? Shall I tell you why? Because you're awake yourself. You can't sleep, can you? You can't sleep. There's one thing that keeps you awake, isn't there? One thing you've pushed into the back of your mind, and you can't do any more about it, and you never will. And you know what it is? It's a little thing. A box. Only a box, but it's rather heavy.
It's the only thing that keeps me awake, mind you. The only thing. But I don't know what to do. You see, nothing worries me. Nothing in the world. Only I don't like a pair of eyes staring at me with no look in them. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Dan. Oh, Danny. Don't. There's someone at the door.
It's all right. Anybody's there, I'll deal with them. I'll manage them myself. You watch.
Oh, hello, Dan. How's things?
Not so bad, Mr. Inspector.
Good afternoon, Miss Green.
How do you do? If you'll excuse me, I...
Of course. Oh, you're bearing up, eh, Dan?
Yes, sir, bearing up, you know.
We haven't scared you all out of the house yet, I see.
Oh, no fear, sir.
No more news from me, I suppose?
No, sir.
Ah, too bad, too bad. You mind if I sit down?
Please do, sir. Would you like to see Mrs. Bramson, sir?
Oh, plenty of time for that. How's she bearing up?
Well, it's been a bit of a shock for her. Them finding the remains of the lady at the bottom of the garden, you know.
Why didn't you sleep in your bed on the night of the 10th?
What did you say?
Why didn't you sleep in your bed on the night of the murder?
I did.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Oh, for except about half an hour, that's right. I couldn't sleep for a toffee, and I went up on the fire escape, and I...
Oh, what time was that?
Oh, about... you know how it is when you wake up in the middle of the night, you don't know what time it is.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't you tell us you were on intimate terms with the deceased woman?
Intimate terms?
Now, come along, old chap. She was seen by two of the maids talking to you in the shrubbery. Well?
Oh, sir, it's been on my conscience ever since.
So you were, eh?
Oh, no, sir, not that. I avoided her ever after the day she stopped me, sir. When they asked me about her, I got frightened to tell about her stopping me. But now you know about it, sir. It's a weight off my mind you wouldn't believe. As a matter of fact, sir, it was the disgust like of nearly getting mixed up with her that was keeping me awake at nights.
I see. You're a bit of a milksop, aren't you?
Am I, sir?
Yes. Well, that'll be all for today. I'll let you off just this once.
I'm that relieved, sir.
But don't... Oh, there's just one thing. If you don't mind, I'll have a quick look through your luggage. Just a matter of form.
Oh, yes.
Well, where do you hang out?
Right in there, sir. First door facing.
First door facing.
You can't miss it.
I'll find it.
It's open, I think. You can't miss it. You can't miss it. You can't miss it. You can't miss it.
This hat box is locked. Have you got the key?
It isn't mine.
Not yours?
No.
Whose is it then?
I don't know. It isn't mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought... Why, Inspector, what are you doing with my box?
Your box?
Yes. It's got all my letters in it.
But I found it...
Oh, Dan's room used to be the box room.
Oh, I see.
I'll keep it in my wardrobe. It'll be safer there. If you'll give it to me, please.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry, miss. I'm afraid I've offended her.
She'll be all right, sir.
Well, young fellow, I must be off. You might tell the old lady I popped in, will you? Tell her I hope she's better.
Thank you, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Good day, sir.
Good.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Oh, Danny, we thought the murder had got you. Whatever come over you?
I don't know. I felt sick, I think.
Waiting hand and foot on Madam Crocodile. Enough to wear King Kong out. Here, have a sip of this.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes. It clears the brain, no end. Fainting indeed is the proper girl's trick. I'm ashamed of myself. Where's Miss Olivia?
Gone somewhere for the night.
Gone? For the night?
Said she was frightened. Just a good excuse to get away from the old dragon, if you ask me.
Did she say why she was frightened?
Not her. Not Miss High and Mighty. I've got my own ideas about where she was going. Let Mr. Hubert.
Oh, never you mind about her and Mr. Hubert. Maybe the poor thing was frightened. She tried to get the old lady to leave with her, didn't she?
Well,
not that she'd ever budge.
Oh, we've got to get on if we're to get through the woods before it's too dark.
Well, come along then.
I'd come with you, only I'm going the other direction. Paley Hill way.
You going out?
Huh?
Yes, I feel a bit funny.
But you can't leave her here by herself.
Oh, now she'll scream the place down.
I asked her a while back and she didn't seem to mind. You know what she is. She said, do me good and won't hear of me staying. It's no good arguing with her.
No good arguing with her, don't I know it?
You have a nice long walk while you get the chance. You wait on her too much. Well, you better draw the curtains. Whew, ain't it dark out? You got the torch, Dora?
Okay, honey.
Good night, Dan. Pity you aren't coming our way.
See you in the morning. Good night.
Okay. Toodaloo.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night here, good night there. Anyone who sings the night before Judgment Day. What's the matter with it? Talking to myself. Wish people wouldn't walk out of rooms and leave me high and dry. Don't like it. Where are my chocolates? That girl's been at them again. What's that? Oh, Lord. Danny. Danny. Oh, it must have been an owl. Oh, thank heaven. Danny, what's that boy doing in the kitchen? Danny, I've got the jitters. I've got the jitters. I've got the jitters, Danny. They've all gone. They've left me here alone. Oh, Lord, help a poor old woman. Danny. Danny, where are you? Danny. Danny, I'm going to be murdered. Danny. 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 Danny, there. There's something outside. What shall I do? Danny. Danny. Danny, where are you? Where are you? Danny. Danny. Danny, there. Outside. Oh, Lord, help me. Help me. Help me, oh, Lord. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive. Danny! Oh! Oh!
It's all right. It's all right. It's only Danny. It's only Danny.
Oh, Danny, Danny, I'll never forgive you. Never. Oh, my God.
Here, have a drop of this now. Have a drop of this.
No, I can't. take it.
Here,
I can't.
here, have a drop of it
I
now.
can't.
Come on.
I can't.
Come on. That's better. That's better. That's better. There. I am sorry, really. You see, they wanted me to see them to the main path past the rubbish heap in case they was frightened. Now, that's better, isn't it? That's
I don't know yet. Give me some more.
There you are.
Oh, Danny. Danny, dear. Oh, all alone I was. Just an old woman calling for help.
I know.
And no answer.
No.
Oh.
You take some more. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's better now.
Oh, Danny. Oh, Danny, tears of relief when I saw your face.
I'll bet you wasn't half glad, huh?
You're the only one that understands me, Danny. That's what you are.
That's right.
Oh, Danny, dear.
Yeah, now, quiet
that
now.
day
Quiet.
you said to me about me reminding you of your mother.
Yes.
That was a beautiful thought.
Ah, yes.
When you think you're just an ignorant boy, it's startling.
That's right. That's right.
I'll never forget it. No, not as long as ever I live.
Ah, poor Mum. Ah.
I want a chocolate now.
Right you are now. A nice one with a soft scent of the kind you like. Here's one straight away. Now, shut your eyes. Open your mouth.
Oh, Danny.
Aye.
You're the only one.
Aye.
Oh, strong hands you have. You are a pet. My little chubby face. My little baby face. My Danny. Am I in a draft? I've got to take care of myself, haven't I?
Ah, you have.
I want to be read to now.
Okay. What'll you have? The old East Lynn?
No, I don't feel like anything sentimental tonight.
What'll you have, then?
Well, I think I'd like the Bible. You were going to read from it this morning.
It's right here now.
It's Sunday. Yes. Isn't that nice? All the aches and pains quiet for once. Pretty peaceful.
Blessed
Pretty peaceful.
is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth not in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
You read so nicely, Danny.
Very kind of you, my lady. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. Shh! What's that? You hear something?
Yes, a sort of thumping noise. Why, Danny, it's you.
Me?
It's your heart beating.
Oh.
Well, are you all right, dear?
Fine. I've been running along the path, see? I've been out of training, I suppose. When I was at sea, I never missed a day running around the decks, of course.
Of course.
I remember those mornings on some sea. Very misty place it is, with the sun like breathing silver where he's coming up across the water, and only me about, and nothing else. And the sun, just me and the sun.
There's no sun now, dear. It's night.
Aye, it's night now. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away.
I think I'll go to bye-byes and have the rest tomorrow, shall we? Help me, dear, help me. You know what I am.
Yes, wait a minute. I've only got 2 more verses.
Oh, hurry up, dear. I don't want to wake up in the morning with a nasty cold.
Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the way of judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish. That's the end.
Is it? Oh, well, it's been a long day.
Are you quite comfortable?
Bit achy. Glad to go to bed.
Aye.
Hope that woman's put my bottle in. Bet she hasn't.
You sure you're comfortable? Wouldn't you like this cushion back of your head?
No, dear. Just wheel me.
I think you'd be more comfortable with the cushion. My pretty little fella. Everybody knows. Don't know what to call me.
What a funny look on your face, dear. Smiling like that. You look so kind. So kind. What you going to do with that cushion? Danny. Danny!
trouble you for that key, Mum. Ha. Thanks. Money, huh? Now you'll be put to some proper use. Kerosene, 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 kerosene. Now we'll have a proper bonfire. What was that? In the sunroom? Where? No, she's dead. Get hold of yourself, Dan. There's somebody there. Behind the curtains. We'll see. We'll see. It's you.
I've never seen a dead body before. I climbed through the window. Nearly fell over it. Like a sack of potatoes or something. I thought it was at first. That's murder. But it's so ordinary. I came back expecting... I don't know. And here I find you smoking a cigarette. You might have been tidying up the room for the night. It's so ordinary. Why don't you say something?
I thought she was going to spend the night in town.
I was.
Why'd you come back?
To find you out. You've kept me guessing for a fortnight, guessing hard. I very nearly knew all the time, but not quite. And now I do know.
Why are you so keen on finding me out?
In the same way any sane, decent-minded human being would want to have you arrested for the monster that you are.
Why did you come back?
I told you.
Ha! She didn't keep any money anywhere else, did she?
I've read a lot about evil. I never expected to come across it in real life.
You shouldn't read so much. I never got through a book yet. But I'll read you, all right. You haven't had a drop to drink, and yet you feel as if you had. You never knew there was such a secret part inside of you.
I hate you. I hate you.
You feel as light as air, same as I feel sometimes. Why? This is my big chance. You're the one I can tell about myself. I'm sick of hearing how clever everybody else is. I want to tell them how clever I am for a change. Money I'm going to have and people doing what they're told and me telling them what to do it. There was a woman at the Tall Boys, wasn't there? She wouldn't be told, would she? She never knew it was me she was dealing with. Me? Because I made her think she was a chronically invalid, this old girl who's been treating me like a son. She's been more use to me tonight than she's been to any other body in her whole life. Stupid. That's what people are. Stupid. You said just now, murder's ordinary. Well, it isn't ordinary at all, see? And I'm not an ordinary chap. There's one big difference between me and the other fellas that tried this game. I'll never be found out, because I don't care that. The world's going to be here from me. That's me. You wait. But you can't wait, can you?
What do you mean?
Well, when I say I'll never be found out, what I mean is no living soul will ever be able to tell any other living soul about me. Can you think of anybody who can go tomorrow and tell the police the fire at Forest Corner wasn't an accident at all?
I can.
No, you can't.
Why can't I?
Well, I'm up against a very serious problem, I am. But the answer to it is simple as pie to a fella like me. Simple as pie. She isn't going to be the only one found tomorrow in the fire at Forest Corner. Aren't you frightened? You ought to be. Don't you think I'll do it?
I know you will. I just can't realize it.
You know, when I told you all about myself just now, I made up my mind then about you. That's what I am, see. I make up my mind to do a thing, and I do it. What's that light in here?
What light?
There's somebody in this room holding a flashlight.
It can't be in this room. It must be a light in the wood.
Well, it can't be. Look, there, the window.
Somebody's watching the bungalow.
Nobody's watching. I'm the one that watches. They got no call to watch me. I'll go out and tell them that and all. I'm the one who watches. Look, behind them trees. Hundreds of eyes back of each tree. Thousands of eyes.
The whole world's on my track. What's that? What's that noise? Like a big wall falling over into the sea.
They mustn't come in.
You're looking at me as if you've never seen me before.
I never have. Nobody has. You've stopped acting at last. You're real. Frightened. Like a child. They mustn't come in.
Everything's slipping away. From underneath our feet. Can't you feel it? Starting slow and then hundreds of miles an hour. I'm going backwards. And there's a wind in my ears, a terrible blowing wind. Everything's going past me like telegraph poles. All the things I've ever seen, faster and faster, backwards to the day I was born. I can see it coming the day I was born. I'm going to die.
It's all right. You won't die. I'll tell them I made you do it. I'll tell lies. I'll tell...
Good evening. I'm sorry to pop back like this. Well, everything looks all right here.
I tell you, we did hear her. Plain as plain. And we'd gone near a quarter of a mile.
Plain as plain?
Made my blood run cold. Danny, she screamed. Danny, where are you?
Well, we'll soon find out. Now then. Oh, hello, Dan.
Hello, sir.
Second time today, eh?
That's right, sir.
How's the old lady?
Oh, not so bad, thanks, Inspector. She's gone to bed. She said she didn't want to be disturbed.
Smell of kerosene.
Well, you know what she's like, Inspector. Very nervy these days.
I'll just take a look in the bedroom, if you don't mind.
I no sooner got around the corner than she screamed for me. Danny, 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 she screamed. Danny, she calls me. That's a pet name for Dan, that is.
She's not there. I'll take a look in the sunroom.
I told her so then. I said, it's dangerous. That's what it is. Having so much kerosene in the house. That kerosene. She shouldn't have had so much kerosene in the house.
Well, now, Miss Crane, what are you doing here, may I ask?
Inspector, I'm concerned...
It's all right. I'm the fella. Anything I'm concerned in, I run all by myself. If there's going to be any questions on a public platform to answer, I'm going to do it by myself. Or not at all. I'll manage myself all right.
I get you. You like a bit of limelight, eh?
Well?
Well, let's have a look at your hands, old boy, will you?
Sure.
Handcuffs! 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 Handcuffs!
That's better. You'd better come along quietly.
Look at him. What's he doing?
He's looking at himself in the mirror.
This is the real thing, my boy. Acting. That's what she said, wasn't it? She was right, you know. I've been playing up to you, haven't I? I showed you a trick or two, didn't I? But this is the real thing.
Come along now.
Just come in. Do you have a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks. You know, it's a funny thing. I want something now I've never wanted before in my whole life. A long walk. All by myself. Contrary, isn't it?
You coming?
But they'll get their money's worth at the trial. I'll hang in the end. They'll get their money's worth at the trial. You wait. You just wait and see. This is Robert Montgomery again, with very grateful thanks to you, Dame May Whitty, Heather Angel, Richard Ney, and Matthew Bolton for your superb performances in Night Must Fall. We all count your appearances here a distinct compliment. It was, of course, a great personal thrill to join you for tonight's play. Good night and thank you.
Mr. Montgomery may soon be seen in the Universal International production, The Saxon Charm. Dame May Whitty's current picture is Columbia's Sign of the Ram. Heather Angel may soon be seen in Universal International's The Saxon Charm. Richard Ney's next picture is Joan of Lorraine. Night Must Fall by Emmeline Williams was adapted from the stage play by Robert L. Richards, was directed by Anton M. Leader, and produced by Robert Montgomery. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Dorothy Sayers' Suspicion on radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Suspense.
Be sure to hear the new Shorty Bell Show, starring Mickey Rooney, tomorrow, Sunday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We are delaying the start of our regularly scheduled program. We have delayed the start of our regularly scheduled program to bring you this bulletin from CBS News. Washington. Federal Judge Matthew McGuire in Washington has signed a temporary injunction against both the coal mine operators and the miners in the soft coal dispute. The injunction orders the coal miners to go back to work at once. This bulletin has come to you from CBS News. We now resume our scheduled program.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, the noted stage actor Sam Jaffe is our star in Suspicion by Dorothy Sayers, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
It is very quiet in Hammersmith, the western metropolitan borough of London. Orderly homes line orderly residential streets. And inside these homes, quiet people live quiet lives. An outsider might notice the changeless security of Hammersmith, while the natives regard it without comment as part of their peaceful pattern of living. It is a point of pride that St. Paul's School, located within the borough's limits, dates back to the 12th century, the Godolphin School to the 16th century, and the Edward Latimer Foundation to the 17th. And it's a matter of record that the last disruptive influence exerted itself over the town and its people in the year 879, when the Danish invaders occupied it as their winter camp. It is in Hammersmith our story is laid. And now, with the performance of Sam Jaffe as Edward Mummery, Lorene Tuttle as his wife Ethel, Alan Reed as Brooks, and with Suspicion by Dorothy Sayers, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
My name is Edward Mummery of Hammersmith. I'm 48 years of age, fair of complexion, agreeable, I believe, as to disposition. I have my business, real estate, in the city, which I run together with my partner, Mr. Harold Brooks. I have my own home. I occupy my leisure hours with gardening, and I've just been married. That is, practically just. 6 years, to be exact. My wife, Ethel, is the most brilliant thing that ever happened to me. These are the outward facts. I recognize that I'm a very ordinary person. And yet, can a person be considered ordinary when into his life there suddenly explodes the extraordinary? For this is what happened to me. On one single day, like any other day in a quiet, carefully planned life, I smelled the odor of the grave, and I saw with my own eyes the supreme horror of all existence. It began in the railway carriage going to London to my office. Perhaps it was the thick pall of tobacco smoke in the carriage that first made me aware of my nausea. I slipped a digestive tablet into my mouth. Lately I'd taken to the habit of carrying them about with me, and I leaned back my head and closed my eyes. De Vries, who traveled with me every morning, was giving me the benefit of his morning edition.
Here's something. Smack on the front page. A question has been asked in the House about government typewriters. Now, there's the press for you. The world going to the devil so fast it makes my head spin, and all they can print in their precious newspapers. I say, old chappie, you're looking terribly pale this morning.
Could you just open the window a bit? I don't feel very well.
Why, certainly. There you are. Just lean your head into it. Get some fresh air. Yeah, better?
Yes, thank you.
Must have been something you had for breakfast.
I suppose so. Sorry to be such a fool about it.
Not at all, old man, not at all.
Go ahead. Read me some more of this earth-shaking news.
All right, if you like. Further split has occurred in the Labour Party. Well, let's skip over politics for today. 2 girls trapped in burning factory. I can do without the morbid, too. The police are still looking for the woman who poisoned a family in Lincoln.
I took a tram to my office, gritting my teeth against this nausea that had me dizzy and trembling. How I got up the stairs, I'll never remember. The world swam black before my eyes. And then I was seated at my desk, breathing a bit hard, but once more in control of myself, my heart no longer pounding.
Morning, Mummery. Cold enough for you?
Yes, Brooks, quite. And pleasantly raw, in fact.
Beastly. Your tulip bulbs all in?
Not quite all. As a matter of fact, I haven't been too well lately.
Oh, too bad. Bulbs ought to go in early. You're lucky, living in the country. You want to take advantage of it. How's the missus?
Thank you. She's very much better.
Glad to hear that. Very glad. I hope we shall have her about again this winter as usual. Can't do without her in the Drama Society.
I'm sure you're very kind.
I mean it. By Jove, I shan't forget her acting last year in Romance. She and young Welbeck positively brought down the house.
Yes, she was good, wasn't she?
The Welbecks were asking after her only yesterday.
She'll be up and around again soon. The doctor says she mustn't overdo it. No worry, he says. That's the important thing. She's to go easy and not rush about or undertake too much.
Quite right. Worry's the devil and all. I cut out worrying years ago. Look at me. Fit as a fiddle for all I shan't see 50 again. You're not looking altogether the thing, by the way.
Oh, a touch of dyspepsia. Nothing much. A chill on the liver, I suppose.
That's what it is. Is life worth living? Depends on the liver.
Yes. Well, we'd better be getting to that Lee Sepharibes.
I have it right here. Oh, by the way, I suppose your wife doesn't know of a good cook, does she?
I doubt it. They aren't so easy to find nowadays. In fact, we've only just got shooted ourselves.
No. I promised the Phillipsons I'd look around. Their girl's getting married. That's the worst of bringing young girls in to work for you. I said to Phillipson, you mind what you're doing? I said, get somebody you know something about. You may find yourself landed with this poisoning woman. What's her name? Andrews. Don't want to be sending wreaths to your funeral yet a while, I said. He laughed, but it's no laughing matter. What we pay the police for, I simply don't know. Nearly a month now, and they can't seem to lay hands on the woman. All they say is they think she's hanging about the neighborhood and may seek a situation as cook. As cook, now, I ask you.
There was a theory in the papers that she'd committed suicide.
Don't you believe it, my boy. That coat found in the river was all eyewash. They don't commit suicide, that sort don't.
That sort?
These poison maniacs, cunning as weasels, that's what they are. Well, I hope they catch her before she tries her hand on anybody else. As I told Phillips...
Then you think this Mrs. Andrews did it?
Of course she did it. You've been following the case, haven't you? Looked after her old father, and he died suddenly. Left her a bit of money, too. Then she keeps house for an elderly gentleman, and he dies suddenly. Now there's this husband and wife. Man dies, woman taken very ill. Of arsenic poisoning. Cook runs away. Then you ask, did she do it?
I only thought it might be a coincidence.
I don't mind betting that when they dig up the father and the other old bird, they'll find them bung full of poison, too. Once that sort gets started, they don't stop, you know. What is the matter, Mummery? Mummery, let me call you a doctor.
No, just some water.
Yes, all right. Wait a minute. There you go. Slowly now. That's all right. Let me hold your head.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooks.
You sure you're all right?
Yes. All right.
My dear fellow. Don't mind telling you, you gave me a start. I thought I was losing you here and now.
It's only my stomach. Nothing serious.
Well, hold on a moment. What did you have for breakfast?
I don't know. The usual.
No. Now tell me. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Well, then, brown bread, bacon, eggs, just the nicely set kind. Coffee, made as only Mrs. Sutton can.
Mrs. Sutton? Oh, that's your new cook.
She's a real find. I'm terribly thankful for her.
Yes, I can imagine. Your wife down with a nervous breakdown must be a blessing to have someone capable running the house.
That's right. Ethel hasn't been at all fit, poor child. I don't want you to mention it to her, Brooks. She gets upset so easily. I don't want her worrying about me.
Of course not, Mummery.
Isn't it odd, Brooks?
What's that?
This photograph of that Mrs. Andrews.
Oh, you mean the newspaper?
She looks like such a sweet, motherly-looking woman.
Take care, Mummery. From the way your stomach's acting up, I'd say this poisoner and your precious Mrs. Sutton are one and the same.
That's hardly a joke, Brooks. As a matter of fact, if there were the slightest resemblance, I'd be terrified. But this Mrs. Andrews looks so angelic.
She's got a bad mouth. Look to the mouth, Mummery, before you trust your fellow man. That's where the true story is written.
Death by poison, fiends and murderers, the darkness of the pit, the unholy face of evil. These are things we read about. These are horrors we get at second hand through fiction and films. But they do not really happen to people like me, a suburban gardener, a real estate broker. And that was a comfort. If I were to go through life without any great distinction, at least I should avoid any great terror. So I told myself as I left the office for lunch. I was a little nervous to begin with, so I had some boiled fish and a custard pudding. The wrenching pain seemed gone entirely, and I became positively lightheaded as the bogey of illness and doctor's bills ceased to haunt me. I bought a bunch of bronze chrysanthemums for Ethel, just by way of celebration. And I got home at the usual time, 7:10. I was a little dashed by not finding Ethel in the sitting room. Still holding the flowers, I went down the passage toward the kitchen door and opened it.
Lord, sir,
I seem to have startled you, Mrs. Sutton.
Yes, she did. I didn't hear the front door go.
Where's Mrs. Mummery? Not feeling bad again, is she?
Well, sir, she's got a bit of an headache, poor lamb. I made her lay down and took her up a nice cup of tea at 4:30. I think she's dozing nicely now.
That was very considerate, Mrs. Sutton.
Oh, it was turning out the dining room that done it, I think. I asked her not to overdo, but you know how she is, sir. She gets so restless. Can't seem to bear to be doing nothing.
Yes, I know. She's such an active little person. This illness is very hard on her. Well, I'll just run up and have a peep. Shan't disturb her if she's asleep.
Want me to put the flowers in a vase?
No, I'll take them up to her first. By the way, what are we having for dinner?
Well, I had made a nice steak and kidney pie.
Oh, pastry. I don't know. You see, I've
Oh, you'll find it beautiful and light. And it's made with butter, sir. You haven't said you found lard indigestible.
I'm sure it'll be most excellent. It's just... Oh, well, you see, Mrs. Sutton, I haven't been too well lately. Something of a stomach upset.
Is that so?
Yes. Do you have any idea what it might be?
Oh, I'm sure it's nothing out of my kitchen, Mr. Mummery.
No, I'm sure it isn't. Well, I believe I'll live through it. Steak and kidney is just fine. Now I'll run up and look at my wife. I tiptoed up and opened the door carefully. At first I thought Ethel was asleep. She lay snuggled under the eiderdown and looked very small and fragile in the big double bed. And she didn't look at all well. It wrenched my heart to see her face so pale and wasted, and the doctors couldn't seem to find her ailment at all. What could be the insidious disease that had done this to her? Nervous breakdown, they called it. But I wasn't satisfied with that. It must be something more. I came closer, and she stirred on the bed and smiled at me.
Hello, darling.
Hello, sweet. How are you?
I got tired and headachy, and Mrs. Sutton packed me off to bed.
You've been doing too much. You know what the doctor said about resting.
Yes, I know. It was foolish of me. Oh, Edward, such lovely flowers.
I thought it would cheer you up, Ethel. A little spot of color.
Darling, you are good to me. And I can't have been much fun for you lately. Really, I could cry.
Ethel.
Don't tire of me, Edward. I'll get well, I promise you.
Of course you will. Oh, that's funny. Me tire of you.
Then hand me my robe and I'll come down with you.
Much better stay in bed, dear, and let Mrs. Sutton send your dinner up.
Oh, but I want to be with you tonight.
I've got to be firm with you, Ethel. If you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to go to the Dharma Society meetings. You've no idea how anxious everyone is to have you back. The Welbecks have been asking after you and saying that they really couldn't go on without you.
Did they? It's very sweet of them to want me.
Not at all. You're the best of the lot. They need you.
Well, perhaps I'll stay in bed after all.
Good.
And how have you been all day, dear?
Not too bad, not too bad.
No more bothersome tummy ache?
Well, perhaps just a little one. But it's quite gone now. Absolutely nothing to worry about.
Darling, you're sure?
Quite sure, sweet. All gone and forgotten. I experienced no more distressing symptoms that night or the next day. Following the advice of a newspaper expert on the subject, I took to drinking a great deal of orange juice. The results were wonderful. It was as though I had never known pain in my life. The next night, we retired early. I fell asleep almost at once and slept the deep and dreamless sleep of a child until about 3 a.m. Then I was awake, for it had come back. Ethel! Ethel! Wake up! Please, wake up! Ethel! Help me!
What? What's that? Edward, darling, what's the matter? What is it?
I think I'm dying. I suppose it is different for every man when his time comes. For myself, I can only say that it was like sinking, as though my body were an insupportably heavy weight, plummeting down into the soft, icy ground, sinking deep, deep, deep into the black regions of the earth.
Here's some hot water to go with it. Now just swallow this pill. Come along now, I know it's hard. But you can swallow just once. There you are. Goes to work in a jiffy. I dare say you're feeling better already.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now then, Mrs. Mummery, just a few questions, please. What did you have for dinner?
But that's what's so baffling. It couldn't have been the dinner. I had the same things to eat, and so did Mrs. Sutton.
Nonetheless, we have to be thorough about this, if you will.
Well, then, pig stratas and a milk pudding. Oh, yes, brown bread.
You're sure about that?
And before we went to bed, Edward had a large glass of orange juice, according to his new regime.
Aha.
Seems to have been helping him so much.
Now, there's your trouble. Orange juice is an excellent thing, and so are trotters, but not in combination. Pigs and oranges together are extraordinarily bad for the liver.
Oh, dear.
Don't know why they should be, but there's no doubt that they are.
I see.
Feeling better, Mummery?
Yes. It's much easier.
I'll send you round a prescription. You stick to slops for a day or two and keep off pork. Don't you worry about him, Mrs. Mummery. He's as sound as a trout. You're the one we've got to look after.
Well, I was so frightened, I believe my own trouble has been shocked right out.
Oh, no, not yet. It hasn't. I don't want to see those black rings under your eyes. Of course, tonight was disturbed, but you make up for it now. Get plenty of sleep. Been taking your tonic regularly?
Oh, yes.
That's right. Well, don't be alarmed about this hulking brute here. We'll soon have him out and about again. Now, good night to you.
Doctor.
Yes, Mummery?
I'm sorry I had to pull you out in the middle of the night.
That's why we're about, old man. It's nothing.
It means a great deal to me. You see, if you hadn't been able to come, I'm sure that tonight I should have died. My diet was bread, milk, and beef tea for the next 3 days. On Saturday afternoon, though I still felt seedy, I managed to stagger downstairs. Brooks had sent a few papers down from the office for my signature, and afterwards Ethel sat down with me and we ran over the household accounts together.
Then we have the butcher settled.
That's right.
The baker.
Right.
The dairy.
Right.
Coal merchant.
And the coal merchant. All finished.
Then there's Mrs. Sutton.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten.
This is the end of her month, you know.
So it is. Well, you're quite satisfied with her, aren't you, darling?
Yes, rather. Aren't you? She's a good cook, and a warm, motherly old thing, too. Don't you think it was a real brainwave of mine engaging her like that, on the spot?
I do indeed.
It was a perfect providence, her turning up like that, just after that wretched Jane had gone off without even giving notice. I was in absolute despair. It was a little bit of a gamble, of course, taking her without any reference.
I suppose it was.
But if she'd been looking after a widowed mother, you couldn't expect her to give references.
No.
What is it, darling? Why do you say no like that?
Well, the truth is, I felt a bit uneasy about it at the time.
Oh.
I didn't like to say anything because we simply had to have somebody.
Well, I didn't much like it either, but after all, it has worked out so well. We're perfectly happy with her now, aren't we?
Yes, dear. But just for the record, it occurs to me that we might write to the clergyman back in the parish. You should be able to give her a reference.
Oh, I'm sure he's an excellent clergyman. But he couldn't tell us anything about her cooking. And cooking, after all, is the chief point.
All right. And we are satisfied with her cooking. Then here's a month's wages from Mrs. Sutton.
I'll tell her she's passed with flying colors.
And by the way, dear, you might just mention to Mrs. Sutton that if she must read the morning paper before I come down, I should be obliged if she would fold it neatly afterwards.
Oh, darling, darling. What an old fussbox you are.
But she does fuss it up pretty thoroughly. And by the way, the pages that she folds back, and by the way she folds it back, I can tell that Mrs. Sutton is following this poison case as avidly as I am. On Sunday, I felt very much better. Quite my old self, in fact. I had roast sirloin for luncheon with the potatoes under the meat. In Yorkshire, pudding of delicious lightness, and an apple tart to follow. After the 3 days of my invalid diet, It was a real pleasure to savor the crisp fat and the underdone lean. I ate carefully, moderately, but with an almost sensuous enjoyment. And then, over coffee, while Ethel was still toying with the food, I took up the newspaper and turned to the account of the woman poisoner.
Are you still following those horrible murders?
Yes, my dear.
Whatever makes you so morbid, Edward?
I find it very interesting, Ethel, to see what human beings are capable of doing.
I suppose it is interesting. Thrilling, too. Because it's so far into the kind of lives we lead here in Hammersmith.
Yes, it's just like a fascinating fairy tale. I say.
What is it?
Why, Brooks was right.
Right about what?
They've gone and dug up Mrs. Andrews' father and her former employer.
Oh, Edward, please.
And sure enough, they were both found full of it. Bung full of poison. My head was full of conjecture about this sweet, motherly murderess. This middle-aged cook who mixed arsenic into her delicious luncheons and dinners. This Mrs. Andrews, for whom the police were looking so desperately. At 3 o'clock, with the roast beef settling properly, I went out into the garden to put the tulip bulbs in. I got my bag of tulips and a trowel, and then remembering I still had on my good trousers, I decided it would be wise to take a mat to kneel on. The mat had been left last in the corner under the potting shelf. I stooped down and felt about in the dark among the flower pots. Yes, it was there, but there was something else. Something in the way. It looked like a tin. I lifted it out carefully. Yes, of course, it was a tin. The remains of the weed killer I had used the summer before. I looked at the pink label printed in staring letters with the legend, Arsenical Weed Killer. Poison. The blood suddenly began to pound in my temples. I'd been thinking of Mrs. Andrews so long that it came to me with a nasty shock that I was holding in my hands the very same brand of stuff she used to destroy so many poor souls. It gave me the distinctly unpleasant impression that by owning some poison myself, I was directly in touch with important and ghastly events. I smiled a little at myself for being so foolish. And then I noticed that the stopper had been put in very loosely. Now, how did I ever come to do a thing like that? What a stupid fool. It would just serve me right if all the goodness had gone off it. Besides, it was so very dangerous to leave it loose like that. I took out the stopper and squinted into the can. It seemed to be about half full. Then I rammed the thing home again and gave it a sharp thump with the handle of the trowel for better security. After that, I washed my hands carefully at the scullery. I am a man who does not believe in taking risks.
Oh, Edward, look who've just dropped in.
Oh, my son and I were just in the neighborhood, Mr. Mummery, and we thought we'd have a cup of tea with you.
Happy to see you again, Mrs. Welbeck. Oh, hello, John.
How are you, Mr. Mummery?
We were talking about the Lincoln poisoning case, Mr. Mummery. That is, I seem to have been doing all the talking.
Oh, tea's ready, Mum.
Thank you, Mrs. Sutton. Just put it by me. I'll pour.
Very good, Mum. Will that be all?
That'll be all, Mrs. Sutton. Thank you.
Oh, not at all, Mum.
Milk and sugar, Mrs. Welbeck?
Only some lemon, please.
You'll have milk and sugar, John.
Oh, thank you. I see you've remembered.
Edward?
Thank you, my dear.
I can't help prattling on about it, but there's been nothing else in my head ever since the first of these murders. I mean, now just take me.
You, Mrs. Welbeck?
Yes, I'm about her age, this Mrs. Andrews.
Oh, I see.
And yet, when I look into my own heart and ask myself whether I could take a human life in cold blood, well, as a matter of fact, I suppose I could. When it comes down to that, I suppose we all could. Why, if you live long enough, you're bound to run across a few people you'd love to see dead and underground. And if you're pushed far enough, I suppose you simply up and do it. Except that I shouldn't use poison. I'd be apt to find some more forthright way of dealing with it.
Mother, you're letting your tea get cold.
I am, darling. Thank you. You know, I tell myself that I'm a strong-nerved person. In fact, my husband tells me the same thing all the time. And still, the thought that this poisoner is running around loose in our neighborhood gives me a chill. I confess it's a rather delicious chill, but nonetheless I'm uneasy, too. Oh, we've seen her picture, of course, but it's not much of a help. It could be almost anyone. Oh. And now when you stop to think
Those
about
Forsyth cuttings, Mrs. Welbeck.
I beg your pardon?
I remember you wanted some cuttings. If you care to come down to the garden, I'll get them for you right now.
Oh, I'd adore to have some. They'll fill out my garden so beautifully. Do let's go.
Ethel had been getting more and white and tremulous as this horrible woman ran on with her cheerful horrors. As we rose to go, I noticed a relieved glance pass between Ethel and young Welbeck. Evidently, the boy understood the situation and was chafing at his mother's tactlessness. Mrs. Welbeck and I went outside together, and I selected and trimmed the cuttings for her.
Oh, Mr. Mummery, if I only had your skill and patience. Why, you've made for yourself a true Garden of Eden here.
It's so nice of you to say so.
And your gravel paths, they're so thoroughly immaculate. I simply cannot keep my weeds down.
You need a good weed killer, that's all. There's an arsenic preparation on the market that does wonders.
That stuff? No, thank you, Mr. Mummery. I wouldn't have it in my place for £1,000.
I'm afraid there's no other way to rid yourself of weeds.
Oh, but it's so foolhardy, so dangerous to have poison around. It seems to me you're simply opening your doors and inviting trouble.
It's not as bad as all that. We keep it well away from the house.
But the slightest carelessness...
We are not careless people. Except that...
Except that what?
I just remembered. I have been a bit careless. I found the stopper to the can loose just this afternoon. It was unforgivable of me.
There, you see? That's how accidents begin. From something as simple as that. You're fortunate you don't have any little children poking around.
I suppose we are, Mrs. Welbeck. I suppose we are. When we got back to the house, young Welbeck was already on his feet and holding Ethel's hand in the act of saying goodbye. He was a good boy, anxious to get his mother out of the house with tactful promptness. I went into the kitchen to clear up the newspapers I'd fished out in order to wrap Mrs. Welbeck's cuttings. And as I picked them up, something odd struck me about them. Something I had to verify. I turned the papers over carefully, sheet by sheet. Yes, I had been right. Every portrait of Mrs. Andrews, every paragraph, every line about the Lincoln poisoning case had been carefully cut out. Someone in my own house had gone to all this trouble. Why?
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Sam Jaffe stars as Edward Mummery in Suspicion by Dorothy Sayers. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act Two of Suspicion, starring Sam Jaffe with Lorene Tuttle and Alan Reed in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It hasn't been too long ago in Edward Mummery's consciousness that arsenic was only a weed killer and Mrs. Andrews, the motherly murder suspect, was simply a name in the newspapers, a fear far removed from him and his quiet home in Hammersmith. But a sudden terror grips him now, a terror that certainly includes deadly poison and seems also to include the motherly woman who cooks his meals.
Now, the thing that had been only a vague and uncomfortable gnawing at the back of my brain came boiling up, engulfing me. The blood hammered in my head and made me giddy. There was a curious cold lump in my stomach. Someone in my own household. That night, I couldn't close my eyes. I had to tell someone about this awful suspicion, but there was no one to tell. Not Ethel, certainly, in her condition. And so I kept it within myself until I reached town next day and could talk to Brooks.
Now, take hold of yourself, Mummery. Let's not jump to any conclusions.
I'm not, Brooks. I'm only asking questions that must be asked.
Very well. Let's examine the facts once again.
If only I had a picture of Mrs. Andrews.
Yeah, we're publishing plenty of them only last week.
I know. I've tried to recall those pictures. I've tried so hard. But I don't seem to have a very good visual memory.
I suppose we could get hold of one at the library. They keep files, you know.
You remember you showed me her picture here at the office one day last week?
Yes, that's right.
And how was it I described her? Motherly, wasn't it?
Yes, motherly. That seemed to be about all you could say of her.
I've been counting up the time since that poisoner, Mrs. Andrews, disappeared. It comes to just a little more than a month.
Yes, that would be my count.
Very well, a month. And I've just paid our Mrs. Sutton a month's wages.
Mrs. Sutton?
How can I spare Ethel any shock or anxiety? That's the thing that keeps eating away at me. You know how ill she is.
Then you simply must do it on your own, Mummery. You must cope with this monstrous suspicion by yourself.
And I must be sure of my ground. Simply to dismiss the only decent cook we've ever had out of sheer blind panic, why, it would be wanton cruelty to both women.
If it's to be done at all, it must be done quickly and arbitrarily, without suggesting any of these horrors to Ethel.
And then, don't you see, there's something else. If there's anything at all to these terrible suspicions, it means Ethel is being exposed every minute that the woman is in the house.
Good Lord.
Think of that family in Lincoln. Think of the husband dead. Of the old father dead.
You must move fast, old boy.
She's been ill so long, poor darling. I've seen her wasting away before my eyes. Why, Brooks? Why? A nervous breakdown? Why should Ethel be having a nervous breakdown? Or is it something else? Is this woman doing it to Ethel? Slowly, day by day. Is that what it means?
Perhaps you should see the police.
But it's nothing but the wildest of suspicions. And besides, I feel so very lonely and so tired. It's almost as if I didn't care what happened anymore.
Your illness has taken it out of you.
Yes.
Too bad you can't discuss it with Ethel.
I don't want her to be afraid. But perhaps I will. Perhaps she should know.
I say, Mummery.
What?
These illnesses of yours. When did they begin?
I don't know. I think I've always been subject to business attacks, as long as I can remember.
No. I mean the other ones. The severe attacks.
Well, they began about 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, Mummery?
That's right. About 3 weeks ago. The train seemed forever getting home that night. I came softly into the house, listening to the sound of my own footsteps. It was dusk, and yet none of the lights in the house were on. I moved through heavy enveloping shadows into the sitting room. Ethel was tucked up in a corner of the Chesterfield, leaning back wearily against the cushions. Good evening, darling.
Hello, Edward.
You look tired, my dear.
I am tired, Edward. I seem to be drained and empty.
I noticed you didn't sleep well last night. It was probably that woman yesterday with her talking. Really, Mrs. Welbeck talks altogether too much.
All about that horrible case. I don't like hearing about such things.
Of course not, dear. And yet...
Yet what, Edward?
When a thing like this happens in the neighborhood, people will gossip and talk. It would be a relief if they caught the woman. One doesn't like to think
I don't want to think about it at all. It's so hateful. She must be a horrible, perverted creature, this Mrs. Andrews.
Yes, yes, quite so. Do you know, I was talking to Brooks about it only today, and he said...
I don't want to hear what he said. I don't want to hear about it at all.
Of course not, darling. I'm sorry.
Oh, Edward, I just want to be quiet. I do so want to be quiet.
And so you shall, Ethel. It's all my fault. The doctor warned me not to disturb you like this.
Oh, Edward. Edward, darling.
There, my dear. Everything's all right. No need for tears. It doesn't concern us anyway. I helped her upstairs and into bed. And then when she had stopped sobbing and was at last asleep, I came down again very quietly. I was aware of a reluctance to face Mrs. Sutton, but I had to. A plump-faced woman, her eyes obscured by thick horn-rimmed spectacles. And what was that about her mouth? The tight lips, the hard chin. What was it Brooks had said about looking first to the mouth?
Would you be requiring anything, sir, before I go up?
No. Thank you, Mrs. Sutton.
I hope you're feeling better, sir. No more of that trouble.
Quite better, thank you, Mrs. Sutton.
Mrs. Mummery's not indisposed, is she?
Why, no. She's asleep.
Do you think I ought to wake her, to bring her a hot glass of milk?
No, thank you, Mrs. Sutton. I believe we'll just let her be.
And you, sir? Would you care for anything?
Not a thing, Mrs. Sutton.
Oh, it wouldn't be no bother. Only take a minute.
Not tonight.
All right, then.
Mrs. Sutton?
Yes, sir?
Were you aware that my can of arsenic out in the shed had a loose stopper?
The garden isn't my department, is it, sir?
No, it isn't.
I didn't know about the arsenic.
Very well.
I'll be saying good night, then.
Oh, Mrs. Sutton.
Yes?
One more thing.
Certainly, sir.
Nothing, Mrs. Sutton. Nothing. The next few days were the most agonizing of my life. I began the habit of coming down early in the morning and prowling about the kitchen. This only served to make Ethel more nervous. But Mrs. Sutton offered no remark. She watched me silently and with good humor, almost with amusement. And after all, it was ridiculous. What was the use of supervising the breakfast when I had to be out of the house every day between 9:30 in the morning and 7 in the evening? On Thursday night, Brooks persuaded me to go to a little bachelor dinner for a friend who was being married. It was in my district, and we weren't out of there until after midnight. By then it was too late for Brooks to catch a train back to town, so I invited him to come over and spend the night at my place. The household had long since gone to bed. Shh. Careful, Brooks. I don't want to disturb Ethel.
Sorry, old man.
Your room is just off here. I think you need a fresh pillow slip.
That'll be fine.
Hello. What's this?
Oh, somebody writing your notes?
Dear Mr. Mummery, there's some fresh cocoa in the kitchen. It only needs some hotting up. Mrs. Sutton.
Well, should just hit the spot.
Yes, indeed. Come along. Let me just get the switch. There we are. I'd better get the cocoa ready. It'll only be a minute.
It was quite a show we threw for young Farnsworth, wasn't it? Sent him off married in style.
Glad to see him getting settled. People ought to marry young. All the more years to enjoy the only real blessing life gives you.
How many years has it been for you and Ethel?
Just 6.
Good years, eh?
And they get better all the time. That's the wonder of it. Tell me, Brooks, how did you happen to miss getting married?
Didn't miss it at all, old chap. I've been getting along very well without it.
Hello. Our cocoa's ready.
And here's my cup. just hot enough.
Brooks.
Yes, old man.
Is it just my fancy? Or is there something queer about the taste?
The taste?
It seemed to me... Take another sip, Brooks. Go on. Roll it round on your tongue. Do you taste it? The faint tang, like metal. Spit it out, Brooks! Spit it out!
Memory.
I don't know. I don't know.
Memory. What are you going to do?
I've never been in a situation like this before.
You ought to take a specimen to the chemist. Have it analyzed.
Yes. Yes, I will. First thing in the morning. But first, Brooks, I want you to come with me.
Where to?
Just outside, in the garden. I want to see something in the potting shed.
Memory, I can't see a thing.
Just hold on to me. We're almost there. All right. This is the shed. Now, just about 4 steps inside. Here we are.
Memory, where are you?
Just at your feet, old man. I'm stooping down.
Oh.
Would you be good enough to strike a match for me?
All right. Just a moment. There we are.
That's fine. Hold it closer. It should be behind these pots here. Yes, it's here.
Oh, devil, these things don't burn long.
Can you strike another?
What is it, Memory?
It's a tin of weed killer.
You mean arsenic?
Yes. Arsenic.
Just look, Memory. The stopper is loose.
I know, Brooks. I know.
Want another match?
No. It isn't necessary.
Why should it be loose, Memory? That's the question.
It is. Especially since I took the trouble to ram it in as tight as it would go only last week.
Memory, old man, I don't like to frighten you, but you see what this means.
Simply means there's a murderer in my house. It was there, in that shed that smelled of earth, in my dress suit and overcoat, holding the tin in my hand and facing Brooks in the darkness, that the beast panic seized me in its claws and held me so tight that I could hardly breathe. I felt a sudden impulse to run out into the dark streets of Hammersmith and scream out to the sleeping village the terrible thing I had discovered. Instead, I replaced the tin exactly where it had been. And Brooks and I went back into the garden toward the house. Look, Brooks. See that light?
Whose window is it?
Mrs. Sutton's. It's terrifying. Is she watching us?
I can't tell from here. Where does Ethel sleep?
Our bedroom is right up there.
Oh, yes.
It's dark, thank heaven. If she'd drunk anything deadly, there'd be lights everywhere. She'd call out, just as I did the night I was attacked.
Yes, yes, of course. Well, what's your plan?
Plan? Yes, yes. Plan. I'll get you off to bed.
Yes?
Then I'll go into the kitchen, wash out the saucepan, and make another brew of cocoa. I let it stand in the saucepan overnight. Just to allay suspicions,
Yes,
don't
yes,
you see?
Yes, yes, excellent. And then in the morning, off to the chemist's.
That's right. Remember, you told me last week to move fast. Well, my time's run out. I'm not a man of action, Brooks, but when my life is threatened, when the life of the person I love most is in danger, Then I can do it, Brooks. Then I can. When I'd finished in the kitchen, I turned out all the lights and started softly up the stairs. I hadn't meant to waken Ethel. I meant to keep all this from her until it was over and finished. But she must have heard me as I came into the room.
Edward?
Yes, my dear?
How late you are, you naughty boy. Have a good time at your party?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
So tonight was young Farnsworth's last as a bachelor.
His last. He seemed like a lamb, all ready for the sacrifice. You all right?
Quite all right.
Good.
Did Mrs. Sutton leave something hot for you? She said she would.
Yes, but I wasn't thirsty.
Oh, it was that sort of party, was it?
I sat down on the bed beside her. She was asleep again in a moment. I took her hand and I clutched it tight, as though defying death and hell to take her from me. Next morning I would act. I thanked God it was not too late. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I stood outside the little untidy shop on Springbank, where a weather-beaten sign informed the world that this place of business belonged to B.A. Dimthorpe, chemist. Dimthorpe himself was an aged little fellow, as untidy himself as the shop in which he potted about day and night. I paused a moment before entering. How many times had we sat together in the room at the back, our chairs tilted against the wall, exchanging views on greenfly and clubroot. How many lazy evenings we had passed together discussing the passion of our lives, the art of gardening. This morning, I had to see him on another matter, on the new passion in my life. This morning, we should be concerned with the art of murder.
Good morning. May I be of assistance? Mummery.
Good morning, Dimthorpe.
What brings you so early in the day? Another prescription for Ethel?
No. Ethel's much better these days. It's quite another matter.
You'll be late for work, won't you? This is hardly the time to continue the battle of lilacs versus poppies.
Dimthorpe.
Yes?
I wonder if you could do a little job for me.
Happy to, if it's within me power.
Well, this is very much in your line of work.
Well, then, certainly.
I have here a bottle. It contains a cup of ordinary cocoa.
Cocoa, Mummery?
Yes. I was wondering if you'd be good enough to analyze it for me.
And, just what is it you want me to look for, eh?
I should like you to look for traces of arsenic, if you would.
Very well, Mummery. Arsenic?
This cocoa was left in a saucepan for me at home last night. I found that it tasted very odd, unpleasant, and metallic.
I know, but that's oddly enough.
You see, Dimthorpe, I have reason to believe that we have living with us at present the Lincoln poisoner. I dare say you know the case.
The Lincoln? Crikey. Oh, but Mummery, how dreadful.
I have reason to believe that this woman is attempting to murder both my wife and myself. I think I have proof. Your analysis will be the final one.
I shall put everything else aside, Mummery. You may rely on me.
I do, Dimthorpe, I do.
And may I congratulate you on your prudence and on your intelligence in bringing me the specimen.
Thank you.
I'll have it ready for you by this evening. And if it's what you think it is, then we shall have a clear case on which to take action.
Thank you, Dimthorpe. This evening, then.
Righto.
I see I'm to pass a very long day. I was a bit late in getting to the office. Brooks was already there, waiting for me with a white face and the hushed voice of a conspirator.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You were already out of the house when I woke this morning.
Yes, I had my call to make. Sleep well last night?
Like a log. It's funny considering.
It is funny.
You didn't, I gather.
No.
You've taken care of the matter?
Yes.
When shall we know?
Yes.
When shall we know?
Late this afternoon.
Everything seemed all right when I left the house, had breakfast with Ethel. She seemed very well, completely unsuspecting.
Did you notice her?
I did indeed. Our dear Mrs. Sutton.
Well?
Bad mouth, there's no doubt of it.
Anything else?
Otherwise, perfectly normal. That's what gives them away, don't you see? More normal than normal folk.
Do you feel like working today?
Frankly, no.
Neither do I. Shall we put out the sign?
Good idea.
We put out the sign saying that we were closed for the day because of illness, and we sat together in the office. The noon hour passed, and neither of us moved. 4 or 5 times we heard footsteps outside in the corridor, pausing before our door, and then turning and receding. Neither of us spoke, and neither of us moved. I examined an expanse of wall just over Brooks's head, and he examined the blank space over mine, and the hours passed. Back on Springbank, Dimthorpe would be bending over his vials and Bunsen burners, moving as methodically as only he could move, extracting the truth from a bottle of cocoa. As I had told him, this was the longest day of my life.
Well, Mummery?
Yes. It was 4 o'clock. I couldn't wait any longer.
Good luck, old man.
Brooks shook hands with me, and I went outside into the afternoon sunlight. I was at Springbank in 20 minutes.
Mummery, is that you?
It is, Dimthorpe.
I'm ready for you. Just coming to the back in case we're disturbed. All right, Mummery. Right over here.
What does it mean?
It means that there's no doubt about it.
I see.
I used Marsh's test. It was an heavy dose. No wonder you tasted it. There must have been 4 or 5 grains of pure arsenic in that bottle. Here, take this mirror. I want you to see it for yourself.
All right.
Now, just look closely at this little glass tube.
It's a stain. A purple black stain.
That's the mark left by the arsenic. Will you ring up the police from here?
No, my wife. I've got to get home.
All right, leave it to me. I'll ring the police up for you. Oh, go quickly, Mummery.
The local train went so slowly and stopped so often. Ethel poisoned, dying, dead. Ethel poisoned, dying, dead. The wheels strummed harshly in my ears. I jumped from the train before it had stopped and ran out of the station and along the road. A strange car was standing at my door. I saw it from the end of the street and broke into a mad gallop. It had happened. The doctor was there. I was a fool. I was a murderer to have left it so long. Then, while I was still 150 yards away, I saw the front door open. A man came out, followed by Ethel herself. The visitor got into his car and drove away, and Ethel went back into the house. She was safe. She was safe. I could hardly control myself to hang up my hat and coat and go in looking reasonably calm. She had returned to the armchair by the fire, and she looked up at me in surprise. There were tea things on the table, and she was alive.
Edward, you're back early, aren't you?
Yes, dear. Business was slack. Somebody beat the tea?
John Welbeck came by.
Oh, young Welbeck.
Yes, we've been talking over arrangements for the Drama Society.
Darling, I'm so glad. By having a guest here, you were protected. You were saved.
Edward, what are you talking about? You seem so strange.
There's something I've got to tell you, Ethel. I should have done it long ago. My darling, it's going to be unpleasant, but you must hear it.
Oh, excuse me, Mum.
Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I didn't know you was in.
What is it, Mrs. Sutton?
Will you be taking tea, or can I clear away?
Mr. Mummery will be wanting some. You better leave it.
And, oh, Mum.
What is it?
There was a young man at the fishmonger's, and he's just come from Grimsby.
Yes?
And they've caught that dreadful woman, that Mrs. Andrews.
Oh.
Isn't it a good thing? Oh, it worried me so to think she was going about like that. But they've caught her. Took a job as housekeeper she had to 2 elderly ladies, and they found the wicked poison on her. Girl has spotted her'll get a reward. I've been keeping my eyes open for her myself, but it's at Grimsby she was all the time.
Thank you for the news, Mrs. Sutton. That will be all.
Oh, not at all, Mum.
But that's wonderful. Then it's all been a mistake. A mad mistake. Darling, I don't know whether to shout or to cry. I certainly must apologize to Mrs. Sutton. We're safe, don't you see? We're safe! But what about the cocoa? Mr. Dimthorpe, and Marsh's test, and 5 grains of arsenic? What do they all mean? Who could
have what?
Ethel. Ethel. Ethel.
Yes, Ethel?
To me. To do it to me.
You fool! You fool! Don't you know that it's been Welbeck? That it's always been Welbeck?
Yes. It's there in your eyes. Something I've never seen before.
It's always been there. It's just that you've never looked.
That would be the police, Ethel. They've come here for you.
Our thanks to Sam Jaffe for a magnificent performance as Edward Mummery, and to Lorene Tuttle, Alan Reed, and to the entire cast who aroused our suspicion with such effective suspense. Next week, Crossfire. Yes, Crossfire. Robert Young, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, Gloria Graham, and Sam Levine playing the roles they created for the RKO radio picture. A drama of present-day intolerance in an atmosphere of suspense. And with the performances of Robert Young, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, Gloria Graham, and Sam Levine, and with Crossfire, we'll again hope to keep you in suspense. Suspicion by Dorothy Sayers was adapted for suspense by Irving Ravitch and was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Crossfire, starring Robert Young, with Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, Gloria Graham, and Sam Levine on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of
suspense.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, Crossfire. Our stars, Robert Young, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, and Sam Levine, with George Cooper and William Phipps, all playing their original roles from the current RKO radio picture in an adaptation for suspense, produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Crossfire.
Robert Young stars as Captain Finlay, Robert Mitchum is Keeley, Robert Ryan is Monty, Sam Levine is Samuels, and Marlo Dwyer is Ginny. With these performances and with Crossfire, we again hope to keep you in
suspense.
name is Finley, captain of detectives, homicide, Washington, D.C. I was the cop on the case. The call came in at 9:45, a girl. I told her to stay there, and we went up. It was an apartment on E Street, the third floor, number 307. The girl was still there and let us in. The place didn't look too bad, considering. There was a chair knocked over and a lamp and a little liquor slopped around, but aside from that, not bad. Except there was a man lying in the middle of the floor. A man named Joseph Samuels, and he was dead. Beaten to death. No. Take it easy, Miss Lewis.
I'm all right.
Was Samuels drunk when you left him in this bar, Miss Lewis?
No.
Had he been drinking?
Yes, but he was all right.
What was he arguing with the soldier about?
They weren't arguing, they were just talking. I sent Sammy over to talk to the soldier myself. The kid seemed so upset about something.
Here's the man's wallet, Captain. Found it behind the cushions on the sofa.
Oh, well, let's have it. Corporal Arthur Mitchell. What rank was the soldier, Miss Lewis?
Oh, I didn't notice. I left them.
Where did you go?
I went up to my room. It was the bar in my hotel.
Mm-hmm.
I had a change, so I told Sammy I'd meet him here in his apartment. We had a date for dinner. I rested a while, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I phoned the apartment to say I'd be a little late, but there wasn't any answer. I came over as soon as I could find a cab. Then I called you. Do I have to stay here any longer?
No, I'll get somebody to drive you home. O'Hara.
Yes?
Take Miss Lewis home and check in the bar at her hotel.
Will do. Come on, Miss Lewis.
Oh, wait a minute. Take this wallet to the provost marshal's office and see if they can locate this man.
Sure. Well, what do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong place.
What place are you looking for?
Well, I thought it was this apartment. I was looking for a buddy of mine. You're cops?
Yeah, we're cops.
Has something happened?
Tell us about your buddy.
Yes, sir. Well, we was here. He left before we did. He wasn't feeling good. He said he'd be right back. And
Who was we?
Me and another buddy of mine.
Who did you come here with?
With these two buddies of mine and this fellow.
What fellow?
This fellow we met in a bar.
Miss Lewis.
Yes.
Soldier, do you recognize this young lady? Come on, did you see this young lady in the bar?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lewis, is this the man who was with Samuels when you left?
No, it was another.
What's it all about?
Come in, soldier, and give a look.
Geez, that's tough.
Yeah, isn't it? Somebody killed him. Could you identify him? Same fellow you met in the bar?
Yeah, that's him.
What's your name?
Montgomery, sir.
Were you drunk tonight?
Well, I had a couple, but I can handle that.
I see. How long have you been out of the service?
2 weeks about.
Live here?
No, sir.
What are you doing in Washington?
I just came back to see some of my buddies.
Where are you staying?
At the Stewart Hotel. That's where I used to be stationed. I'm sponging a free bunk from one of my buddies.
What's your buddy's name, this one who was sick, the one who was coming back?
Mitchell. Mitch, we call him.
O'Hara, hand me that wallet.
Here you are, sir.
Corporal Arthur Mitchell.
Yeah, that's him.
Ever see this wallet, soldier?
Where did you find it?
In the sofa.
It must have dropped out of his pocket, but believe me, Mitch couldn't.
What's his outfit?
Same as mine was.
What were you in?
Signal Corps Detachment. Stewart Hotel.
Mm-hmm. Well, O'Hara, let's clean it up. Get the coroner up here and give me a full report.
Okay, boss.
Let's go, Montgomery.
Sure, but where are we going?
To headquarters. See what I mean? Routine, just routine. I put a man on to finding this Mitchell, the one who belonged to the wallet, and I talked some more to Montgomery. Nothing. The cooperative type, but nothing. Pretty soon my man came back. He couldn't find Mitchell, but he had his roommate, a guy named Keeley, the uncooperative type.
Here he is, Captain.
Oh, thanks. You Keeley, Sergeant Keeley?
Yeah, I'm Keeley.
I'm sorry to break up your Saturday night game, Sergeant.
You want to see me about something, Captain?
Yes, I want to see you about Mitchell.
What about Mitchell?
About Mitchell killing a guy.
Killing a guy?
You know Mitchell, don't you?
Yeah, but who's he supposed to have killed?
Sit down, Sergeant. We'll talk about it. When did you see Mitchell last?
This afternoon, 2 o'clock.
Where was he going?
Crawling.
Where?
Nowhere. Soldiers don't have anywhere to go unless you tell them where to go. When they're off duty, they go crawling. Or they go crazy.
What did you do before you got in the Army?
What's that got to do with it?
It might help me understand your answers.
I worked on newspapers.
Oh. What sort of a job are you doing now?
Ink job. Purple ink. Instead of the Purple Heart, we get purple ink.
Mitchell, too?
He's an artist. He used to do cows eating grass. He's branched out now. He does signs. Keep this washroom clean. If you think he killed anybody, you're crazy.
Why?
He's not the type.
Everybody's the type.
He couldn't kill anybody.
Could you?
I have.
Where?
Where you get medals for it.
I see. This Mitchell boy couldn't do that either?
No.
Tell me about this afternoon when Mitchell left.
There isn't anything to tell. He left.
What did you talk to Mrs. Mitchell about?
Why, I just...
Yeah, here it is.
Here, what is?
According to the hotel charge slip, you called Chicago at 2:30 and talked to Mrs. Mitchell. His mother?
His wife. It was personal. It wouldn't interest you.
What did you call Mrs. Mitchell about?
She called me first last week. She was worried about him. He hadn't written.
Why?
I don't know.
Then guess.
He's homesick. His wife's sick. I don't know. Anyway, he's got snakes. He's been nuts, but not nuts enough to kill anybody.
How was he this afternoon?
Oh, he was trying to act like a soldier. I think he went out to look for a girl. What's your name, anyway?
Finley.
Look, Finley, this sort of life doesn't bother some soldiers. I haven't seen my wife for 2 years. When I do, maybe we'll pick right up again. Maybe we won't. But I don't worry about it now. Mitchell's not like that. He's not tough. He needs his wife. I called her this afternoon and told her to hop a plane and come cheer him up. Here's her wire. She's on her way. She'll be here tonight.
That's good.
Still don't know what this is all about. Why'd you pick me up?
You're Mitchell's closest friend, aren't you?
I don't advertise it.
Well, Mitchell's other friend told us about you.
His other friend? Who's that?
Hello? O'Hara, let's have Montgomery back.
Right away.
Where does Montgomery come in?
He was with Mitchell and a boy named Floyd Bowers this afternoon in a bar. They met a Mr. Samuels there and went up to his apartment. Mitchell left first, but he told Montgomery he'd be back. We were looking at Samuel's body when Montgomery came back looking for Mitchell.
You're taking Monty's word for all this?
Not entirely. Did you ever see this?
That's Mitch's wallet. How'd you get it?
We found it in Samuel's apartment, down behind the sofa cushions.
Where's Bowers? Did you ask Monty?
Ask him yourself.
Hiya, Keeley. Did you hear all this they're trying to pin on Mitch?
Part of it.
Well, this is serious. They're crucifying the kid. You know Mitch. He won't have a chance.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Captain, I just mean that Mitchell's not the kind of guy who knows the scoop on things like this. He's an artist. He's sensitive.
And you know all about things like this?
Well, sure, like I told you. I've been a cop myself in St. Louis. 4 years in the jungle on the east side. I know the score.
Well, then you can understand my problem, why I need your help.
I'm not helping anybody stick my pal in trouble.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking for facts. How did all this get started in the bar with Samuels?
Well, like always. Bunch of people in a bar. Something happens, and first thing you know, you're talking to somebody.
What happened?
Leroy knocked a drink all over this, what'd you say her name was? This Miss Lewis.
You didn't tell me about Leroy.
Oh, he's just a dumb hillbilly. He's a friend of Floyd's. He come in with Floyd, but he didn't stay long.
Go on. Tell me about it.
Well, like I said, we was talking. Me and Floyd and Mitch. Only Mitch was getting high and clamming up. I was worried about Mitch. What's eating you, Mitch?
Nothing's eating me.
Come on, man, let's go.
Sit still, Floyd. You don't get to meet people going in and out of one bar after another. Hey, look out. Leroy, that tray.
Oh, my dress.
I'm sorry, lady. I didn't mean to spill.
You silly hillbilly. Why don't you watch what you're doing?
That's all right. It was an accident.
A lady with you?
Yeah.
I'm sure sorry about my buddy.
Oh, that's all right. Here, honey, here's a napkin.
Waiter, give me that towel. Here, miss.
Thanks.
You'll have to forgive Leroy here. Leroy's from Tennessee. He just started wearing shoes. Apologize to the lady, Leroy.
I said I'm sorry.
It was just an accident, soldier.
Leroy's all right. He's just dumb. We won the war with him by not letting him go across. If the Krauts had caught him and...
Hey, Leroy, where you going? I'll see you, Floyd.
Well, now, look there. I hurt Leroy's feelings.
I'd better change. I'll meet you up at your place, Sammy.
Sure. Take your time. Hey, soldier.
Yeah?
Buy a drink?
Sure, why not?
Over here and sit down.
Well, Captain, this Samuels and Mitch went off to the other end of the bar, and me and Floyd was just sitting there talking. I don't know how long. This Floyd can really talk when he gets started.
Man, what I couldn't do with $1,000.
What would you do with $1,000?
Man, with $1,000, I'd go to Mexico. I'd fish and live on the beach and eat and just
Mexico?
live on that beach.
I've been to Mexico. Them guys down there'd have your $1,000 before you was there a week.
Yeah, not my $1,000, they wouldn't. I'd steal me an air-cooled machine gun and
Hey,
I'd just...
Floyd, look, they're leaving.
Who?
Mitch and his pal. Come on, let's go.
Why do we have to go?
The Jew boy is setting up the drink someplace.
Who?
The Jew boy. The Jew boy. Well, Captain, we followed them to Sammy's place and just walked in. We all had a couple of drinks. Next thing I knew, Mitch was getting a little green, and pretty soon he left. Floyd was getting kind of stinko, too. So after a while, I got him out of there and started walking him back to the Stewart Hotel. But then I got worried about Mitch. So I put Floyd in a cab and went back to look some more for Mitch. And that's when I met you, Captain.
And you came up to Samuel's apartment even though you saw the police cars outside?
Well, how'd I know they had anything to do with Samuels? You're just a bunch of hick cops down there anyway. You'll never pin anything on Mitch. Not in 100 years. I'm sorry. I'm just worried sick about Mitch.
Did you have any sort of an argument with Samuels?
Well, what was there to argue about? Liquor was good. Everything was okay.
Had you ever seen him before?
No, I told you. I just met him in the bar. I never seen him before.
You're sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Of course, I've seen a lot of guys like him.
Meaning what?
Oh, you know. Guys that played it safe during the war. Scrounged around, keeping themselves in civvies. They got swell apartments, swell dames. You know the kind.
No, I'm not sure that I do. Just what kind?
You know. Some of them are named Samuels. Some of them got funnier names.
You'll be at the Stewart?
Sure, I got nowhere else to go. I'm just sponging a bunk from one of the boys. You coming, Keeley?
There are one or two more questions I want to ask Sergeant Keeley.
Well, so long, Captain. If there's anything else, just call on me.
You should look at a casualty list sometime. There are a lot of funny names there, too. I said Monty's illiterate. I said he ought to read more. I was just philosophizing.
I'm not interested in philosophy. I'm trying to solve a murder.
Pardon me?
Mitchell was in a strange mood tonight. You admit that.
Uh-huh.
He left Samuel's apartment intending to come back. We arrive and find Samuel's beaten to death. We find Mitchell's wallet on the sofa. I say Mitchell did come back. Some sort of an argument developed.
I say nuts.
Why? Or don't you think Mitchell would kill Samuels that way?
I don't think Mitchell would kill anybody anyway.
You still don't know where he is?
No, I don't. I didn't know when I came in here, and I haven't suddenly gotten any brighter. You don't believe he did it yourself?
He could have. He was there.
So were Monty and Floyd.
But they left. Mitchell said he was coming back.
According to Monty.
According to Monty.
Monty's a liar. What makes you believe his story?
It just happens to be the only story I've got.
Then why did you let him go?
Did I?
You don't really think he'll lead you to Floyd Bowers, do you?
I don't know.
Is that all for me?
Yeah, I guess so for now.
Okay. You know where to find me. I'm Keeley. You've heard from me already. I was Mitch's friend. And, brother, when I walked out of that smart cop's office, I knew if I didn't find him before the fuzz nabbed him, he was a dead pigeon. When I got back to the hotel, the lobby was so full of cops and MPs, they were dancing with each other. So I rounded up a couple of my scouts, told them Mitch was up to his ears in trouble, and I stationed them around the lobby to keep an eye out for him. I also told them to keep on the lookout for Floyd Bowers. He might know something. Then I waited at the counter of the coffee shop where I could see the street from the window. Sure enough, about half an hour, I saw Mitch cutting across the street for the hotel entrance. I managed to get outside and put the snatch on him before the cops knew what I was up to, and 10 minutes later, we were sitting in the balcony of an all-night movie house with nobody around but a few drunks and bums. And I gave him the pitch.
Keeley, I couldn't have killed
But that's
him.
not the point. You've got to have a story for the cops. They've got Monty's, and it sounds pretty. But not for you. Now, I want you to tell me everything you did tonight. How drunk were you?
I don't know. Pretty drunk, I guess.
How long were you with this girl?
Well, I think...
Oh, you ought to know. Was it 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours?
I can't remember. My head hurts. I can't remember anything very well.
So it hurts. You've got to remember. You ran into Monty and Leroy and Floyd, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went in a bar with them.
That's right.
Okay, now take it from the bar. Take it slow and remember everything you can.
Well, we were there quite a while, I guess. I got restless and I wanted to shove. I was sick of Monty and I was sick of Floyd. I wanted to be somewhere else. So I drifted off to the other end of the bar, and this fellow Samuels came over and he sat next to me and began to talk. First, I didn't pay much attention. I was feeling so low myself.
My girl is worried about you. She says you're not drinking, but you're getting drunk anyway. Anybody who can do that has got a problem.
So what?
It's a funny thing, isn't it, how it gets worse at night? I think maybe it's suddenly not having a lot of enemies to hate anymore. The war is over. And now we don't know what we're supposed to do. We don't know what's supposed to happen. We're too used to fighting. But we don't know just what to fight. Know what I mean?
I guess so.
You can feel the tension in the air right here in this bar. A lot of fight and hate that doesn't know where to go. A guy like you may start hating himself. One of these days, maybe we'll all stop hating and start liking things again, huh? What sort of an artist are you?
I did a mural once for the WPA.
Oh, a lot of fine artists came from there. I saw one that was about that.
He seemed like a nice fellow, this Samuels. A real nice fellow. I think he must have been on a newspaper or something. We talked a while. Then we decided to go up to his place. He was going to meet his girl there. Monty and Floyd must have followed us because after we got to the apartment, they walked in. I guess I must have been getting pretty tight because I don't remember exactly what we talked about up there or how long it was before Monty and Floyd came. All I remember is that the radio was on, playing some nice music. Debussy, I think. And Monty was yammering away, doing most of the talking.
You're doing all right, Floyd. You're doing all right, Mitch, kid. Sammy, let me tell you something. Not many civilians will take a soldier into his house like this for a quiet talk. Is that right, Floyd?
That's right, Monty.
Well, let me tell you something. A guy's afraid to take a soldier into his house, he stinks. He ought to have the screws put to him. Am I right or am I right?
Sergeant, don't you think
I asked you a question, Sammy.
What was that?
You know what was that. Am I right or am I right?
You're right, Sergeant.
You can say that again. You're all right, Sammy boy. You're okay.
Mitch, are you all right?
I'm all right. I just need a little air.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'm all right. I'll be right back. I'm all right.
He's all right. You heard him say he's all right. Let's have another round.
I'm afraid there isn't time, Sergeant.
What
I have
kind
to...
of a brush is this? What's the matter, Jew boy? Afraid we'll drink up all your...
You know how I am, Keeley. I hate to hear anybody yelling at anybody. So I decided not to go back when I got out. The air felt good. I must have started to walk. I don't remember how far or in what direction. But the next thing I knew, I was in a joint called the Red Dragon. I was talking to this girl named Jenny and buying her drinks.
Do I have to tell you my name again? Well, it's Ginny, because I'm from Virginia.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this joint stinks. I sure get tired of it here.
Well, what do you work here for, then?
For laughs, dear, for laughs.
Every night?
Every night. Come on, up with your glass. Here's to nothing.
You work here until when?
until we close.
Then what?
Then I sleep. Me and myself in my great big bed, we sleep. You know, I could have killed my roommate the other morning. She was
You got that in quick, didn't you?
Drink up and be nice.
You know what I'd like to do?
Yeah,
No,
I
no.
know.
I'd like to take you dancing.
Well, that's what that music's for. I work here.
I mean, really take you dancing. The two of us going somewhere, eating something, talking about ourselves.
You're a character.
I'm serious.
Sure, I know. I remind you of your sister.
You remind me of my wife.
Look, be nice. Order some more drinks. Then we'll dance.
I've had enough to drink.
Well, toodaloo.
Wait, Jenny, don't go.
I've got some things to do.
I was looking all over for you, Jenny. What did you leave for?
Well, you didn't want to drink. All you wanted to do was yap. I don't make money on that.
You're not getting so rich out here in the terrace all by yourself.
Well, it's nicer out here on the terrace all by myself.
What's wrong with me anyway?
You're corny.
Well, what did I say? We were just talking.
Is that what that was? You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to take you dancing. You remind me of my wife. What's the idea of saying a thing like that?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you.
You know something? I haven't really been dancing for almost 2 years.
Why not?
Because I haven't.
Why?
Because I've been working for a living.
What do you do when you're not working for a living?
I live.
How much would you charge to dance with me here?
A lot.
Gee, you're a smooth dancer, Jenny.
You're not so bad yourself.
It's nice out here.
Yeah, you know, this used to be a spaghetti restaurant with tables out here. They don't use the terrace anymore. Say, how would you like me to make you some spaghetti?
You mean here?
Oh, no, silly. Look, I live at the Regal Apartments on Southern Street. You could wait for me. Well, I won't be there for a couple of hours, but well, you could sleep or something. Here's the key.
Jenny, will you let me kiss you?
Oh, you're nice. Look, I'll try to get away early, but if you don't want to wait for me, you can just lock the door and put the key in the mailbox.
I'll wait. I guess it was a crazy thing to do, Keeley, but it made sense at the time. Besides, I thought I could use a little shut-eye. So I walked around some more, and then I went up to Jenny's apartment. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I remember, somebody was knocking on the door.
How about some light?
Sure.
Hasn't she come home yet?
I don't know. I don't think so. You mean Jenny, don't you?
What do you mean?
I guess I mean Jenny. Do you belong here or something?
Or something. How long you been waiting?
I don't know.
That's great. Have a cigarette?
Thanks. I just woke up. I don't even know what time it is. I've got a key here somewhere. She gave it.
I know. I saw you with her at the joint.
Oh? Who are you?
I'm a man who's waiting for her. Is that all right?
Sure.
Want some coffee?
Sure.
I'm a husband. I'm Jenny's husband.
Are you?
I was a soldier too, but I conked out. Guess you're wondering about this setup, aren't you?
I guess I am.
Well, ask her about it then. She was a tramp when I married her. I didn't know it at first, but I knew it before we were married. It's one of the reasons I enlisted, to get away from her. But I couldn't wait to get out and come back to her. When I did, she didn't want me. Funny, ain't it? But I still want her. I still love her.
How's that coffee doing?
I'll be ready in a minute. You know what I just told you? Well, it's a lie.
I see.
I'm not her husband. I met her the same as you did at the joint. I can't keep away from her. I want to marry her. She won't have me.
I see.
You believe that? Well, that's a lie, too. I don't love her. I don't want to marry her. She makes good money there. Got any money on you?
while this screwball goes on with his double talk, I suddenly remember you, Keeley, about having to meet you at the hotel at midnight. So I decided to get out of there. I went straight back to the hotel, and the next thing I knew, you were pushing me around and hauling me off to this joint.
Listen, I don't like all-night movie houses any more than you do. But you're in a jam. Now, how long was it from the time you left Samuel's till the time you met this Jenny?
I don't know.
That's a help. How long were you in her apartment altogether?
Well, I think...
You ought to be kept in a cage.
Keeley, what's happened? Is everything suddenly crazy? I don't mean this. I mean everything. Or is it just me?
No, it's not just you. The snakes are loose. Anybody can get them. I got them. But they're friends of mine.
I think Samuel's understood it.
Yeah, maybe he did at that. You still in love with your wife?
I guess I am.
She's still in love with you?
That's a screwy thing to ask.
Well, maybe it is, but she's here now, or she should be. I've got to figure out how much of this to tell her.
Mary? Here? Well, what's she...
Don't worry. She doesn't know anything yet. She was coming anyway.
Why?
To see you. I talked to her this afternoon. Maybe she's here now. She was supposed to be on a plane. You sit tight. I'll go see if I can find her.
Keeley, I couldn't have killed this guy, could I?
Hey, there's Leroy. I wonder what he wants.
Keeley, listen, I found Floyd.
Floyd? Where?
In a room in a place down on Maryland Street where he's hiding out. He just phoned me and tried to raise some dough for something. He sounded awful scared.
You get the address?
I don't want to have nothing to do with this. I shouldn't have told you. I don't want to get in any trouble, Keeley.
You won't get in trouble. All you have to do is tell us where Floyd is. Then you can go back to the hotel and stay there and forget it. And you, Mitch, you just keep right on watching the picture and don't move. Don't even move to another seat. You want Leroy to bring you a sandwich or something?
No. But, Keeley, where are you going?
I'm going to see Floyd Bowers. I didn't have any trouble finding Floyd. He was just where Leroy said he was. A crummy little room on the second floor. And he was scared to death. And wanting to get rid of me the worst way. Why? I didn't know then. I talked to him for quite a while, but I couldn't get a thing out of him. Well, I didn't have all night to waste either, so after 15 or 20 minutes, I got up to leave.
Well, thanks for dropping around, Keeley.
It's okay. You sure you haven't got anything on your mind?
No, not a thing, Keeley.
No, I'll be seeing you.
Sure, sure. So long, Keeley.
Night, Floyd. I went on out and down the stairs. I couldn't figure it out. Of course I couldn't. Because what I didn't know was that all the time I'd been in that room, Monty had been there, too. After I left, he was still there.
It's okay, Monty. He's gone now.
I know he's gone.
Monty, I didn't call Keeley up here.
No?
Oh, Monty, don't!
Told you not to go out anywhere, Floyd. You went out, Floyd. You didn't do like I said. You went out and got in touch with Keeley. You shouldn't have done that.
No, I didn't, Monty. I didn't get in touch with Keeley. I called Leroy. Leroy must have told him. Try money, Monty. All I did was try to get some dough. Now, look, you got plenty of dough, Monty. Give me some dough.
I had everything figured out. Just what we was going to do. I told you to stay here. You went out and phoned. You spoiled everything.
I didn't, Monty. I didn't spoil nothing. I told Keeley I hadn't seen you. You heard me say that. Nobody can pin anything on you.
That's right, Floyd. Nobody can pin anything on me.
Oh, now, look, Monty. I'll go to Mexico. I'll never come back. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't want to get mixed up in it, Monty. Criminy, Monty. You went crazy or something. Samuels didn't do nothing to you. You went crazy.
I didn't do nothing to Samuels either. Except I flicked it like that. Not that hard, maybe. More like that. Or that. Or that. Not hard enough to hurt anybody.
Stop it, Monty. Monty, stop it. You went nuts. I've got nothing against any Jews.
I just don't like Jews. And I don't like nobody who likes Jews.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, our stars are Robert Young as Captain Findlay, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, and Sam Levine in Crossfire. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act Two of Crossfire, starring Robert Young, Robert Mitchum, Robert Ryan, and Sam Levine, with George Cooper, William Phipps, and Marlo Dwyer, in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Like I said before, I'm just a cop. By this time, I was a tired cop, dog-tired. I'd been doing a lot of work for the last 6 hours, most of it leading nowhere, because still no Mitchell. But by this time, I had Mrs. Mitchell right in my office. And figuring maybe she might be anxious to see her husband, too, I asked O'Hara to locate that helpful character, Keeley.
Okay.
And bring him in.
Right. Why, here's Sergeant Keeley, Captain. Come on in, Sergeant. Captain Finley was just sending me out to find you.
I've been waiting to see him.
Hello, Keeley.
Mary, what are you doing here?
We picked up Mrs. Mitchell at the airport.
Oh, well, what do you want me for?
Floyd Bowers is dead, Sergeant.
Dead? He was alive a couple of hours ago. I just saw him.
Well, when I saw him about 20 minutes ago, he was good and dead, strung up by the necktie.
I just came here, Captain, to tell you I'd talked to Floyd.
If you'd come here right away, Sergeant, as soon as you found out where Floyd was, I could have talked to him myself, and he'd still be alive.
You win, Captain.
Now, don't you think you'd better tell me where Mitchell is, Sergeant?
Why?
I don't want anybody else killed if I can help it. You might as well work with me now if you really want to help Mitchell, because you're in custody, in case you didn't know it. I'll listen to anything constructive you have to say, but I won't stand for any more interference.
You've got a mind like a dog catcher. Okay, I'm in custody. Everybody's in custody. What does that prove? Except that you've got a big jail. If you want Mitchell so bad, you can go out and find him.
All right, I was just hoping there was an easier way.
I talked to Mitchell a little while ago.
Where is he?
I said I talked to Mitchell, Captain. He couldn't have killed Samuels. He didn't go back to Samuels' apartment after he went out for some air. He went straight to a joint where he met a girl.
Oh, Keeley.
Take it easy, Mary. Mitch was in this girl's apartment for the next couple of hours.
What does that prove?
It proves he went to a joint and he met a girl. Would a man who's just killed somebody do a thing like that? I'm sorry, Mary. And it proves where he was for 2 hours.
Which 2 hours?
He doesn't remember. But all you have to do is ask the girl.
Who is she?
She's a girl. She calls herself Ginny. Mitch knows where she lives.
When did he tell you all of this?
Just before I went to see Floyd.
Did he know where you were going?
Yeah.
Then he could have killed Floyd himself.
He didn't know the address.
He could have followed you.
Captain Finley, if Keeley tells you where Mitch is, will you let him go? And will you promise to let me see Mitch first, by myself?
No, I won't let Keeley go. But I'll let you talk to your husband alone. I'll be waiting outside, wherever he is.
Please tell him, Keeley. Please.
He's in the balcony of an all-night movie, The Regent, about 4 blocks from the hotel.
I took Mrs. Mitchell to the Regent Theater and waited downstairs by the popcorn machine while she had her private talk with her husband. I don't know what they said to each other, but it wasn't hard to imagine. A guy and his wife separated for 4 years, and then Sacco, this deal. But you could tell from the way they looked at each other when they came out that whatever came between them from now on, it wasn't going to be that other girl. I put Mitchell in the squad car with O'Hara, and then Mrs. Mitchell and I went on to pay our call. Mitchell had given his wife the address, Regal Apartment, Southern Street, the name Ginny.
Captain Finley.
Yes, Mrs. Mitchell.
Can I go in and talk to Ginny first? I mean, go in alone.
Why?
Well, she might tell me more than she'd tell you.
All right, I see the transom's open. I guess I won't miss anything.
What is it?
Ginny.
Oh, who's there?
I'm Mrs. Mitchell.
Great. How's Mr. Mitchell?
My husband
Look,
was so...
what do you want anyway? It's late.
I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to a girl named Ginny. My husband's a soldier who was here tonight.
Well, there aren't any soldiers here now. Just me. I don't have anything to do with soldiers. Sorry. Good night.
Please wait, please. I've got to talk to you. It's terribly important. I know it's late, but you've got to help me. Can't I come in for just a minute? Please.
Oh, all right.
My husband's in trouble.
Look, I don't know anything about your husband. Honest, why don't you go home? Maybe he's waiting for you.
He's in jail. They say he killed a man, but he didn't.
Okay, then there isn't any problem. What do you want from me anyway? A character reference?
All I want you to do is to say that he was with you tonight.
Tonight's a long time ago. I wouldn't be able to remember.
You'd remember Mitch.
Why? Does he have two heads or something?
You danced with him. You danced with him out in back of where you work, in a sort of a terrace garden. You gave him your key and you told him your address.
He told you that he was up here with me tonight?
Yes, he...
Well, he lied to you. If he was here, I didn't know about it. And I don't know where you got my name and address. I can't tell you anything else. You better go now.
Hello, Jenny.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want to talk to you. What's your name?
Are you a cop or something?
What's your name?
I don't like cops.
Nobody likes cops. What's your name?
Virginia Tremaine. Why?
Where are you from?
From here?
Before you were from here.
Pennsylvania. Wilkes-Barre. So what?
What do you do?
I work.
Where?
The Red Dragon. Well, what's wrong about working there? Does that make me a criminal or something? Does that give you the right to bust into my house and start asking a lot of questions?
Is that where you met Mitchell at the Red Dragon?
That's where I meet a lot of people. I never heard of this Mitchell.
You live here alone?
Sure. Is there something wrong in that?
Jenny, the police won't hurt you. He promised me. All we want you to do is to tell the truth.
Sit down, Virginia. Now, about Mrs. Mitchell's husband. He's in pretty deep, Virginia. Looks like he killed a man, maybe two. Mrs. Mitchell doesn't think he did, of course, but that's only natural.
Jenny, don't you see? I know he was here. He told me. But that doesn't matter anymore. Never mind me. You've got to think of him.
Oh, brother. Listen to that. Never mind me. You've got to think of him. Oh, now, isn't that sweet? Isn't that just too sweet? He wasn't here with me, see? He could have been, but he wasn't. He could have come up. I could have cooked him something, and we could have talked. And what would have been wrong with that? What's the matter with me being with her precious husband? Does he break or something? Where was she? Okay. Where were you when he needed you? Maybe you were someplace having beautiful thoughts. Well, I wasn't. I was in a stinking gin mill where all he had to do to see me was walk in, sit down at a table, and buy me a drink. And that's all I know about it. I didn't ask him if he killed anybody.
Virginia, listen. You're not involved in this murder, so nothing's going to happen to you. That's the first point. Got it?
You bet I got it.
Okay, now, what time? What time was Mitchell with you at the Red Dragon?
I don't know.
We found the body of this man, this Samuels, about 10. He'd only been dead about a half hour. So if Mitchell was with you from, say, 9 to 10, he's all right. Tell me the truth.
No.
Oh, no.
I gave him my key. I don't know, maybe 8:30. I liked him. I felt sorry for him. I was sick of the stinking joint. I was going to ditch early, only I couldn't. I didn't get home until 1, well, maybe 2. He wasn't here. He had been here, and he'd gone. He left the key. But I don't know what time.
Jenny, is that the truth?
I said it's the truth. What do you want me to do? Light up like a Christmas tree?
We're wasting our time, Mrs. Mitchell. This isn't going to help your husband. Let's go. By the time I got to my office, it was dawn. Gray and dirty, which is how I felt. Plus disgusted. Mitchell and I were going around in circles.
I didn't murder anybody. Why would I murder him? What motive would I have?
Maybe you didn't like him. Maybe you hated him. Hate's a good motive.
Why would I hate him? I hardly knew him. I only talked to him for a couple of hours. He seemed like a nice guy.
You know he was a Jew?
No.
You mean to say you didn't know he was Jewish?
No. I didn't think about it. Well, what would that have to do with it?
Got Montgomery for you.
Yeah, all right. I'll see him in a minute. I'm through here with Mitchell, but I want to talk to Keeley again.
Okay, boy. That door, Mitchell, over there.
Okay.
Here are the papers you wanted from the War Department on Samuels.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
hit on Okinawa. Got a medical discharge last summer.
Well, let's give a look. Samuels Joseph, ASN 392-32880, Army of the United States. Joseph Samuels was discharged 28 August 1945 upon recommendation of a medical board because of disability from wounds received at Okinawa. So that's our stinking civilian. All right, O'Hara, let's have money.
Okay. Come on in, Monty.
Okay. You want to see me, Captain? I figured it must be important. I want to help all I can.
Yeah, sit down, son.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, how did you know Samuels hadn't been in the Army?
Huh?
When I talked to you early this evening, you were sure that Samuels had never been in uniform. How did you know that?
Well, like I said, you could tell. You could see. Those kind of guys got ways of keeping themselves from getting dirty. Why do you ask that, Captain?
I was just curious.
You know who killed him yet?
Yes, I think I do.
Was that all, Captain? Didn't you want to ask me something else?
No, that's all.
I can go now?
Yes.
Okay, then, Captain.
Oh, Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
You haven't seen anything of this friend of yours, that Floyd Bowers, have you?
No, sir, I haven't. I can't figure
Well,
out...
let me know when you do, will you?
Yes, sir. So long, sir.
O'Hara, send Keeley in.
Well, now what?
You look all in, Keeley.
Thanks for the concern.
Sunday morning. Mrs. Finley is just about leaving for early mass.
Now that I know that, can I go back to bed? Well, what's the matter? Thought you were going to have this all solved by now. I'm in a cage. I'm not doing anything except breathing. You've got Mitchell. You've got your little fairy tale all written. Drunk, trouble at home, can't tell a clear story. Open and shut. What's holding you back?
Is that all?
That's all.
All right, then. Do you really want to help me wind this up?
Thought you didn't like me.
You talk too much sometimes.
Oh, you're appealing to my better side.
Yes.
Making me some sort of a proposition?
Yes.
I'd like to sleep on it.
You can sleep all day when we're finished.
Okay, then.
You usually have to know something about a man to have a reason to kill him, don't you, Keeley?
Yeah, I guess so.
You have to know him well enough to be in love with his wife, or well enough to know he has some money.
Mm-hmm.
Samuels didn't have any money. He didn't even have a wife.
So what?
So this. None of these men knew that or anything else about Samuels. They hadn't known him well enough or long enough to have an ordinary motive for killing him. Mitchell talked to him for maybe an hour, the others less. So it had to be something else. A motive inside the killer himself.
Go on.
The killer had to be someone who could hate Samuels without knowing him, who could hate him enough to kill him, under the right circumstances, not for any real reason, but mistakenly and ignorantly.
You interest me, Captain.
Well, once I figured that out, the rest wasn't too hard. I looked around at my suspects. I thought back over the answers I'd had tonight. Some of them fit. I knew who killed Samuels.
You booked him?
No, not yet. I'm taking the chance that you're smart enough to know what I'm talking
You
about.
don't have to draw me pictures. I know what you're getting at. I think you're right. What do you want me to do?
Yes, I've nothing on Montgomery, nothing at all. I might never get anything. I want to take a long chance on nailing him quick. How well do you know him?
Well, I've tried to like him, but he's not my type.
Does he have many close friends?
He had one, Bowers. I think he killed him.
So do I. What about that other southern boy, Leroy?
No, I don't think so. He was in Monty's platoon. But
Just how do you think he feels about Monty?
You're getting ahead of me.
Well, I was hoping he didn't like Monty.
I think he's scared to death of him.
Is he really as dumb as Monty says?
Well, he's pretty young. He doesn't always know which end is up.
Monty doesn't think he's smart enough to lie. What if Leroy told Monty a fantastic story? Would Monty believe him?
Yeah, he might.
I'll risk it. Hal?
Yes, sir?
Keeley's on his way out. I don't want to see anything in the papers about Floyd Bowers' killing. Not a word. As far as we know, he's still alive. We've never heard of him.
Will do, Chief.
Keeley, I want you to get Leroy out of the Stewart Hotel without being seen and bring him here. Can you do it?
If I have to sandbag him.
In an hour on the nose, Keeley was back at headquarters with Leroy. But it wasn't going to be easy. Leroy was suspicious, and he was scared.
It isn't that I don't want to help, Captain. It's... Well, I've never been around with Monty and Floyd much. Monty never wanted me around. He says I'm stupid. I guess I am. Sir, how do you know he really killed him like you say?
We don't. That's what we want you to help us prove.
Keeley, I told you I didn't want to get in any
You're
trouble.
not going to get in any trouble, and stop worrying about Monty. Captain Finley won't let anything happen to you.
Maybe you're right, sir. But I can't think he'd do a thing like that without no reason.
We thought he had a reason. You know the way Monty feels. You've heard the things he says.
Well, yes, I guess I heard him say a couple of times about Jewish people living off the fat of the land while he was out there. And you say that's all lies. And I guess it is. I don't know, but look, maybe Monty roughed this guy up a little, and that was all.
That was all he started out to do, yes. He didn't have a plan or anything like that. This business of hating Jews comes in a lot of different sizes. There's the you can't join our country club kind, and the you can't live around here kind. Yes, and the you can't work here kind. Because we stand for all of these, we get Monty's kind. He's just one guy. We don't get him very often, but he grows out of all the rest. Look, Leroy, you know we have a law against carrying a gun?
Sure.
We have that law because a gun is dangerous. Well, hate, Monty's kind of hate, is like a gun. If you carry it around with you, it can go off and kill somebody. It killed Samuels last night.
Monty was in my outfit.
It killed Floyd.
I hate to think of anything like that happening to Floyd, and I hate to see Monty get away with anything. But look, I'm getting out soon. I might get in trouble. And I don't see this as any of my business anyway.
Has Monty ever made fun of your accent?
Well, sure, lots of times.
Why?
I don't know.
He calls you a hillbilly, doesn't he? He says you're dumb. He laughs at you because you're from Tennessee. He's never even been in Tennessee. Ignorant men are afraid of things they don't understand. They end up hating them.
You get me all mixed up. How'd I know what you're trying to do? How'd I know you aren't a Jewish person yourself or something?
You don't? But would it make any difference?
I guess not.
Well, all right, Leroy, but just one more thing, then you can go if you want to. About 100 years ago in Ireland, the potato crop failed. A lot of Irish immigrants came over here. Their talk was different, like yours, Leroy. They were Catholics, most of them. One of them I knew about stayed in Boston. He thought of himself as just another American, until suddenly one day he looked around and saw that something had happened. It frightened him. Fear and hatred of all Irish Catholics had developed and spread like a terrible disease. He saw he wasn't an American anymore. He was a dirty Irish Mick. He didn't understand. He didn't know what to do. But one day, when a bunch of men attacked his parish priest on the street, he waded in to help him. That night, on the way home from work, he stopped off for a beer. When he left the bar, 2 men followed him carrying empty whiskey bottles. They didn't mean to kill him. They were just going to rough him up a little. They just started out hating, the way Monty started out. But 20 minutes later, my grandfather was dead.
Your grandfather?
That's history, Leroy. They don't teach it in school, but it's real American history just the same. Thomas Finley was killed in 1848 just because he was an Irishman and a Catholic. And last night, Joseph Samuels was killed just because he was a Jew. Do you see any difference, Leroy? Hating is always the same, always senseless. One day it kills Irish Catholics, the next day Jews. It's hard to stop. It can end up killing men who wear striped neckties. Or people from Tennessee.
Will you tell me exactly what to say?
Yep, I'll tell you exactly what to say. If it would work at all, I knew it would be just the same as if I'd been listening in on them. I already knew what Leroy was going to say, and I thought I'd sized up Montgomery well enough by this time to figure him out, too. Leroy cornered him in the hotel washroom while he was shaving.
Hiya, Monty.
Hiya.
You heard about everything that happened, Monty?
Uh-huh.
I heard they got Keeley and Mitchell and they're holding them. I guess it's a good thing I left the bar when I did, or I'd be mixed up in it, too. Floyd didn't have anything to do with it, did he, Monty?
Knock it off.
What's the matter, Monty? Monty, no kidding. Floyd couldn't have done it, could he? Floyd wouldn't bump anybody off, would he?
I don't know.
He sure acted funny when I saw him last night.
When did you see him?
I saw him after.
After what?
After all that happened. He wants to see you, Monty. He asked me to tell you he wanted to see you.
He did?
Honest, Monty, I didn't know whether I ought to tell you or not. You don't want to get mixed up in anything any more than you are, but he was acting crazy, Monty. He gave me a crazy thing to tell you. He said, tell Monty the necktie wasn't any good. What do you mean by that, Monty?
What was this you saw, Floyd, Leroy? How did you happen to see him?
He called me and asked me to come over to where he was.
Where was he?
Some old place down on Maryland Street, on the second floor. Let's see, I wrote down the address. What'd I do with it? It was on a little piece of paper. Must be in my other pocket. Gosh, Monty, Floyd was really acting crazy. He said you shouldn't come today. He said to come tonight before 10. Well, here it is. 404 Maryland Avenue.
That's it. Huh.
Will you go see Floyd, Monty? Will you give him some money?
I wouldn't say anything about this if I was you, Leroy. Understand? I wouldn't say a word. To anyone.
It was a long shot, but what else could I do? O'Hara and I went down to the Maryland Avenue place and waited. We'd been waiting about 20 minutes when we heard steps on the stairs. They stopped on the landing, then started shuffling along the hall. They stopped again outside the door. Somebody was fumbling at the doorknob. Then the door opened. It was Montgomery. Hello, Montgomery.
Well, I was looking for Floyd Bauer's room. Somebody said he was here.
Well, that's too bad, Sergeant. Floyd was here, but he isn't anymore.
Well, what's wrong? Has something happened, Captain?
Bowers is dead.
Dead?
He was killed today.
You know who killed him?
Not yet. How did you know he was here? When I talked to you last night, you didn't know where he was.
Well, I didn't then. I didn't know then where he was. A fellow back at the hotel, he told me Floyd was here, and Floyd was scared, and he wanted to see me about something. I just come. I didn't even know which room it was. I was looking for the right room. He was knocked off in this room.
Mm-hmm.
The same guy who knocked off Samuels, maybe.
Well, it could be.
I liked Floyd, Captain. I liked Floyd a lot. I naturally came to help him. This fella said he needed some dough for something.
Well, you should have come right away.
Well, this fella said, Floyd said not till tonight. I figured if Floyd said that, he must have got a reason.
I see. Well, it looks like somebody was stringing you along.
Yeah.
What was this fellow's name, the one who told you Floyd wanted to see you?
Look, Captain, I don't want to be a pigeon, this guy.
What was his name?
Leroy something. He was a friend of Floyd's. Maybe you remember me mentioning him.
Yeah. You, never been to this house before?
No. I never been here before. I never even been in this part of town. I didn't know which room it was, except it was on the second floor, like Leroy said. I was looking for the right door.
Seems like you have a lot of trouble with doors, Sergeant. First time we met, you were looking for the right door.
That's right, sir.
But you knew the address. You knew which house to come to.
Sure. Leroy, give me the address.
Was it written down on a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Do you still have this piece of paper?
Yeah, I guess so. Here it is.
Let me see it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to arrest you, Montgomery.
Why would you arrest me, Captain? What would you arrest me for?
For the murder of Samuels and Bowers.
You're kidding, Captain. I never even been here before. Why,
You didn't look at this paper carefully. This is the address of the house next door. I wrote it down myself. You made a mistake, Sergeant. You came to the right house anyway.
Gee, Captain, you got this all wrong. Just let me explain. You see? Look out, Chief.
The next thing I knew, I was on the floor and O'Hara on top of me. Montgomery hit him so hard he bowled me over like a 10-pin. Then O'Hara was up, going down the stairs after him, and I was over at the window in time to see him come out onto the street. I tried to get the window up, but it wouldn't budge. I smashed the glass with the butt of my gun, then I took aim. Montgomery! Stop! Montgomery! That was all. By the time I got down to the street, Montgomery was dead. A crowd was gathering, and Keeley was standing there looking down at what lay in the street and sort of shaking his head.
Break it up now. Break it up. Step back, everybody.
I'm afraid he was a bad boy.
Bad? Maybe. Ignorant. Fed with it. Fed to the teeth with it from the day he was born.
Yeah.
All right, O'Hara, clean it up.
Okay, Captain.
How's Mitch?
With his wife. Want to see him?
I guess not.
Gonna drop you anywhere?
No, thanks. Well, good night, Captain.
Good night, Sergeant. And, good luck.
Our sincere thanks to a wonderful cast. To Robert Young, who was Captain Finley, Robert Mitchum in the role of Keeley, Robert Ryan, who played Monty, and to Sam Levine as Samuels. To George Cooper as Mitchell, and William Phipps as Leroy. To Marlo Dwyer as Ginny, Julie Bennett as Mary, Bill Johnstone as O'Hara, Bill Lally as Floyd, and Louis Van Rooten as the man. Our thanks for your superb performances in this suspense adaptation of Crossfire.
Robert Young may currently be seen in Relentless. Robert Mitchum will soon be seen in the RKO radio picture Rachel and the Stranger. Robert Ryan will soon appear in Berlin Express, and George Cooper in Blood on the Moon, both RKO radio productions. Sam Levine's next picture is the Babe Ruth story. Crossfire, based on the original novel The Brick Foxhole by Richard Brooks, was adapted for suspense by Robert L. Richards and Henriette Martin, and was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Bud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucian Marowek composes the original scores for radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of
Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You know what I did in the war? Oh, there was a war, don't you? I sold $2 million worth of bonds. Me and my horse, Pistol. Horses. Oh, how I hate that animal. Tell me, what'd you do in the war?
It's been a long time. I forget.
You forget. I'm stuck here with a moron on the one hand and a round dream on the other. Look at her. She's going to cry again.
Stop it and leave me alone.
Relax, Romeo. That's about enough.
Is it, boy? Is it now?
All right, Bo. Come on. Over here.
What you doing?
I'm feeding my dog.
For the rest of us eat?
That's right. You see, this dog works.
Well, I don't know about that, but he's not going to eat. Why, you...
Oh, you're going to have to eat your dinner up off the floor. But first, come on and take a walk with me. If I don't get outside fast, I'm going to kill a man. I apologize, Bo. I apologize for the whole human race. I stood for a moment in the middle of the swirling darkness and the storm. Only a few hours before this had been my home, mine alone, free from the bickering world and the men who made it. Now the storm had brought me these two. And in a blind moment of hot, boiling anger, I knew that I'd almost taken a man's life. I felt the cold on my face, clearing my head and calming me. The storm would go. By morning, if I were lucky, they'd be gone too. I could be alone again. Alone the way I wanted to be. Well, then I walked through the flock with Bo at my heels, shaking some strays out from the false comfort of the drifts. Then I went back into the wagon. The wagon had grown cold. The radio had been turned on and was operating faintly. And Iris was still crouched behind the stove. I stooped over the lambs to settle them for the night. And I groped around for the old quilt I'd put over them.
He took it.
What?
The quilt. He took it to wrap up in.
Oh, he did he?
Please take my coat here. Wrap him in this. He's finally gone to sleep. Now, don't start a quarrel now. He's drunk.
This quilt was meant for lambs.
Hey, what you doing? Give me that quill. Hey, get that dog outside. If she sticks over and he's snoring my guitar, I'll kill that mangy hound. You mongrel, get away from that guitar. All right. Break my guitar, will you? I'll kill that dog now.
Put down that bottle.
Get out of my way. Stupid hound. We'll have his
Put
hide.
down that bottle.
Let go. Let go.
What? Is he dead?
From what? We were just mauling each other. I didn't even hit him.
He hit his head on the stove. Oh, he's dead, I know it. He's dead.
Hey, wait a minute.
Roger Miles, the celebrated cowboy star. He insisted on driving on to fulfill a personal appearance through the most severe blizzard witnessed around these parts in many years. Billings, Montana has reported no word on Miles yet. For the benefit of thousands of his fans throughout the country, we can only pray
Turn
the
off
beloved
that
star
radio.
comes through
I want to
the
listen to
storm
his
safely.
heart. Yeah, you're right. He is.
I can't look at him. Throw something over him.
All right, all right. Now hold on to yourself.
They'll say we killed him. They'll be looking for us. Don't you see? The whole world will be looking
Now
for us.
listen to me. And listen carefully. Just keep looking at him and get used to it, because he's our baby, and we're going to sit right here with him till morning. Now, tomorrow we'll decide what we're going to do.
Oh, what can we do?
All we have to remember is to tell him just what happened. That's the only way we stand a chance.
But we don't. We don't stand a chance at all.
Latest development on the disappearance of Roger Miles. The militia was ordered out as soon as the snowplows were underway. Meanwhile, worshippers gathered quietly in churches this morning throughout America to pray for the safety of the idol of millions. In Hollywood, Mrs. Miles emphasized that her husband had always been a sportsman and that she prayed he would not lose his battle with nature. There were also indications coming in from
Are you awake?
Yeah. I've been awake all night. Were you able to sleep?
No.
They'll never stop till they find him. It'll get bigger all the time. They'll be covering the
Now,
countryside.
it's going to be all right, Iris.
Is it?
Now, look. We're going into the sheriff at Sheridan together. We'll tell him the same story. The flock won't drift too far. I can get back by tonight.
Oh, it's no good. They'll pick us up long before we get there. Don't you see we're as good as caught?
We can't be, that's all. We can't let them find us. Once they do, we lost the advantage.
What are we going to do?
I got the car clear and put on chains. Now, I can't locate the drifts toward Pierre, but I think I can figure out where the crests are and ride between them going west. Don't matter where we give ourselves up, as long as we do it first.
Listen. they're
suggested
still
by
talking
Miles'
about
press agent this morning that the cowboy may have been the victim of foul play. He is known to have carried large sums of money on his person for his own spontaneous charities. Local authorities everywhere are requested to watch out for a blue convertible car with a California license plate.
Turn it off. I went through his pockets. He wasn't carrying any money.
I know. Oh, you should have seen how he spent it when he was drunk.
Time we were going.
All right.
You better take that fur robe off him. You'll need it.
No, I can't.
He's dead, Iris. Dead as a doornail, and I personally don't care. I didn't expect to see you get sentimental about it.
I can't touch it.
All right, I'll get it. I better take my roll, too.
Is that where you keep your money? I'd keep mine in the bank if I had that much.
Closest bank is 20 miles. This old sock does just as well. Come on, Bo.
Oh, are we taking the dog, too?
I always take the dog.
Oh, but there's no road. It's all covered in the snow.
I'll find it. I know this neighborhood.
Wait, I just remembered. The description of the car, they'll recognize us.
Oh, no, they won't. I've covered the license plates with axle grease, and the car's covered with ice. Now, you better cover up with this. Here, Bo. Get in there. In the back with you. There. Come on. Come on. Come on. Now, here we go. It'll all be over in a few hours. By tonight, we'll both be able to forget we ever saw Mr. Roger Miles. By tonight, Iris, we'll be safe. You tired?
No. I'm just afraid.
You don't have to be. We'll be in Sheridan in a few minutes, and then it'll be all right.
After all, it was self-defense, wasn't it? What else could they prove against us?
That's right. That's exactly what it was. So you can relax.
Oh, yes. I can. We both can. You know something funny?
Right now, I don't know anything close to funny.
Us two together like this. And the night we spent back there. What I mean is, I've only known you a day, and still I feel so easy with you that we might have known each other all our lives.
Yeah. We had quite a night together. I never want to see another one like it.
And you know something else? I don't even know your name.
It's an easy one to remember. Sid Latch.
Sid Latch. Yeah. I'll remember it.
How'd you happen to get tied in with a man like that?
I've been asking myself the same question.
You're not the type, Iris. Doesn't make sense.
He promised to marry me.
And you went for it, knowing he had a wife already?
I went for it. He had money, and he was famous, and he could take me away from Wallace. I felt as though I were being rescued from a grave. So I was willing to take the chance. It doesn't make me sound like a very nice person. I suppose I'm not.
Well, you're just a young kid. I guess you're allowed a mistake or two when you're young.
You're young, too, Sid.
Yeah? My mistake was taking him in. But then if I hadn't, I wouldn't have met you. So you see, it all has a way of sort of working out.
Thanks, Sid.
Now we're coming into a town.
Oh, would this be Sheridan?
Yeah, this is it. Now, I'll park the car a minute and go to that dive and get us something to eat. It's a cinch the sheriff won't be serving us tea.
I want to come too, Sid. Don't leave me alone.
All right. Come along. Now, Bo, you stay here. We'll be right back, Bo.
You got all your men together, Al?
About 30 of them. That should be enough.
30, huh? Yeah, that's a good search party.
I expect we'll find them before nightfall.
If you can't, Al, he's not going to be found, that's all.
Hey, how about some service, mister? Couple of hamburgers to start with.
Now, hold on, young fella. I got a rush order here for 30 hot chocolates and 60 ham sandwiches. These men hunting for Roger Miles got to be fed. Hey, tell me, Al, where you going to search?
Well, I've been thinking of heading out toward Buffalo. I got a hunch he might have got stuck on that road coming up from Clear Creek.
That's an idea. Hey, mister.
Yeah?
You're just driving from the south?
That's right.
See anything of a blue convertible, California license?
I wasn't looking.
You wasn't looking.
You got an echo in here, friend.
What kind of a guy are you, anyway?
Guy who minds his own business.
This happens to be everybody's business. Do you know what's been going on around here?
No, but I got an idea you're about to tell me.
Now, look, pal,
Oh, here comes the noon bus for Billings, Nick.
Yeah, I see that.
You'll really be busy when they come piling in here.
No, that bus only stops to pick up passengers.
Hey, there's your bulletin on the radio.
Now, turn it up. Turn up that radio.
And we'll repeat that bulletin from the state police. At 10 a.m. today, a county plow from Gillette came across the body of Roger Miles in an abandoned sheep wagon on a branch of the Powder River. Police say there are indications Miles fought desperately for his life and revealed his assailants escaped west in Miles's car. Carlton Sturgis, a local rancher, says that a young veteran by the name of Sid Latch has been running sheep in that vicinity. Latch, Sturgis said, has a Montana sheepdog called Bo. There are also indications...
Hey, how about some service here? Do I have to wait all day for a couple of your lousy sandwiches?
Quiet down there.
My eye. I want to eat, and I want to eat now.
Be quiet. One more peep out of you, and I'll wrap your skull with this bottle.
And so the manhunt begins. The dragnet is out. A dog called Bo, a girl named Iris, and a man known as Sid Latch. The only thing the police can be sure of is a dog called Bo who will respond quickly to his name. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. A blue convertible and a black and white dog called Bo. The whole nation awaits the apprehension of these criminals. We now return you to Joe Franklin at the order.
Al, what's up? Bob just pushed the mice off that car outside, and it's blue. Blue? And I wiped the license clean, and it's California. There's nobody inside, only a black and white dog.
Well, that's it. That's what we're looking for.
Come on, Nick. You want to be in on the kill?
Yeah, I want to be in on that reward, too.
Oh, we're finished, Sid. They've got us.
Now listen to me. Whatever happens, stick at my side, and don't run. Don't give it away by running.
What are you planning?
That bus outside is about to go. We're going to try to make it.
Oh, Sid. Sid, I'm too scared to move.
Move, baby. Now.
Sure, his name's Bo.
See how we paid when I called him?
Okay, we'll wait for him here. Well, they're not going to skip town without a car.
You just made it, folks.
Yeah.
Why do people always wait till the last minute? Got your tickets?
Wait, didn't have time. 2 to Billings. Take it out of this 10.
Now, the company doesn't put up ticket offices just for scenery. All right, here's a change.
Why, the crowd around that car back there. Wonder what it was.
Oh, just a dog. Probably threw a fit. Dogs do anything for attention.
Sid,
Yeah?
will we go to the sheriff in Billings?
That's right.
I saw a mob after a man once. They seemed crazy. Wild crazy. They didn't give him a chance to talk to anyone. They killed him the minute they caught him. They took a rope and threw it over a tree and then...
Stop it! Stop it. What are you talking like that for?
Now that Bo is with us, Sid, we won't be so easy to catch. Maybe we shouldn't give ourselves up. Maybe they won't give us a chance. Maybe we just should run away, Sid, together.
No.
Is it because you don't want to be with me? You see, I've been hoping that maybe you and
Well,
I...
it's not that, Iris. It's just that we're not going to run away. That'd be wrong. Now, we'll wait in Billings till the police snap out of this stampede. Then when they catch their breath, they'll know we didn't kill that prize bull because we didn't have a motive.
All right. I'm sorry about Bo, Sid.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry, though. You'll be able to go back and find him when this is over.
Well, I won't have to do that. He'll find me. He's done it before.
Sid,
What?
I've decided I won't be afraid anymore. Not as long as I'm with you.
The Billings special stopped at the bus station north of the tracks. We got off and stretched our legs. It was already dusk, and a cold wind was beginning to blow again. Iris was pale and drawn, and, well, I was pretty tired myself. It's high time we had a full night's sleep. Tomorrow morning would be soon enough for me to nose around and find out the temper of the town, and, well, if all was well, hunt down the sheriff. But tonight, what each of us wanted most was sleep. So I picked a small motel at the edge of town, off the heavy traffic of the main streets. A great big fat man got out of his chair in the office and pushed the register toward me. While I began to sign it, he began to ask questions.
Been on the road long?
Maybe we have.
Think you might stay a few days?
I think we might.
Come from Sheridan Way?
What if we have?
You don't talk a lot, do you?
No. People seem to do my talking for me.
This little woman is your wife, huh?
You want to know quite a lot.
Nothing personal. I just got to have it on the register.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
It's all right. I'll fix it. Phil Wolf, huh?
That's what it says. Phil Wolf.
Okay, I'll just add, and wife here.
Thanks.
First one over here. Just a few steps.
All right. Come on, honey.
Nice room. Sure you'll find it homey. Got 2 hot plates in it so you can do all the cooking you like.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Here we are. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. This one won't do. You don't want twin beds, do you?
Oh, twin beds is just fine. Yeah, we'll take it.
Whatever you say. You notice you got a radio, too. There's one in every room. We like our guests to be at home. You just turn it on whenever you like. No extra charge. Here.
Well, we're a little tired, so if you don't
Just
mind...
a minute. Ought to be time for that news broadcast.
Different phases. And Dr. Frederick Chess warned that this is merely the beginning of such lawless terrorism on the part of young, maladjusted criminals. Iris Johnson, Dr. Chess says, was assigned the role of luring Miles to latch his lonely wagon on the pretext of guiding him to Billings. And there, for some nebulous motive, possibly back blackmail, but more likely for the mere thrill of the deed, the two participated in his murder. Police state that the pair abandoned Miles' car in Sheridan this afternoon. The dog called Bo eluded the police there, and the assumption is that he has a favorite rendezvous with his master and will head for it. We now return you.
Yes, Iris Johnson. He's a hard, cool character. Regular tigress.
Why do you say that? Do you know her?
No, ma'am, that's just the way I got it figured. This Miles fella probably played her for a sucker. When she found it out, she hated him enough to want to see him dead. So first she latched on to this fella, this Sid Latch. Yeah, she latched on to Latch.
And, what do you figure he's like, this Sid Latch?
Him? Well, they say he's an orphan. Kind of, discontented war veteran. He hates people naturally, see?
Yeah, I see. I'm not sure I blame him.
Anyway, that's how it begins. She makes a bargain with the boy. If he helps her kill Miles, he'll be her lover.
I think you're wrong, mister. Ordinary people don't act that way.
I've lived a long time, Mr. Wolf. I've seen a lot of ordinary people. They can sure hate hard when they want to.
And what do you suppose happened next?
Well, we know that Miles died from a blow on the back of the head. Girl probably crept up on him with this broken end of a bottle they found. But before she could use it, Latch gets a stranglehold on Miles and pounds him to death in this iron stove in the wagon. Now, don't that make sense?
I see you're following the case pretty close.
I'm getting to be an old man. Not much to do around here. Yeah, I follow him. This one's got a big reward that goes with it. Who knows? Maybe Ed Jacobs will collect.
Who's Ed Jacobs?
Why, that's me, son. Guess I should have introduced myself.
Oh, well, I wish you luck, Mr. Jacobs.
Thanks. All I got to do is keep a sharp watch for a little dog named Bo.
Well, I suppose it's lucky for us that we don't own a dog.
That's right. The only thing I got to go on is that dog. The other two are a dime a dozen. Man could look at you two kids and say you were just what they wanted.
But he'd be wrong, Mr. Jacobs.
Sure, I know that, son.
Now we're just a little tired, Mr. Jacobs. Maybe
I'll leave you be, Mr. Wolf. Enjoy yourselves while you stay. You meet anybody on the street, just break right out and say howdy. That's the kind of folks we are around here. Except when we run up against murderers. We're not quite so friendly then. Not quite.
Do you think he suspects anything?
I don't know. You can't tell with a windbag. They go round and round. I don't know.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Culver stars as Sid in The Search by Grace Amundsen. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What's over here, Mac? You won't find anything in that alley except a mess of cats.
Oh, I'll just run my bug light through for the heck of it. Meet you at the other end.
I reached around blindly for the first doorknob. It turned under my hand. We pushed inside, and I shut the door quickly, listening in the darkness to Mac's feet coming slowly toward us. He was nearing us, trying all the doorknobs as he came. I braced my feet on the floor, put my back against the door, and threw my hands out against the narrow walls for support. And then the knob turned. Mac rammed his weight against the door to test it. I bunched up every muscle in my body and pressed back.
No lock on this one. Just been nailed up. That's funny. I'd have sworn this was Copper Pete's back door.
He's gone.
No.
Safe.
Safe, are you? Safe from what?
Hello? Who are you?
Who are you is more to the point. Wait a minute now. Get some light in here, see who I'm talking to. Yeah, splendid. What? Well, a boy, a girl, and a dog.
Oh, we thought this was a restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh? You in the habit of coming into restaurants by the back door?
Yeah. That's the way we do it.
See. Well, this is Copper Pete's bar, and I'm Copper Pete. Now, who are you?
Mr. and Mrs. Phil Wolf.
Howdy.
Hello.
Your dog looks hungry.
He could be.
I think I got a box of Faye's cereal here someplace. Yeah, let's see. There, here it is. Radio says it's the only cereal with double flavor. I'll fix it up for you, dog. Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. You two listen to the radio very much?
No, we don't.
Too bad. Lots of interesting things come over there.
Such as what?
Oh, music, commercials, news items. You can keep right up with the times.
We don't like the times.
Don't blame you. You've been on the move, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't what it used to be. Time was in this country when a man could get out of the way. Ain't no frontiers anymore. All a man can do now is sit in one spot and listen to the radio. Oh, but you don't care for that, do you?
No, like I told you.
Radio's all over these days, just like the law. Me, I'm for the wildcatter. I used to be a wildcatter myself. Company beat me out. Ain't no day for wildcatters anymore. Radio beats them out. You two hunting space for the night?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Tell you what, take the same door out you come in. Down at the end of the alley, there's a flight of back steps. Try 'em. Ask for Edie. Edie's a wildcatter from way back. You'll get a room there. You see, the town's full up on account of this guy what got erased. Miles something.
Never heard of him.
No, of course you ain't. That's 'cause you don't listen to the radio. Why don't we try? Might be some more news about that fella.
Mrs. Miles issued a shocking statement. Dora Miles told newspapermen that she had been living and praying for years that something like this might happen to her husband. It was only a miracle, Mrs. Miles screamed, that she hadn't murdered him herself. The physician attending Mrs. Miles stressed the fact that she is suffering from hysteria and that no importance can be attached to her statement at this time.
Radio. Quite an institution. Hey, I thought you two were gone already. What are you waiting for?
I can't make up my mind.
About what?
I wish I knew if I could trust you.
No way of knowing, son. Just have to take a chance.
All right, Pete. I think I will.
Yeah?
Evening. Copper Pete told us to come up here.
Come on in. Just the two of you?
That's right. And the dog's with us.
That's some dog.
We'll keep him out of the way. He's a quiet dog.
That's a quiet girl, too.
My wife.
How do you do?
How do you do? So you two are on the lam, huh?
We'd just like a room if you're not filled up.
You must have been having a rough time, son, snapping at people that way.
We'd just like a room, nothing else.
I see.
Please forgive us, Mrs.
The name's Edie.
We've been traveling all day, and we're terribly tired.
Yeah. I see that, too. That's some dog.
We always take Jack with us when we travel.
Yeah. You know what? Black and white dogs get to looking like old dust moths. That's what. So, Copper Pete sent you.
He said you'd have a room.
Take the one at the top of the stairs. The bath's to your left.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Edie.
Wait a minute,
Yeah?
You'll find a box of henna in the medicine chest. Do something about that dog.
Yeah. I will. Thanks again. I locked the door behind us and threw Bo into the bathtub. And when I pulled him out again, he was dyed a dull mahogany red. We'd never be recognized by having a black and white dog with us anymore. But there was one more thing to be done before we were safe. One last thing. I put Bo in a corner and went to the opposite side of the room, and then I began calling him to me. Come here, Bo.
What are you doing?
Giving Bo a lesson. Taking his name away from him. Come on, Bo.
Oh, do you have to?
Yes, I have to. Come here, Bo. Bo, you gotta learn this if it's the last thing we both do. Come here, Bo. It went on for half an hour. Me calling his name and Bo coming over to be cuffed. At last the lesson dawned on him, and when I called him after that, he just sat there looking at me and not moving. So, Bo had lost his color and his name. And it looked as though we might make out all right.
Open a window, Sid. It's awful close in here.
Oh, sure. Hear that, Iris? Freight train.
Yeah. I hear it.
We'll be on one tomorrow. We'll be away from here. Away from the manhunt.
Oh, Sid, what good is it? What good is it when you have to keep running? When you're afraid of every man you pass in the street and of every hotel you have to stop in at night?
We're not going to run forever. I told you what we're going to do.
Oh, it gets so lonely, Sid.
Lonely? I've been lonely all my life. You get used to it after a while.
Do you?
No, that was a lie. You never get used to it, Iris. Never.
I want to tell you something, Sid. If you don't believe me, I won't blame you. I can't expect you to. Not a girl like me.
All right. Tell me.
I want to tell you, Sid, that I love you.
Iris, when this is all over and we're both free again, will you marry me?
Oh, Sid.
Oh, no, don't cry, Iris.
Oh, Sid. It's not because I'm unhappy. Oh, Sid, darling.
Now, look, I got $5,000 in my old sock here. Every cent I've ever saved. That's going to be our start. Maybe we could go south. We can have our own home and our own land.
How can you be sure? Be sure that you want me. How can you be sure?
Because I started hating Miles when I first saw you. When I thought you were his girl. Because I was glad when he died in the wagon. Even though it meant we were under suspicion and had to run for it. I was glad because we'd be running together. Oh, now don't worry about it, Iris. I am sure. We were awake at dawn. We scribbled a note of thanks to that great lady, Edie. I pinned a $5 bill to it. Then we slipped quietly downstairs and stood a minute in the hallway, looking out at the gray, angry sky.
It's beginning to rain, Sid.
It's all the better. There'll be less people around.
Do you want me to walk with you?
No. Now, look, I'll go ahead with Bo. You follow a few blocks behind. I'll toss Bo into a southbound freight at the yards and give you the high sign to come ahead when it looks like she's ready to roll.
Oh, I wish we could have seen Edie in person to thank her.
Well, maybe we will, Iris. Someday.
All right, then. You go first.
Right. I'll see you in a few minutes. Bo and I tramped toward the freight yards. Every once in a while, I looked back over my shoulder to see Iris coming slowly far behind us. A produce truck rumbled down the alley ahead of us. Then a paper boy with a few wet sheets under his poncho fell into step beside me. The truck stopped up ahead, and the driver got out to unload. I just happened to glance at Bo, and my heart jumped up into my mouth at what I saw. The paper boy would see it, and he missed it.
Paper, mister?
Not today.
Come on, be a big shot.
All right, here.
A whole quarter. Gee, thanks.
That's a bribe. Now disappear.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Hey, wait a minute. Your dog's bleeding.
He always does that. Now scram.
No, he ain't bleeding. But what's that stuff running off of him? Funny thing, I ain't never seen that dog around here before. Hey, mister.
Be quiet, can't you?
But that ain't no red dog. That's a black and white dog.
The truck driver was staring, and now he began moving toward us. I turned in sudden panic and began to run, Bo streaking along at my side. As I got near Iris, her white face staring at us in bewilderment, I motioned for her to turn and run, too. We clattered down the alley, doubled around the block to Copper Pete's, burst through his back door, stood inside, breathing hard, listening to the sound of men's racing feet go by the door and fade in the distance. So now we were back where we started from, and freedom was as far away from us as ever.
Well, hello again, you three. See, you didn't make it.
Oh, some kid recognized Bo.
Yeah, that's the way it is with kids. Nothing gets by 'em.
Well, I guess there's nothing else to do. Iris.
What's it?
We'll have to take our chances with the mob. We'll give ourselves up.
Oh, no, Sid, no. They'll kill us.
You still got a chance. It's your last one.
What's that?
Well, there's a drugstore around the corner. It'll open up in about an hour.
And?
Just walk in and buy some chloroform.
What for?
I know how it is, son. You've promised him no life for Riley. But you do like I say.
You kill that dog and kill him quick. With him around your neck, you got a one-way ticket to the grave.
Not a chance.
I'm just telling you the one way of keeping him alive, son.
We could be on our way south, Sid. By nightfall.
No. Not a chance.
An hour later to the second, the door to the drugstore opened, and I moved in out of the rain. First customer of the day. The druggist looked at me sharp-like. Guess he didn't often have business that early in the morning. I just stood there looking at him. Seemed like minutes, and then I finally got my mouth open. I want some chloroform.
Chloroform? What for?
Well, You have to know why?
Afraid so. It's the law.
The law?
That's right.
I want to get rid of an animal.
What kind of an animal?
A rat. A big rat.
Well, now, you don't bait rats with chloroform. I thought there was something funny.
Well, what do you use?
Simple. What you're after is rat poison.
Yeah. I guess that'll do it.
Believe me, son. It'll do it all right.
Did you get it, son?
Yeah.
Well, sooner the better. Maybe you want me to do it for you, huh?
No. No, I'll do it.
Rat poison, huh? Well, that's good and strong. Want some ground meat to mix it with?
No.
Okay. You'll give it to him straight, huh?
I don't know.
Oh, let him do it, Sid, please.
No. If I've got to, I'll do it.
And you, Iris, you gonna let him kill that dog?
Oh, what can I do? We've got our own lives to think of.
Well, I was just asking, Iris. Just wondering. While you figure this out, son, we might as well see what's going on in the world. Great little invention here. Radio.
And now an item of national interest. Stephen Wall, personal physician to the late Roger Miles, flew to Pierre from Hollywood late last night to be present this morning at the autopsy. The autopsy revealed that Miles was not killed from a blow on the head, as had been previously believed. That wound on his head was caused when Miles fell to the floor, and in falling struck his head against an iron stove. The actual cause of death was discovered in Miles' bloodstream, where, together with high alcohol content, traces of arsenic were found. The police, checking on all drugstores in the 100-mile area, found that poison had been sold on the morning of the murder to...
Why'd you turn it off? They were about to
How
kill
much
us.
point in hearing it? The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Yeah. When you went over to the drugstore, I excused myself from Miss Iris, went upstairs and called them.
And I took my chance on trusting you.
Can't trust anybody in this world. You found that out yet?
We're both much beholden to you for the lesson.
Well, you see, early this morning, while you two were fast asleep, Edie and I paid a visit to your room.
Sid, we can't just stand here. Why don't we run for it?
Wait a minute. I want to hear him talk. I'll take care of him when he's finished.
And in the course of our visit, we looked through your things. Now, you, son, you're carrying a wad of $5 grand wrapped in an old sock, ain't you?
Keep talking, Pete. It's going to be your last speech.
And you, sis, you're carrying a wad of $7 grand and a little bottle that's marked danger, poison. Ain't you?
Sid, the man's raving. He's afraid of you.
They claim Miles had a roll on him, maybe several $1,000s, but they couldn't find
I
him.
tell you, this man is insane. Sid, darling.
When I went out of the wagon for about an hour that night, he was drinking hard. He was drunk. You could have put poison into his bottle.
Sid, I love you. You know I do.
Stop it. Did you kill him? Did you?
Sid, how can you ask me that? How could I kill him? He was taking me away from that horrible town. He said he married
You
me.
already knew he was married.
He loved me. He said he did. Why should I kill him?
You're lying. When we picked you up that morning, he hardly knew you, and you hated him. I saw that. It was the money, wasn't it? You found out about the money. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Sid, you've got to listen to me.
It was the money. And when were you planning to kill me for mine? Not until I'd gotten you away from here, gotten you out of danger, huh? Then you'd have done it to me the same way. Ain't that right? Well, why don't you say something, Iris?
Well, that'd be the constable.
Well, Iris.
Okay. So now you know.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Pete.
Yeah?
Pete, if you don't mind,
What is it, sis?
I'd rather go out to them.
All right, sis. Whatever you like.
Goodbye, Sid. Thanks for the buggy ride. It was nice being married to you for a while.
Like a drink, son?
No.
What are you going to do now?
Take my dog and go home. Round up my flock. Go back to work.
Yeah. You got to forget her, boy. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. I know.
Oh, women. I tell you, son, women make the best doggone wildcatters of us all.
Our thanks to Howard Culver, who played Sid, and to Sandra Gare as Iris for their excellent performances. The Search by Grace Amundsen was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Lud Gluskin is our musical conductor and director. Listen again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, our star, Mr. Edmund O'Brien. Our story, The Blind Spot, by Lois Eby and John C. Fleming. A suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. It sometimes happens with men and institutions who deal only in facts, formulae, and the cold logic of scientific deduction. They often underestimate or overlook the unpredictability of the human element. They may covet reason and disregard instinct and emotion. Tonight, against the background of Rogers International Research Institute, pulse of the nation's opinions, we meet Eric Strange, Leland Rogers, Mona Bartlett, and Gregory Rome in a dramatic combination of logic and fear. And now, with the performance of Edmund O'Brien as Eric and with The Blind Spot, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Each of us has a blind spot. Some have many. Blank walls in our minds or memory or opinion. Walls which we cannot penetrate, and so we're held back. or because we can't or won't understand, we try to draw away from the world, run from it, because the blind spot has made us afraid. I started writing books about this during the war. Maybe you've read or heard about them. Blind Spots by Eric Strange. Well, whether you have or haven't, there's little bearing on what I'm about to tell you. I mention it simply by way of introduction, not to myself, but to fear. Yes, it was the blind spot of fear in the mind and heart of Leland Rogers that led to... Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Perhaps it's best that you meet Leland Rogers and see him as I did that day when I went to his suite in the Park Central Hotel to settle a business matter. It wasn't our first meeting, but in a way it seemed to be. For as I pressed the buzzer and the door opened, I found myself looking at a different Leland Rogers, a man completely changed for me by his look of sheer terror.
Strange. Eric Strange. How do you know where to find...
Your secretary, Mr. Rogers. She said...
Mona? She had no right to tell you where
Miss Bartlett is worried about you. So is your partner, the whole staff. You know, Rogers, when you first approached me as a possible client, I was invited into your office, offered cigars, a drink.
I'm sorry, Strange. Come in.
Thank you. Never did like to hold a conference in a hotel hallway.
But there's to be no conference. Understand, Strange. I thought I made it clear we can't handle the survey for you.
Now, I suppose if I suggested that Rogers International Research could be sued for breach of contract, I might not be offered a chair.
You have grounds for a suit, of course. Sit down.
Thanks. Much better. Now, Rogers, what's it all about? Why did you really call things off?
It's exactly like I told you on the phone, Eric. No mystery about it. Albert LeBlanc, our European supervisor, was killed yesterday in a crash at Le Bourget Airport.
Too bad for the supervisor.
His organization of our overseas offices was a one-man miracle. That was a mistake, of course. Won't happen again. But in the meantime...
The survey on my book is impossible.
Quite.
Well, your partner, Jim Carr, now...
Yes, he doesn't agree, I know. But Carr isn't running that end of the business, Strange. He shouldn't have even been talking to you.
He just happened into the office while I was with your secretary. He seemed quite upset.
Yes, he's always upset. But whatever he had to say means nothing.
I suppose not. But he was enthused over the plans you people had.
Yes, he's always enthused. However, in this case, I was myself. You know that.
Yes. That's what confuses me, Rogers. You seemed so anxious to establish the validity of the book's premise.
I believe in that premise, Mr. Strange. I believe every word of your book, Blind Spots. I agree that the American has the highest natural demand for freedom and guards that freedom with unequaled personal responsibility for national welfare.
The survey could have proved that belief.
I know.
Or proved it to be wrong. You know, in that event, had we discovered my premise to be arrogant assumption, I intended that this would be the last edition of Blind Spots.
I understood your intention.
People without freedom are happier without facts.
Yes. However, Mr. Strange, under the circumstances, with my organization powerless to conduct an immediate survey, I don't see what use there is...
Sit down, Mr. Rogers.
What?
I said sit down. Or better still, fix us both a drink. Because I'm not leaving.
Now, see here, Strange, you're wasting your time. I've told you it's all off. I've given you a good reason. You can take your business to Universal Surveys or sue me for breach of contract. I don't care.
I care, Rogers. I want to know who threatened you.
Threatened?
I should have warned you months ago. Threats would be a nuisance item you'd have to figure on with my survey.
There have been no threats. None at all.
I think there have. I've been threatened regularly since the first edition of Blind Spots. First by radicals who call the book reactionary, then by reactionaries who suggest I'm proposing revolution.
There have been no threats. No threats, Strange. It's simply that my key man, LeBlanc, in our foreign office
is at this very moment as alive as either one of us.
What are you saying?
What you've been saying is more important. A call came in while I was at your office. Miss Bartlett took it. It was from LeBlanc.
You let me lie, Strange.
Yes, because it made you feel easier. It might make it easier for me to discover what kind of fear you're living with.
This doesn't change anything. We're not handling the survey with or without a reason.
Nothing helps your kind of fear but action, Rogers. If it's a free-for-all, I'd like to get in. Would you care to fix those drinks? And tell me about it?
Strange. Were you ever so afraid? It was like leprosy. You felt your mind, your body rotting away.
Once, sitting on the ground, during a war that sometimes seems like it didn't happen. There was a length of barbed wire in front of me. Day after day, night after night. One day I tried to walk through the wire. They pulled me off, and I tried again. And again. After that, I had some kind of fever. Now it's your turn.
I'll get the drinks. I'll need one telling you this. You might need one listening.
Very interesting, Rogers. All of it. And where is this little black book?
Right here.
Looks harmless enough.
Lots of people carry them.
You just use it for memoranda?
That's right. Dates, places, stray ideas I want to jot down.
Mm-hmm. Certainly nothing unusual about that.
But the last 4 pages of the book, take a look, Strange. Read those last 4 pages.
Just one line to a page.
That's right.
And not one of them
seems to make any sense. Now you know why my partner, my doctor, even my secretary are beginning to guess.
I don't understand. Why did you write these things?
Would you say that I did write them?
The handwriting's the same. Or a very clever imitation.
Exactly. I wrote all the previous pages. Those last 4 I didn't.
Oh, perhaps you only...
Oh, no. I didn't write them and forget them. After the first 2 entries, I mentioned this to Dr. Whitehurst. He explained it. Said I'd had the book on my bed table and wrote it in my sleep.
That would be my guess, too.
And quite possible, except that after that, I left the book at the office. The other 2 messages I found on different afternoons during the last few days. I didn't write them.
Perhaps it's the work of a practical joker. Someone
Oh, no, Strange. I have other aberrations, too. They began soon after the first message in the book.
Such as?
I hear the telephone ring.
Well?
There's no one on the wire. I answered doorbells. There's no one at the door. One night I woke with a spotlight in my face. No one was in the room.
You found the 3rd message yesterday?
Yes. And called you that our deal was off. You're lucky, actually. How would it be for your survey to have it come out later that the head of the research organization was off his rocker?
Not good, but I think...
Not good. Let's leave it at that, Strange.
Wait a minute. This weather report clipped to the last page, you found it this way?
This way.
Well, the report says generally clear with rising temperature, and the entry, it will still be gloomy when you go home. Funny. The combination mean anything to you?
Yes, it means something to me. It means I'm going to die tonight.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? The writer of these notes would be a superstitious person, Strange. Today is the 13th. I don't make sense, do I?
No, you don't.
Delusions. Good night.
You have no idea who the writer of the messages might be.
I know who it is. He's in my office, and he has every reason to kill me. But I don't know how to identify him. If I did, I might not be afraid.
Blind spots again. Yeah. They're with us all.
Yes, I suppose so. Look, Strange, I've told you more than I intended to. Now, get out of here, will you? You've got a lot at stake in that poll of yours, and...
You know, maybe I figure there are things even more important than 4-nation polls. People. Their troubles. People like you, Leland Rogers, a man who was once strong enough to build a great organization from nothing.
Will you get out?
You've got to fight, Leland, and I'll help you. There's nothing I like better.
Good Lord, Strange, didn't you hear me? I said get out!
Why?
If I wanted a bodyguard, I'd hire one.
You've done it. And for free.
This is my own mess. Why do you want to get yourself into it?
I don't. Never do. Look, this is strictly business. Tonight, I bodyguard for you. Tomorrow, you throw away that little black book in the ash can and go on with my survey.
I don't know what to say.
You're sure you can't identify this man?
The Burnham Detective Agency in New York is working on it for me. If I can break through this fog, maybe I can give them more to go on.
Blind spot in your memory?
Something like that.
Maybe if you told me the whole story, it might show up.
It might. Only it...
Embarrassing, huh?
It's a long story.
We have a long evening on our hands. It's only 7:30.
7:30.
You had to be somewhere?
Oh, no. Look, Strange. Eric.
That's better.
I've decided that I can trust you.
Thanks.
I think I'll take a shower, climb into a robe. Then I'll tell you...
The works?
Everything, yes.
Go ahead with your shower. I'll wait. He went into the other room to change. I could hear him moving around. Then, a few minutes later, he turned on the water in the shower. I couldn't help feeling sorry for him, the way he seemed to be dodging shadows. He'd been in there about 10 minutes when the phone rang on the desk. Shall I get it, Leland? He didn't seem to hear me. I wasn't sure if he'd want me taking his calls, but I took a chance. Hello?
Mr. Strange?
Yes?
This is the desk clerk. I have a message for you.
For me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Rogers asked me to tell you he was called out on an appointment.
But Mr. Rogers is right here. He
said he'd be back to finish that story, Mr. Strange. Meantime, sir, he wants you to turn off the shower.
The shower. All right, clerk. I'll take care of it. Leland Rogers had given me the slip. I didn't know how long he'd be, but curiosity and an unusual interest in this unusual man held me right there in his hotel suite. I turned off one shower, turned on another with the seltzer water in the liquor cabinet. That, together with a few magazines and some interesting pen sketches on the wall, kept me occupied for some 2.5 hours. Then I thought I heard Rogers at the door. It wasn't locked, and I sat back waiting for him to come in. He didn't, but someone else did. A very expensive-looking young lady with ash blonde hair, the right amount of jewelry, and, from the average male viewpoint, the right dress. She entered the room slowly, then acted almost as frightened as Rogers had when she caught sight of me.
Oh.
Good evening.
Who are you?
Oh, let's just say a friend of Leland Rogers.
You're Eric Strange. I've seen your picture in the papers.
All right, I'm Eric Strange. And you're?
Well, I...
a friend of Leland Rogers.
Yes. He, isn't here?
I'm expecting him any minute.
Oh. Well, I'd better not wait.
Perhaps, I'd better not wait.
No, really. Mr. Rogers didn't even know I was coming. I'm sure he'd be furious if I've interrupted anything. You see, he wasn't really...
I'm taking calls tonight. Excuse me. Yes?
Mr. Strange?
Speaking.
This is Lieutenant Mannix, homicide.
Homicide? Yes, Lieutenant.
I was just checking, and the desk clerk tells me you'd been with Mr. Rogers part of the evening.
Well, yes, I have. He stepped out a while ago. I expect him back soon.
Don't. He won't be.
Oh?
I'm calling from his office, Mr. Strange. Leland Rogers is dead.
Rogers? Dead?
Oh, no.
When did it happen, Lieutenant? How?
About an hour ago, watchman found him making his rounds. Single shot did the job. Will you come over or shall
I'll leave right away.
Good.
What is it?
Our mutual friend, Leland Rogers, was shot to death. Happened in his office. I'm going over there. You'd better come with me.
No, I can't do that.
Why not?
Well, I can't get mixed up in anything like this.
Maybe you already are, Miss...
Milner. Gerald Milner. Listen, Mr. Strange, you must believe me. I I only met Mr. Rogers once before.
How do I know that wasn't an hour ago in his office?
Well, I haven't been out of the hotel. We live here, too. We have the suite on the floor above.
We?
My husband and I.
Oh. I see.
And he wouldn't like this. He wouldn't understand.
I guess not. Have you been up there with him for the past few hours?
No, I was alone.
Well, then how do I know that you...
Oh, it's easy to prove that I didn't go out. Just check room service. I've sent down for things all evening. I was bored.
That I believe.
Oh, please, Mr. Strange, now you won't implicate me.
I'll, check with room service. Police Lieutenant John Mannix was a very efficient gentleman. When I pulled up at the downtown office of Rogers International Research, a lone police car was parked at the curb. I learned that the others, including an ambulance and Rogers' own car, had already been driven off. My cab rolled in behind the police car. I got out, paid the driver, and entered the building. They were expecting me. My elevator boy on the trip up was a heavy-set sergeant. He took me straight to Leland Rogers' office. Mannix had made a few other calls. Rogers' partner, Jim Carr, was there, together with an older man whom Mannix immediately introduced.
Mr. Strange, Mr. Fogarty.
How are you?
You've met Jim Carr.
That's right.
Oh, yes, we've met.
Mr. Fogarty is more or less a silent partner in the firm, but under the circumstances...
I'm only silent so I can listen better, Lieutenant. I know what's going on. Know all about Strange, his survey, how Leland felt about it. Did
you know he wanted to call it off?
What?
That's the way it was, Mr. Fogarty.
Changed his mind all of a sudden. I tried to talk him out of it, but...
He wouldn't listen.
No, he was very determined.
I don't understand. I don't understand at all.
Either of you know any reason why he would have come down here tonight?
Pure impulsiveness, maybe. He's the worker, Lieutenant. Lived for this office, this business.
We all do, Mr. Fogarty.
I suppose.
He had been actually, usually lately, worried, like he had things on his mind.
Leland always had things on his mind.
But he did behave oddly, Lieutenant. We've been worried about him.
Yeah?
And the rest have. I haven't. What are you getting at, Lieutenant? Suicide?
Right. Unless one of you might be able to suggest an enemy.
Leland had no enemies. Everybody loved the boy.
I wouldn't go that far, Mr. Fogarty.
Here now, Carr. The man's dead. Don't you say anything...
Gentlemen, I believe there's something I should tell you.
Huh?
Go ahead, Strange. Unless I'm mistaken, you were the last person to see Rogers alive.
You are mistaken, Lieutenant.
Huh?
There was a hotel clerk, and if this wasn't a suicide, there was also his murderer.
I stand corrected.
Thank you. Now I'll tell my little story, or rather, Leland Rogers' story.
That's all there is to it, Strange.
Isn't that enough, Lieutenant? The man was terrified.
Poppycock, Mr. Strange. Leland was never terrified by anything.
That isn't quite true, Mr. Fogarty. I told you he'd been acting odd.
He was carrying no little black book when we found him.
Well, naturally, a murderer wouldn't leave it to the mercies of a handwriting expert.
But you saw this book?
I saw it.
There could be the simple explanation that Rogers had some sort of a lopsided idea that he didn't want his death to look like suicide.
Could be.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I've been in the business a long time, Strange.
I've been writing about people for a long time, Lieutenant. I think I know when a man shows genuine fear.
And, of course, you have the added advantage of being the last man to see him.
Me, yes, and the hotel clerk.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Mr. Carr?
I saw that book myself many times.
Huh?
Oh, Rogers always carried it. His idea book. Jotted down ideas he got at odd times.
Strange. Can you recall the wording of those unusual messages?
I think so. There were 4 of them, one to a page. The first was, "At dawn, the sun casts long shadows."
Huh?
Go on. The other 3.
The horse lost a shoe while our bells were still ringing. And the third was, "Turn down the blind spots pole." And the last, "It will still be gloomy when you go home." There was a weather report attached to that.
It's nonsense.
Nutty as a fruitcake. Hey, you know, Lieutenant, we all tried to get Leland to take a vacation. The secretary, Dr. Whitehurst...
I didn't have any idea it was this bad, Carr. Why didn't he know he was cracking up? Sell out before...
Before he made the rest of us go broke?
Lieutenant, there won't be a lot of fuss made over this, will there? A research group can't stand a lot of notoriety, you know. If you could see your way clear to keep things as quiet as possible.
And let the police get the notoriety?
I didn't mean that.
I'm afraid we'll have to face the fact that the lieutenant isn't hired to keep things quiet, gentlemen. He's here to try and discover why Leland Rogers is dead tonight instead of alive.
Check. Maybe I can even pull a murder out of this and get myself a raise. One more thing. Where do I get hold of Rogers' relatives?
He has none that I know of. I'll give you his secretary's address. She was the closest to him. Oh, Lord. All the organization needs now is some relative popping in and trying to take over.
You through with us, Lieutenant?
For the present, Mr. Fuller.
Then I'll say good evening. Coming car?
I'll ride with you, if I may.
Yeah. They seem more upset over themselves than their partner.
They do have a lot to lose, Lieutenant.
That story Rogers told you. What do you think now? No known enemies? No relatives?
Carr and Rogers had very opposite views on how to run the business.
What do you mean? Carr?
Just thinking.
How do you figure this Fogarty?
Seems like a nice old gent.
Yeah, so did Bluebeard. Well, fine time of night to be waking up a young lady from her beauty sleep, but I'm going to talk to that secretary. Do you want to come along, Strange?
So you can keep an eye on me?
I didn't say that.
No. Matter of fact, I'm bursting to go. If you hadn't asked, I might have been over there so fast I'd have answered her door for you.
Yeah, that sounds like a man almost fast enough to be here tonight and back at that hotel in time to answer my phone call.
Why don't you check with room service?
I might. What's so funny?
Oh, nothing, Lieutenant. Nothing at all. Let's go call on Miss Mona Bartlett. Mannix was all right. I found that out as we drove across town. He was just a hard-working fellow, anxious to do his job and do it well. I liked him, but I didn't share his growing theory that this was a simple case of suicide. We reached Mona Bartlett's apartment after climbing a steep flight of terracotta steps to a handkerchief-sized landing. Almost immediately, we heard the soft slap of moccasins coming in response to our ring. I almost didn't remember her when she opened the door. In white robe and slippers, her hair hanging to her shoulders, she was slight, childlike, a totally different creature from the formidable, efficient office guardian of the late Leland Rogers.
Come in, please. Jim Carr called me. Told me what happened. Oh, I'm sorry. Do sit down.
Thank you.
Sorry to disturb you.
Disturb me?
Here, Miss Bartlett. You sit down.
I'm sorry, but when Jim called, I felt like I was in the middle of a bad dream. I kept thinking it. But now, when you coming here...
Jim must have told you Lieutenant Mannix wants to contact the next of kin. He thought that you...
I really can't help you much there. Mr. Rogers wrote to no relatives. Mentioned none to my knowledge.
Yeah. He was a lone wolf. Maybe in his room or in a safety deposit box there'll be something. Oh, one more thing. Do you know of any business appointment he had tonight?
No, I don't. Could have been meeting any one of the 80 people in the office.
Do you know of any man in the office that he might have been afraid of meeting?
No. Then there were the hundreds of past and present clients of the concern. Look, I'll give you the key to my desk, Lieutenant. You can check our appointment books.
Thanks. Don't think I'll find anything, but you never know.
Wasn't there a doctor you wanted to talk to, Mannix?
Dr. Whitehurst?
Yeah, that's the name.
It's Hilldale 7757.
I'll try him. Well, that's about all, Miss Bartlett. Unless, of course, you know of any enemies he had.
No.
You had no idea he was contemplating suicide, eh?
Oh.
What is it, Miss Bartlett?
I should have known that.
What?
There was an assignment paper. He dictated it to me about a week ago. Said it was confidential.
What was it all about?
His voting shares of stock in the company. He assigned them to Jim Carr.
Oh?
I remember he said this would be until a certain situation was cleared up.
You had no idea what that situation was?
No.
Carr knew about the assignment?
He still doesn't. It's in Mr. Rogers' safety deposit box. He said that no one, not even Mr. Carr, must know.
Well, he'll know now, all right.
Yes, he will.
Say, how did those two get along?
They had different ideas, but they complemented one another. Both knew it. The company meant everything. To both of them.
Yeah, okay, thanks for spotting it. See you tomorrow.
Oh,
Are you all right?
I will be. Could you stay for a few minutes?
Of course. Go ahead, Mannix. I'll get in touch with you.
You won't have to, Strange. We're always around.
You'll find the liquor in the cupboard above the sink.
And?
And Jim Carr wanted you to call him back. After Mannix left, if possible.
Know what he wants?
I can guess. He never approved of calling off the survey on your book.
It's my guess, too. I'll sleep on it. Call him in the morning.
Whatever you say. I feel like a fool going to pieces like this. Really, I'm not a goofy stenog in love with her boss.
You should have been. He seemed like a lot of man.
Oh, he was. A powerhouse. He was the heart and soul of that business. They'll all be lost without him. I'll be lost. Oh, if I'd only told someone about that assignment.
Oh, now, please, take it easy. That's the bad part about a thing like this. Everybody thinks about what they might have done. Chances are, Miss Bartlett, there wasn't any way you or anyone could have stopped him.
Do you believe that?
Yes. She buried her face on my shoulder. I could smell the fragrance of her skin, feel the convulsive movement as she cried it out. She stayed there until her breath grew even again, peaceful, her taut body relaxed. Then abruptly, she pulled away from me, stood up.
I want to call Greg.
Greg?
Greg Rome. He's one of our research workers. Mr. Rogers thought a lot of him.
Oh, of course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strange.
Not at all.
Do you want me to call a taxi for you?
No, I'll walk. Good night, Mona.
Good night, Eric. Operator? I want to put in a call to San Francisco for Greg Rome at the Wilkins Hotel. That's right. Greg Rome.
I went down the stairs wondering if I wasn't being a little foolish about the whole matter. I tried to tell myself that I ought to tab that story of Rogers for what it probably was and accept Mannix's ideas about the case. I guess I just about decided that way as I came out of the building and stepped off the curb. That's when I heard the car come roaring around the corner behind me.
Look out! What are you doing? You'll run me down!
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Edmund O'Brien stars as Eric in The Blind Spot, adapted for radio by Joel Malone. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act Two of The Blind Spot, starring Edmund O'Brien. Eric Strange has known fear. And this night he has seen the brilliant mind of Leland Rogers overpowered by fear. A fear that has cost his life. Now it is Eric's life that is in danger. This man whose business it is to deal in facts has been driven by instinct and intuition to dismiss the verdict of suicide against his friend Leland Rogers in favor of murder. And this course has led him into the path of a swerving automobile. And now, with Edmund O'Brien as Eric, and with Act Two of The Blind Spot, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Time was irrelevant. Seconds, minutes, hours. But when the first bright thread of consciousness broke through the pattern of darkness, I had the feeling that I hadn't been knocked out for long. The damp night air chilled me as I lay sprawled on the sidewalk. I got up slowly, wondering why I was still alive. I discovered one thing for sure. Someone had wanted me out of the way badly enough to risk his own neck in jumping his car over an 18-inch curbing. around the corner where the car must have been parked, waiting for me, I found something else. 3 cigarette stubs. One was still warm. I jumped like a jackrabbit at what I thought was my friend coming back. It was just a cruising cab. I must have looked pretty frightening to the driver.
You all right, buddy?
Yes. Yeah, great. Take me to the Park Central Hotel, will you?
The Park Central? Hey, look, when I see guys picking up cigarette butts, I don't
Here. I got plenty of money here. Now, get going.
Yeah, get going. I'm going all right. Going nuts.
It's strange. Why, you've been hurt.
You ought to see the other car. Look, I was going to stay here with Leland Rogers.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll give you the room next to his suite. The police are up there now.
Oh? Lieutenant Mannix, is he
He's
up?
having Mr. Rogers' rooms locked up. The boy will take you up, Mr. Strange, and if you want anything...
Just ring?
Yes, sir.
What happened, Strange? Try to kiss her?
Yes. Yes, the angel of death. And I don't mean Miss Bartlett. Lieutenant, when I came out of the building, somebody tried to run me down.
Well, hit-and-run drivers. They're bad out here.
You're too logical, Lieutenant. I could grow to hate you. I tell you, the man was waiting for me. I found cigarette stubs. One was still warm.
It'll be cold before you can get into court as evidence. Let's say a hit-and-run driver, huh?
I'm not talking to you anymore. Find anything next door?
Not a thing. And Mac just called from headquarters. Only fingerprints on Rogers' gun were his own. Want to say somebody wore gloves?
Okay, I'm too knocked out to argue.
I'll run along, Eric. You better get yourself some sleep, and maybe tomorrow...
Yes?
You'll decide that I know what I'm talking about.
Maybe I've already decided.
I doubt it. You're the stubborn type.
Think so?
Definitely.
Well, I'm forgetting all about the cases of right now. Oh. That must have been a Cadillac. A big one.
Sorry I accused you of playing post office.
It's all right. Night. Post office. Post office. Maybe that's it. Come on.
Switchboard.
Get me the post office. I want to speak to the postmaster.
Huh? Are you kidding? It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Huh? Oh. Sorry. Sense of time never was too good. I'll try him a little later. The post office hunch was a wild one, but I followed it through. I was there bright and early talking to the supervisor.
Would you repeat that request, Mr. Strange?
Certainly. Now, I want
You want a list of people who've applied for post-box rentals in the last 2 weeks.
Right.
I hate to turn you down, Mr. Strange. I know about your work for the State Department, but what the devil do you want with those names?
Well, a friend of mine was corresponding with the Burnham Detective Agency in New York. Now, I don't think he would have wanted his correspondence to go through his office.
We couldn't open any letters, you know.
I know, but there probably aren't any. I just want to know if he rented a box. Look, I checked with Henley upstairs.
Oh, well, that's different. Why didn't you say so? Let's have a look here. Last 2 weeks, eh? Only one name. Lance Martin. Box 208.
Lance Martin. Perhaps he... Look, I'll be back. You've been a big help. Thanks a lot.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm terribly sorry. I'm in a hurry.
You certainly are.
Yes, I have to make a New York call. The call was to Pete Starr, my agent, the man who'd do anything for me for 10%. I asked him to check somehow with the Burnham Detective Agency, see if they were working for a Lance Martin in Beverly Hills, post office box number 208. All I could do was wait on that. So I made another call, then headed down to the research office to keep an appointment with Jim Carr. He'd taken over, but good. He was sitting in Roger's chair, dictating furiously when I walked in.
And if this emergency division of authority between the board members and myself results in a more balanced and scientific control of our IR, I see no reason why the system should not be made permanent. Didn't hear you come in, Strange.
Sorry if I interrupted. Miss Bartlett said...
Oh, it's all right. Sit down. Type that much up right away, Miss Atkins.
Yes, sir.
I caught that last paragraph about your dividing control.
It's a method I've always advocated.
It's an excellent time to install it after that assignment of Roger Stark.
Oh, yes. Strange, you don't suppose that assignment might cause anybody to wonder about...
Have they any cause to?
I shouldn't have mentioned it. Strange, I hope you never know what it feels like to kill a man.
What?
These pills I have to feed myself. For ulcers, nerves, everything in the book. I'm killing myself, Strange, slowly but surely. Oh, this business.
Mr. Carr, I'd better ease one of your worries right now. We'll go ahead with my survey. When can you start?
Why, right away, Strange, immediately. I'll start things humming. There'll be 700 men out asking questions about your book within 24 hours.
Fine. I'll be at the hotel if you have to check on anything. I'm expecting a long-distance call.
Very good, and thank you, Mr. Strange. Thank you very much. Be assured that that will do a job for you.
Crossing the hotel lobby toward the desk, I happened to glance into the cocktail room. I saw a familiar reflection in one of the big mirrors in back of the bar. In fact, two familiar reflections. I went in, sat down beside Mona Bartlett.
Mr. Strange. Hello.
Hi.
Eric Strange, Gregory Rowe.
How are you, sir?
Hello, Strange.
Greg just got in from San Francisco about 20 minutes ago.
Really? Well, he must do it with mirrors.
What?
We ran into each other in the post office this morning.
The post office?
Oh, you must be mistaken.
I must be, yeah. You're a lucky girl, Mona. If anything should happen to this boyfriend, you've got his exact twin to turn to. All you have to do is find him.
Just a mix-up, Strange. Chances are the fellow was...
Doesn't even look like you're sure. Probably smokes a different brand of cigarettes, too.
Just what are you getting at, Strange?
Sorry, I'm always suffering from blind spots. Have to dash, Mona, expecting a call.
But Eric...
I rode up in the elevator, wondering vaguely where Greg Rome fitted into the picture, and just what time he had arrived from San Francisco. But I didn't have long to think about it. They'd given me the room next to Leland Rogers' suite. It was supposed to be locked up on police order, but I could hear someone moving around in there. I went out on the balcony, found that it connected with his. A few moments later, I was looking through a pair of French doors at a pair of legs. They belonged to Cheryl Milner. She saw me, almost passed out, then changed her mind and came over to let me in.
Eric, what are you doing here?
Well, that's a funny question, Cheryl, but I haven't time to laugh. What's the idea?
The idea? Oh. Well, I lost a ring when I was here with you, and I thought I'd better get it back. My husband wouldn't.
Wouldn't understand, I know. Where's the ring?
Right here.
Then you're through looking around. Better get out the way you got in. Just how did you get in?
The bell captain. I...
Bribed him.
Yes. They're so obliging here, so understanding when a lady's in distress.
So's room service.
I don't know what you mean, Eric. Oh, really, darling?
Skip it. Don't you see what this can do to your alibi?
Oh, I never thought...
I'm not so sure that... My call. Look, you better get out of here. I'll talk to you later.
Please do.
Go on. Hello?
Hello, Eric. This is Pete.
Pete! Did you get what I wanted?
Yeah, I think so. Burnham Detective Agency has been corresponding with a Lance Martin in Beverly Hills. I, got a girlfriend in their file room.
Uh-huh. The power of a woman.
Here's the dope now. Martin's been after them to trace his ex-wife, Aline Martin. In the agency's first report, they found that she died in an asylum for the insane 10 years ago, brought there by the police.
I see. Wonder if Rogers was ever married.
What?
Nothing. Keep talking.
A letter in her purse asked that she be treated right. It was signed by her son, Darrell Martin. There's no trace of the boy before or since.
Pete, I think we've hit it. Her son, Roger's son. He'd be grown up now. It's the man he was afraid of.
The name's Martin, Eric, not Rogers.
It's all right. That could have been a maiden name, don't you see?
No, I don't. What's it all about, Eric?
Haven't time. Write your book about it later. If he deserted them, left them, what a motive. Huh? Oh, coming. Mona, I thought you were...
I have to see you, Eric. I made an excuse.
Sure. Come on in.
I haven't long, but I had to know what you were driving at downstairs. About Greg, I mean.
Meeting him in the post office this morning?
You didn't, of course. I met his plane, Eric.
Why are you protecting him? In love with the guy?
I don't know. I've known him ever since college.
I guess
he's always sort of depended on me.
Uh-huh. Big fella like that? I should think that
you don't know him, Eric. He's been hurt, inside, I mean, by things that have happened.
What kind of things?
Eric, Greg once killed a man.
Killed a man?
Oh, it wasn't his fault. It was an accident. But please, I didn't come here to tell you about that.
Then why did you come here?
Eric, I like you very much. I wish you'd give this up. Accept Lieutenant Mannix's theory before...
Before what, Mona?
Oh, I don't know. I have a feeling that something might happen.
It almost did. I tangled with a hit-and-run driver when I left your place.
What?
It's all right. Mannix says pedestrians are on their own in this town. But, Mona...
Yes?
Won't you tell me when Greg really got back in town?
I've told you all I'm going to.
How old is Greg?
About 26. But...
Where are his folks? Have you ever met them?
No. No, I never have.
And you won't tell me any more about his accident. Where'd you two go to school?
San Carlos College. Oh, that seems like such a long time ago.
Stop it, will you? How do you think you make me feel? I'm 35. Positively ancient.
Eric, you will get out of this. Leave Greg alone.
I'm sorry, Mona. I want to be very sure about the guy you marry.
I didn't say I...
No, but he's a habit, and I'll bet he said it.
Yes. He wants me to marry him right away.
Don't. Please, Mona, just give me a couple of days, maybe less.
I have to get back down. He'll wonder what...
You won't promise?
I can't, Eric. I'm too mixed up.
Come here.
What?
That mix you up a little more?
Eric, why?
Maybe to confuse you enough to wait. Maybe a lot of other reasons, Mona. We'll talk about it when I get back.
Where are you going?
Right now? To college. Dean Spear at San Carlos College was a man who lived by a routine. It didn't include sudden, unannounced visitors. And after my long flight up there, it appeared that I might not get to see him. A lady came to my rescue again. The dean's housekeeper. She's read my books. Didn't like them, but thought all writers were romantic figures. She said she had a plan. She disappeared. A few minutes later, the dean came ambling out of his study.
Hey, Mr. Strange. You're the author of Blind Spots, eh?
That's right, sir.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
May I commend you, young man? You have the rare gift of making facts plausible. Even our freshmen read you.
Oh, thank you, Dean.
My housekeeper, Mrs. Wilkins, tells me you're considering a post in our economic department.
Oh?
That woman always does things the hard way. Didn't she think I'd talk to the author of Blind Spots?
She doesn't like the book, sir.
Yeah, she's stupid. Kind and harmless, though. So, what did you have in mind, Mr. Strange?
An ex-student of yours. Gregory Rome.
What about Rome?
I'm going to Greece, you see, for the State Department. I'm picking up 2 assistants. Rome's name was suggested. Now, if you could add your recommendation...
I can't. I suggest you contact Rogers International Research. He works for them.
Well, naturally, I had Leland Rogers on my list, but since his violent death...
Violent death?
Well, I thought suicide came under that category. In any case, since I can't ask him, I thought perhaps the man who must have suggested Rome for the job in the first place...
I didn't suggest him. If anyone did, it was our honor student here, Mona Bartlett.
Then you refuse to put in a word for Rome?
I resent your asking it. I resent your forcing me to blight a man's career. Rome may have fought his way successfully out of a bad beginning, but... Oh, confound it, Strange. After our experience with him here,
There was an accident of some sort that I
don't mean that.
That was during a wrestling match. Rome killed his opponent. The athletic board dismissed it. Blamed it on inexperience, the result of imperfect wrestling technique. I'm sure he was blameless in that instance. Might have happened to anybody.
But there was something else.
There was indeed. A shocking, premeditated act of violence.
That's why you reacted so to Leland Rogers' suicide.
It is. To be explicit, Strange, we expelled Rome for something just short of murder.
Go on.
On a certain spring evening during his junior year, Rome waylaid and brutally beat his professor of public opinion measurement, left the man a mass of bruises, lacerations, and a concussion. We found him only just in time.
What motive did he have for the
But
attack?
that's exactly the point. He had none whatsoever. He told a preposterous story of the professor making improper advances toward Rome's fiancée, a charge described as ridiculous by the girl as well as by the professor.
I see. Well, why didn't the professor prefer charges?
He had no wish to bring notoriety on either the school or his family.
What about Rome's parents? Couldn't they shed any light on his actions?
As I recall, the boy was an orphan.
I see. Say, he didn't have any grandparents, did he? Name of Martin?
I see no reason to pursue the matter further, Mrs. Strange. I do not recall names. And I have no intention of doing anything at all that might help Gregory Rome into a position of trust. Good night, sir.
And that was that. The dean went back to his routine, and I headed back to the airport. I'd had to lie, but I'd learned plenty about the past of Gregory Rome, and it wasn't pretty. Flying down the coast, I felt as if I was trying to push that plane to greater speed. My mind, my heart, my body were all tensed and driving it forward with the terrible realization that Mona Bartlett might, at that moment, be with this madman, might even be deciding to marry him. It was all clear now. Rogers, knowing there was a son somewhere, a boy he'd never seen, hadn't even known about when he left the mother to be committed to an asylum. When he learned it, realized from those notes that it was someone in his own office, the fear had hit him. I didn't blame him for being afraid. But I shuddered thinking about Mona. The way she'd somehow believed in Greg all these years, championed him, remained faithful in spite of everything. I had to get back. I had to get back.
Look, mister, we're in town. If you want this hack to go any faster, drive it yourself.
It's all right. It's deserted out
I
here.
don't care.
Well, look, turn left at the end of the block. Her apartment's right around the corner. Say, the car in front. Stop right behind it.
Okay.
He's here. Hey, that's the car.
Huh?
That's the car that hit me.
Say, what are you talking about?
Never mind. Look, driver, here's $10 for you. Now pick up Lieutenant Mannix, Homicide Division, Police Headquarters. Bring him here on the double.
Oh, mister, take it from me. Don't go mixing with the police.
Tell him-
And look, go up there and talk it over with a peaceable, and then you...
Just say blind spots. He'll come. Now go on.
Okay.
I turned towards the apartment, started inside. It wasn't easy, but I had to, realizing Mona was up there with him. As I went up the steps, my head kept spinning with a jumble of things I'd heard about the man I was about to face. A madman, an ex-wrestler who'd killed one of his opponents. I wondered how his next opponent would make out. Hello, Greg.
Hello.
I want to see Mona.
You want to see Mona? Sure you do, you post office Johnny. All the men would like to see Mona. Glad you're here, Strange. Glad you went to San Carlos. Now you know what's coming to.
Greg, not here. If we go over the stair rail.
Here, try to drag her into it, huh? Just because she had a date with him that night. I won't let.
Greg, stop it! Stop it! Leave him alone!
Don't, Mona. I can stop it. Out. Mona. Mona, you shot me.
right here, Eric.
Oh,
Eric, I'm sorry. I was trying to...
I know. Where's...
He's still out. He struck his head on the stairs when you hit him.
Did you call the police?
No. Eric, please. He suffered enough.
You know who he is.
He told me tonight. That horrible childhood. Can't you see why he had to make Roger suffer as he'd seen his mother suffer?
I'm sorry for him, Mona, but we've got to turn him in. He's a homicidal maniac. Come on, help me to the phone.
No, Eric, no. Listen, we'll have to put him away ourselves, quietly. This is no time to drag this thing through the courts.
Why? Why isn't it the time?
Your survey, darling.
Huh?
A murder trial now with everything coming out. Eric, you've got to think of yourself. You have to go on being a success.
Like Rogers?
Greg was right. I'm very fond of you, Eric. Please, for my sake, don't call the police.
Mona, don't you realize what you're saying? We can't decide this thing. You're talking crazy. That's when it hit me. Greg's words suddenly came bouncing back. Words that changed everything. Wiped away the last blind spot.
Try to drag her into it just because she had a date with him that night.
Mona, you. Darrell Martin. A girl's name. Your name.
I gave you a chance, Eric. I could have fired again.
It wasn't an accident. You meant to hit me, then you lost your nerve.
I love you, Eric. I really do. Now, I'm asking you to play this my way. Will you?
No.
Then I'm glad I won't have to shoot you again, Eric. You're bleeding badly. Very badly. That should do it. I won't have to.
Oh, Greg, he was just a foil, someone to...
To help me?
Yes.
Yes. And it fooled Rogers. Greg was an orphan, the right age. And after his wrestling accident, he was shaken. I kept him that way.
Oh, it's crazy, rotten.
And that professor, I goaded him into that. He was so jealous of me, Eric.
That poor fool, he didn't have a chance.
What about me? My mother? Did we have a chance?
But Mona, to destroy the lives of others.
To get to Leland, Rogers. I'd do it all over again, every step.
Those entries in his book.
Effective, too, weren't they, Eric? You know, they almost drove him out of his mind.
But why me?
You wouldn't stop. I begged you to. Remember?
And this was to look like Greg's doings, huh?
Still can. It's his gun. And if you're not alive to challenge me...
Oh, Lord, Mona, please. Get compresses. Stop the blood.
No, Eric. I won't have to shoot you again. I'm so glad.
He's coming around now, Lieutenant.
Yeah, thank heaven. The guy can't go out on me. I owe him too many apologies.
Can I talk to him, Dr. Whitehurst?
Now, take it easy, all of you. Mr. Strange, this is Dr. Whitehurst. You're in a hospital.
Huh? Hospital? Where? Mona, what about...
She's dead, Eric. Shot herself when we pulled up in front.
Oh.
Did a funny thing, though. She called the emergency hospital for you.
No.
Some dame talks young Greg here into a jealous rage and gets him to try to run you down, shoot you herself, and changes her mind, saves your life.
I guess it's a woman's privilege to change her mind.
Yeah. By the way, Eric, what about young Greg here? What do you want us to do?
Oh. Hello, Greg.
Mr. Stranger.
She had quite a hold on you, didn't she?
Yes, I didn't know what I was doing. I was so much in love with her.
You'll get over it. And don't feel too bad. I had the same blind spot.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Strange.
Hey, Dr. Whitehurst, could the patient possibly take a phone call? They say it's urgent.
I don't know. How do you feel, Strange?
All right.
I'll plug in right here. Hold the receiver for you.
Thanks. Hello.
Mr. Strange?
Yes?
Cheryl Milner.
Hi.
Hi, yourself. Goodness, darling, what have they done to you? How long are you going to be in that horrible old hospital? I'm just dying to see you again. I'm bored, darling.
Yeah, I'll bet. And I'm tired, honey. Too tired. I'm afraid you better call room service.
Thank you, Edmund O'Brien, for a magnificent performance as Eric. And to Jeff Corey, Bruce Cameron, Francis Cheney, Paul McVeigh, Ralph Moody, Bud Whittam, Martha Shaw, and Bill Lally, our thanks for your fine support. Next week, for Suspense, the lives of three persons cross in an atmosphere fraught with the fears of a doting mother. The story title holds the premise of our play. It is aptly called Life Ends at Midnight. So join us next week, then, when, with Life Ends at Midnight, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Mr. O'Brien may soon be seen in the Universal International production, Another Part of the Forest. The Blind Spot by Lois Eby and John C. Fleming was adapted for radio by Joel Malone and was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor. Lucien Marowak and Rene Garrigank composed the original scores. Listen again next week for Life Ends at Midnight on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. In this weather, most of us have a yen to get out into the country. Well, this year, enjoy it. Don't destroy it. Forest fires do destroy miles of countryside every year. And 9 out of 10 forest fires are man-set, started through carelessness. That's another way of saying that 9 out of 10 forest fires could have been prevented. When you go into the country this spring and summer, take a few simple precautions. Crush out cigar, cigarette, and pipe embers. Snap matches in half after using. Drown campfire, stir the ashes, and then drown them again. And before you start a fire anywhere for any purpose, find out what the law about fires is in that locality. Don't you be one of the guilty ones to turn the destructive rampage of fire loose in our forests this spring. Be careful and help avoid forest fires. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. The Columbia Broadcasting System brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, produced and directed by Anton M. Leader, and starring tonight, Miss Fay Bainter, in Life Ends at Midnight by Robert Tallman. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Nurtured in the cradle and carried to the grave, the love of a mother for her child is an emotion all-pervasive, all-forgiving. Of all human relationships, this one which we celebrate on Mother's Day is among the strongest, most lasting. And for most of us, raised in the comfort and security of a happy home, no emotional tie is more warm and welcome. But there are some few mothers for whom Mother's Day represents no joyful memories, no warmth, no tenderness. Instead, there's heartbreak and regret, unhappiness, even terror. Such a mother is the woman of our story tonight, Mrs. Bates. A poor, worn woman, kindly, gentle, forgiving, resigned, but not without spirit. The story's setting? A miserable tenement apartment in the slum section of a large city. The time, today. And now, with the performances of Miss Fay Bainter as Mrs. Bates, Tony Barrett as Walter Bates, and Norman Field as Mr. Chalmers, and with Robert Tallman's story, Life Ends at Midnight, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
That's right, Mom. Your little sonny boy, Walter. Remember my whistle, huh?
Yes, Oh, but where I didn't know.
Never know when I'll turn up, am I? What's the matter? Do we have to stand out here in the hall?
Oh, no. Come in. It's just that... Come in, Walt.
Same old crummy joint.
I do my best to keep it clean, Walt.
Yeah, I know. Regular old Mother Hubbard, huh? You'll have to clean up the whole south of Chicago before you get the filth out of this flea bag. Oh, boy, I'm tired. Up all night in a stinking day coach full of snoring jerks and squalling babies. And babies, they're the worst. All they do is bawl and slobber.
You left Pittsburgh last night?
1 in the morning. Didn't sleep a wink. Look at that collar, will you?
But tomorrow is Monday, and you have to be at work in the morning.
Sure. What's the matter? You worried?
Oh, no, I just...
Then don't just. Can't a guy come home to see his mother once in 6 months? That's a mother for you. You break your back, you sit up all night to see your mother for 1 day. She tells you you have to be at work in the morning. How do you like that?
I'm sorry, dear. I did miss you so, but I just worried about...
Yeah, I know. Don't worry so much. It makes me nervous.
Here, dear. Sit at the table. You must be starved.
All right. Now it's like coming home.
Oh, my baby. I'm so glad to see you. You did come just to see me, didn't you?
Who else? Hetty Lamar?
Of course you came to see me. It's just that I always worry so about you,
Forget it. What's these?
I was just making a chop for my lunch. That's all I seem to have in the house right now.
That'll be enough for me.
It should be ready in a minute. Now, tell me all about yourself. Your job.
Never mind about me. Come on. Sit down, Mama.
All right.
How you doing, huh?
Well, I try not to complain, Walter, but things are not easy. Prices high, rents going up all the time, even on this old house. Honest, I don't know what I'm going to do if
you had some bonds Papa left you. You had about $2,000 bonds he left you. Still got...
I'm trying to tell you, Walter, things haven't been easy, and I just...
Always the poor mouth. Every time I see her, she's putting on a poor mouth.
I'm just saying that things aren't easy.
And for me, you think it's a picnic, huh? I got enough trouble, and for what? All year, work like crazy, and for what?
A man must work, Walter.
A man must work, Walter.
Yes, it's true. A man must work and live like a person, and not be afraid so that he can sleep at night without worrying about...
About what?
About a bell ringing at night, or a knock on the door in the morning, or someone touching you on the arm. Oh, yes. It's a nice feeling and a free feeling to be able to walk down the street in the sun with your eyes meeting another man's without wondering if he's...
Shut up! I ain't in trouble again, so stop mouthing at me. Always mouthing at me.
You haven't? Now, you know what the judge said the last time, Walter. He was nice. He gave you another chance. He saw you were a really good boy, and he gave you another chance. He got a nice job for you, and you promised to... You mustn't. You're all right, Walter. You didn't do it.
A herring on a plate. All your life, you're a tomcat in the garbage. Find a fish head and say, thank you, mister. Not for me. You take a chance, you throw away the fish heads. You get one break, you're out of the garbage can for life. You're through with time clocks and shiny pants. You're in the higher brackets, nobody gets at you. You're a mister with a future. You hold your nose when you walk through the day coach to your compartment. You leave the stinks behind and the porter dusts the air in front of you. That's for me. One break, you're hot as a rocket, shooting diamonds for sparks. You're a jet job in a world full of flivvers. A buck gets you two, two gets you four.
Walter.
Good for one, blonde, to kick her or to kiss her.
Walter!
So, all right, I took another chance. I tried to run it up, but no dice. I gotta make it good. Tomorrow morning, I gotta make it good. The books at the office will show. I gotta make it good.
How much?
$1,500.
$1,500.
By midnight tonight, $1,500. I miss that 12:20 train for Pittsburgh. It's all up. Might as well take gas.
$1,500. By midnight tonight. Where am I going to get it, Walter?
The bonds. You got the bonds Papa left?
The bonds. How do you think I got you out of your last trouble? Bribes, bail, paying back, every penny. Where do you think I got it?
Don't give me that. You're holding out. You gotta help me.
I'll give you my life, Walter. Walter, please, don't.
I'll get 10 years. You heard the judge last time.
What can I do? What?
10 years in stir. Won't be no reform school this time. Think it over, will you?
Walter.
Oh, please get me the money. Mama, get it for me. I'll be good. I'll work hard. I won't give you no more trouble, but help me now. Please, Mama,
Where can
please.
I get it, Walter? I've nothing left. Nothing.
I don't care where you get it. It's your fault. You gotta help me. I only wanted to help you, and now I don't know.
Yes, it is my fault. I've always protected you. But I can't protect you anymore. I'll give you the few dollars I have. Go away. It'll be enough to help you run away. That's all I can do.
Not me. I ain't gonna spend the rest of my life being no clay pigeon. Sure. Run away.
Walter,
Don't
please,
bother me.
Don't.
Huh?
Don't. You're hurting my
I'm no
arm.
dope. I know you're holding out on me. You're worrying about your old age, making yourself a cushy setup.
I'm sorry. I hope I'm not intruding.
Who's this?
Oh, Mr. Chalmers. This is Mr. Chalmers, Walter. He has the back bedroom. This is my son, Walter, Mr. Chalmers.
How do you do, Mr. Bates? I feel that I know you very well. Your mother and I sit here in the kitchen sometimes over a cup of tea, and she talks about you for hours and hours. Yes, I can see why Mother's so proud of you. How do you do, Mr. Bates? Yes, and you're a fine-looking young man.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bates, if you'll excuse me, I'm just going to the corner for my paper. I think that little man with the tiny mustache, you know who I mean, the insurance agent, I think he might call again to collect. Please tell him to go away. You will do that for me, Mrs. Bates?
Yes, Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you, Mrs. Bates. Tell him not to come back any more. I don't want to pay any more on the policy. You remember, I told you my nephew was very sick in Spokane?
Yes, Mr. Chalmers.
Well, the poor young man died. Yes. I was going to leave him a few dollars when I died, but now, well, I have no one left at all, and, well, $1 a week. You'll tell that to the little man with the tiny mustache?
Yes, Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you, Mrs. Bates. Good day, Mr. Bates.
I have $40 in the house for rent. You can take that.
Yeah.
Drop me a card when you get settled someplace. Let me know where you are. I'll send you some more as soon as I get it. Maybe later I'll be able to straighten it out. Maybe later I'll be able to speak to your boss. I'll promise to pay back every cent. But now you must go away. You must.
Mama, tell me something about Mr. Chalmers. He interests me very strangely.
Walter.
Don't be so nervous, Ma. We got plenty of time. We got till midnight.
Yes, I do think I will have another cup, if you don't mind, Mrs. Bates.
Now, suppose you look at it this way, huh? You've been paying $1 a week for, how many years now?
Well, I'd say 20 years would be a conservative estimate.
All right. 20 years, that's, let me see, $50 a year. Say that's, $1,000 that you paid in.
Yes, $1,000. This coffee cake, Mrs. Bates, is excellent.
Do you like it? I made it yesterday when
Forget the coffee cake. Now, let's figure percentage, huh? How many more years you figure to live?
Walter.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Bates. After all, I am an old man, and at my age, one rather, well, comes to terms with death. It's like the end of a long, busy day. Life ends at midnight, and a new day begins. Yes, Walter, I think you're on the verge of making a very profound observation. My policy is for $2,500, and in the days that are left to me, I certainly will not be required to pay in as much as I've already paid.
Well, that's the exact point, Mr. Chalmers. And if you drop it now, will you get anything back? No. You got a straight life with no cash value. If you drop the policy now, the insurance company's the winner. But say that you live another couple of years, you pay a couple of hundred more, and you leave that $2,500 to somebody. Which is the smart thing? I leave it to you.
Yes, I should like to think that when I'm gone, I have left something behind for someone. Mr. Chalmers, oh yes, I'll always remember him for this. It's nice to live on in somebody's memory for a little while after we are dead. But A, Mr. Bates, I have no one in this world. And B, I must be very, very frank with you and tell you that I can no longer afford to pay even the $1 a week. You see, I live on
That's a problem of the most minor importance. For anybody to invest in you now, $1 a week would be gilt-edged. I mean, for instance, take my mother here.
Yes?
Now, suppose that you made her the beneficiary. Now, suppose she continued to pay the $1 a week, huh? Now, who could lose on such a deal? Who can lose? Nobody. You see, you'll get your dearest wish to leave something behind, and my mother in later years says, Mr. Chalmers, oh, yes, I'll always remember him for this. You get the point?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Oh, why not? Why not? It's simple.
Oh, no, Mr. Chalmers.
Let
no,
Mr. Chalmers decide. Mr. Chalmers, it makes good sense, no? It makes everybody happy.
Oh, but we're practically strangers now.
What do you mean, strangers? Who is a stranger in this world, Mr. Chalmers? We're all just little people trying to make each other happy, huh? Mr. Chalmers here can die feeling that he didn't waste $1 a week for 20 years, and he'll know that he'll live in your memory, Mama. That's what he wants. Why shouldn't he have it? Ain't every man entitled to at least live in somebody's memory?
Yes, but Mr. Chalmers doesn't have to do that. I'll think about him anyway. I promise I will.
So let him say something, always at mouthing. Oh, what do you say, Mr. Chalmers?
That must be the little man with the tiny mustache. I'll tell him I'm keeping the policy and changing the beneficiary.
Swell.
Could you let me have the $1, Mrs. Bates?
Hurry it up, will you? The old man's coming home in a minute or two. He takes his nap about this time. I want this ready for him.
Relax, Sonny. I can't finish this job today.
What are you giving me?
It'll take a joint and another length of pipe.
Fix it up. You can fix it up for now, can't you?
Well, this room's pretty small. Why do you want the heater so close to the bed?
Like I told you, he's got rheumatism. He needs plenty heat.
Well, I can run a rubber extension. But with gas, I don't like it.
Okay, so with gas, you don't like it. But with gas, we got to run this heater. The old man's got rheumatics. He can take plenty of gas.
Huh?
Hey, heat, I mean. He needs plenty. What are you doing now?
Tightening this joint.
It's tight enough. Here. Here's your $3.
Okay. You're the boss.
Bring your tools next time, huh?
There won't be any next time, Sonny.
What do you give me now?
You can get somebody else to do your dirty work after this. So long, Skippy.
Skippy. Come on, Skippy. Pull yourself together. We got work to do. Hiya, Pa.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, this used to be my room. Steam don't come up here so good, so I talked the old lady into fixing this up for you.
That was very thoughtful of you, Walter.
Oh, thanks. I stuffed the cracks in the windows, too. Zero weather gets plenty drafty in this room.
You thought of everything, didn't you, Walter?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it ought to work out just fine.
It'll do the job, I think. I'm going to take a little nap before dinner. Do you think the heater...
Just leave it on. I'll look in after a bit to see if it's okay.
Well, now, you needn't go to all
no trouble at all, Mr. Chalmers. When I do a thing, I like to do it right.
Huh? Who's there? Oh, that's you, Walter?
Yeah, go on back to sleep, Pop. Just turn the heater off, will you? Get a little stuffy in here.
You're a good, considerate boy, Walter.
Skip it. Go on, back to sleep.
Please, don't walk so fast, Walter. My feet are hurting me again.
You can buy new shoes tomorrow.
I'd like to know what with.
Maybe you'll have dough tomorrow. Maybe we'll both have dough.
If a miracle happened.
Maybe miracles do happen. Maybe. If you're smart.
Where are you taking me to, Walter?
No place particular. I just thought we'd stroll around the old neighborhood like old times.
Well, that's a nice idea, Walter. But my feet are...
Okay. So we'll turn in at the candy store in the corner, and I'll buy you a dish of ice cream.
So close to dinner time, dear.
Trouble with you, Mars, you're in a rut. Come on.
Howdy, Miss Bates.
Hello.
Howdy, Walter. When'd you get back?
He came in on the train from Pittsburgh, Nick, this morning, just to see me.
Yeah, I thought I'd give the old girl a break.
Walter.
Well, what can I mix up for you folks, huh?
Mom will take vanilla, and I want coffee. Black.
Coming right up.
Evening, Nick.
Oh, hello, Mike. Take a load off your feet. You folks know Officer Flanagan, Miss Bates from down the block, and her son Walter.
Pleased to meet you, officer.
How's business, Copper?
Oh, much the same. Vagrancy, petty larceny, once in a while a murder.
Murder?
Well, that's what they start out to do, but it's harder to pull off a murder than most people think.
Yeah.
A case just last week over in the next precinct. Family disconnected a gas heater in the old man's room while he was asleep. And that's what we were pretty sure he did, anyway. They took out a lot of insurance on him a few days before.
But you couldn't prove anything, huh?
Didn't have to. They always bungle somewhere. Amateurs. Gas petered out. They forgot to put a quarter in the meter. 7 o'clock. Sure, and I got to call in. See you later, Nick.
Okay, Michael.
Ma,
Yes, Walter.
when did you put a quarter in the meter at home?
Well, I don't remember. Goodness, I'd better get some change.
Never mind. Come on, we're getting out of here.
What's the matter, Walter?
Nothing. Come on.
Walter, why did you ask about the gas meter?
Why do you think?
Walter, you didn't... That isn't why you put the heater in this...
What do you think?
I don't think anything. I just pray that quarter ran out
Save
before...
your prayers and get a move on. Because if that didn't work, I'll try another way. Either that old cluck is dead before midnight, or I spent 10 years in stir. He's gonna be dead before midnight. Do you understand that? You try making any trouble, you'll be pushing daisies right along with him. Stop that sniveling. We're going in there now. If it took, scream your head off, or I'll give you a reason to scream.
I can smell it.
Come on.
Oh.
Well, good evening, Walter. Mrs. Bates, I was just on my way
Oh,
out.
Mr. Chalmers, you're all right. You're all right.
Of course he's all right. What's eating you?
I have a slight headache, it's true, but a brisk walk in the open air will cure that, I'm sure.
Hey, look at this, will you?
What is it, Walter?
The hose on the heater, it got unhitched. No wonder you got a headache.
Oh.
I thought I smelled gas.
Pop, it's lucky for you that Ma forgot to put a quarter in the meter.
Providence works in strange ways, doesn't it, Walter? Well, I must be getting on. Mrs. Bates.
Yes?
I'll be coming home rather late, so I'll just let myself in.
How late?
Well, I thought I'd stop in at the neighborhood picture house after dinner. That'll be around 9 o'clock, so I imagine I won't be home much before 11.
Mr. Chalmers, there's something
Yes, Mrs. Bates?
Walter's a good boy at heart, you know. But he's been in some trouble lately,
Is
and...
there anything I can do to help, Walter?
Yeah, plenty. I'll tell you all about it when you get back. You better run along now, Mr. Chalmers. You don't want to be late for that picture.
Yes, of course. Well, good night, Mrs. Bates.
Mr. Chalmers!
Good night, Mr. Chalmers.
Yes, good night.
Walter! 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 Oh, Walter! I'm your mother, Walter!
You were going to tell him, weren't you? You'd like to send me to the chair, wouldn't you?
Oh, you struck your own mother.
You ought to messed your sad monkey face up for good. It's your fault I pulled this thing up in the first place. How did you remember to put a quarter in that gas meter? Why didn't you?
I'm glad I forgot he wouldn't be alive.
You shouldn't have messed around with the gas, trying to spare your feelings, make it look like an accident. The thanks I get for it. She wants to blab the whole thing, turn me in. My own mother.
No, Walter, that's not true.
Oh,
Don't, please. Don't hit me again. I can't stand it.
All right. Maybe now you'll cooperate. Look, let's put it this way. It's either you or him.
Oh.
If it's you, I don't care whether they get me or not. Are you listening to me?
Yes, Walter.
All right. Now, like I said, I got very little time to get this thing done. They ought to have done it neat, clean in the first place, like I said. He's old, he's weak. Just push him over on a bed, hold a pillow on his face for a few minutes, and the job is done. Nobody'd ask any questions, a guy that old.
Walter, for the last time, I beg you.
All right, you just make sure it's the last time. Remember, like I said, it's you or him.
What are you going to do?
I'll be waiting in his room when he gets home. You wait up for him. Tell him I've left to catch a train. That's in case he suspects anything. When he comes into his room, I'll take care of the rest of it.
How do you know I won't warn him?
Because it's you or him, just like I told you. I don't think you'll warn Mr. Chalmers. Don't you try to stall him when he comes in. He's got to be dead by midnight, or else.
Evening. Evening, Mr. Chalmers.
Joe, I'll have the late edition of the Daily News as usual.
Saved one out for you, Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you. Good night, Joe.
Night.
Oh, by the way, Joe, I almost forgot. Can you give me the change of $1?
Oh, sure, Mr. Chalmers. Here you are. 50, 75, 85, 90, $1.
Thank you. I just happened to think of something I need change for. A little good deed for a friend of mine.
Joe.
Well, I didn't think you'd be up so late, Mrs. Bates.
I waited up especially. I wanted to talk to you about Walter.
Mrs. Bates, your eye, it's all discolored.
Oh, yes. Well, the light burned out in the bathroom, and when I went to replace it in the dark, that is, I bumped into the door.
Now, I would have thought Walter would have done that for you.
Oh, no, Walter didn't. I mean, Walter's left already. He had to catch the 12:20 for Pittsburgh, you know.
But it's only a little after 11 now.
Perhaps he had some things to do on the way, I mean.
Of course. Well, I'm afraid I must be getting on to bed.
No, not yet. I mean, won't you sit down for a minute? Have a cup of tea with me?
I'd like to, but tea keeps me awake, Mrs. Bates. No, I'll be getting along to my room now, if you don't mind.
No, don't go into that room, Mr. Chalmers.
Why, Mrs. Bates, whatever's the trouble?
My son Walter. There's something I must tell you.
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Bates, but I'm an old man and I need my rest. If it could possibly wait until morning.
No, it can't wait until morning. It's got to be told before midnight.
What was that? Sounds like someone moving about in the back of the house.
One of the shutters is loose. The wind.
Oh. You were saying, Mrs. Bates?
Nothing. I can't tell you after all. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to tell you.
There, Mrs. Bates. And perhaps in the morning, eh? Try to get some rest.
You're going in there now?
I think that would be the best thing to do all the way around, don't you, Mrs. Bates? Good night.
No, wait.
Mrs. Bates, what is it, Mrs. Bates?
That smell. Gas. Walter! Walter!
Why don't you lie down for a few minutes, Mrs. Bates? I'll call you when the ambulance arrives.
Listen. It's striking 12. Dead before midnight.
Poor lad. If only I hadn't remembered to go back for that change.
You did it? You put the quarter in the heater. That's what turned on the gas that killed him.
Oh, you mentioned the gas having gone off and forgetting to put a quarter in the meter, so on the way to the picture house, I just went round to the back entry and dropped the coin.
You did it.
I suppose I should have remembered about the connection being loose on the heater in my room, but I wanted to surprise you with my good deed. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, Mrs. Bates. Truly, I didn't.
You didn't do anything wrong, Mr. Chalmers. No. You didn't do anything wrong.
Our thanks to Miss Fay Bainter for her wonderful performance as Mrs. Bates. To Tony Barrett, who played Walter, and Norman Field, Mr. Chalmers.
Suspense is produced and directed by Anton M. Leader, with music under the direction of Lud Gluskin from the original score composed by Lucien Moraweck. Miss Bainter will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, June Bride. Next week, we return with 60 Minutes, a full hour of suspense, and a story in which a boy and a girl find themselves trapped in an apartment with a dead man, with a short 4 hours to find the murderer and prove that they are innocent. How they do it, if they do it, is the intriguing question in William Irish's 10th story, Deadline at Dawn. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, our stars, Miss Helen Walker and Mr. John Beale. Our story, Deadline at Dawn by William Irish. A suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. If you've ever been alone in a strange big city, you know the haunting loneliness of it. And you know how the sight of a familiar face, the sound of a familiar voice, can lift your spirits high. Even a stranger who comes from your hometown becomes a long-lost friend because he brings with him a breath of home, a flood of memories. That was the emotion that drew Bricky Coleman and Quinn Williams together. But their meeting wasn't the joyful, happy kind, for it was the beginning of longing and fear and danger. And now, with the performances of Helen Walker as Bricky Coleman and John Beale as Quinn Williams, and with William Irish's great story, Deadline at Dawn, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Until I met him, men were just pink dance tickets to me. They were just 2.5 cents worth of commission on the dime. Pairs of feet that kept crowding mine all over the map, all over the floor, all over the night. They were blank faces that could steer me any way they wanted, until their 5 minutes were up. Because I was a New York taxi dancer, until I met him. A girl from a small town, caught and held fast in the big city, with all her dreams forgotten and all her hopes gone, and not caring anymore, not caring at all, until I met him. They always dimmed the lights for the last dance, just to make the customers feel sentimental about it all. At 1 a.m, I was through again for the day. I put on my coat, go out the side door, walk past the sad sacks who thought they were wolves and loitered on the sidewalk. And then I'd begin the 20 blocks to home. Home was a filthy old brownstone down near the river, with a long, smelly piece, an old army cot. That was home. But at least it was a place where I could get out of my shoes and make some coffee and sleep to forget. I'd get home about 1:30.
You left your door open.
So I left my door open. Did you think that was an invitation to walk in?
You better close it now.
Hey, listen here.
Close it. Please.
All right. Now, if you're a burglar, you won't find anything. The rats got here first.
I am a burglar.
Well, then you're not a very smart one. What are you looking for? Coffee grounds?
I wasn't looking for anything.
Well, then why don't you go, please? Find a nice, rich old lady to rob.
Look, I need a place to stay for a while. I thought maybe you would let me...
What, stay here? Look, I don't hand out favors. You're nothing to me.
I know. It was just a hunch I had. The way you were looking at me. I thought I could come here for help.
The way I was looking? I've never seen you before in my life.
Well, you were looking straight at me. At the dance hall about an hour ago.
You mean you were at the Cinderella ballroom tonight?
Don't you remember me?
No.
Well, that's funny.
It's not funny at all. You all look the same to me. Namely, horrible.
Well, I guess it's my mistake. But I was sure. You seemed so nice.
Did I?
Yeah.
That's because I was thinking of home. I always do that on the job. Makes the night go faster.
I guess I know what you mean.
What'd you do, follow me?
No. The man at the door gave me your address. For $1.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah, I wanted to get off the streets. This time of night, the cops are curious. I thought I saw one of them following me, so I beat it down this hall to hide. That's when I found your door open.
You picked a good place for hiding. Nobody ever comes here but the landlady. Once a month.
Please let me stay a while. Please.
What's your name?
Quinn Williams.
Quinn?
Yeah.
Never heard that name before.
It used to be my mother's before she got married.
I see.
What do you say?
You want some coffee, Quinn?
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
But get this straight. 1 cup of coffee and nothing more. No sugar goes with it. You give me 1 blink too many...
Just coffee, I understand. A man can tell by looking at a girl whether she means one thing or another.
You'd be surprised how many of them ought to have an optician.
I know.
Give me a match for the oven.
Here you are.
I got the oven lit and reached down some cups and saucers and watched him. Not that I was worried. I wouldn't have closed the door if I hadn't thought I could handle him. It was only that he was so young and his face was so tight and strained. He'd been beat by the city. Must have been like taking candy away from a baby. And he trusted me because I'd smiled at him while I was dancing. And he thought that smile was for him. I wished it was all of a sudden, because he was different. Coffee won't be long.
Well, that's all right. I'm in no hurry.
You're pretty young for a burglar, aren't you?
Well, it doesn't take much training.
Where'd you come from? And how'd it happen?
Oh, I come from a little town. It's nothing much, but I like it.
I'm a hick myself.
Yeah? Well, my place is Glen Falls, Iowa. What's yours? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought I said something wrong.
Oh, no, you said something right. It's crazy, a crazy coincidence, but I come from Glen Falls, too.
Honest?
Honest.
What? That's amazing.
I know it is. What street did you live on?
Anderson, up near Pine Street, the second house down between Pine and Oak.
When? We're neighbors. Why, I live just across the street from you.
Well, how is it we never met?
I don't know. I came here 5 years ago.
Oh, I've been here a year. You must have come to New York before we moved in.
Sure. Wait a minute. Have you got a brother with a lot of freckles?
Yeah, Johnny. He's just a kid, about 18.
My sister's been writing to me about her new boyfriend, a boy named Williams. How perfect he is, except for the freckles, and of course they'll wear off.
Oh, that's Johnny.
Ah, so you're the boy next door.
Well, we'd probably have known each other very well if you'd stayed home.
I know.
I wish you had stayed.
I do, too.
What's your name?
Ruth Coleman. Everybody at home calls me Bricky. They started it because
I know, because of your hair, huh?
That's right. Do you ever feel that you want to go back?
Every day.
There's a bus leaves New York every morning at 6. I know. I've inquired. I've got the fare sewed up in my mattress.
Why haven't you gone?
Because my mother thinks I'm dancing in a Broadway show. Because I'd be too ashamed. Because it's so hard to go back.
Yeah, but you ought to go, Bricky. This morning at 6 o'clock.
It's hard.
You ought to go back.
Hard going back alone. If someone could come with me, Would you come home too, Quinn?
No, Bricky.
You want to escape from the city, don't you? Just like me. You want to go back?
Yeah, sure I do.
Well, then come with me. If it's the fare you're worried about, I've got enough for both of us, including a good dinner in Chicago. Anything for the boy next door, Quinn.
Thanks, Bricky, but it's too late. The police will be looking for me around 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. How long have you been a burglar?
About 3 hours.
3 hours?
I did it tonight for the first time. So you see, Bricky, it's a little too late for me to go back. I've missed the bus by 3 hours.
Coffee's ready, Quinn.
Huh? Good.
Cream and sugar?
No, thanks. Black.
Was it easy?
Very easy.
Why'd you do it?
You'll do anything when you've gone for 4 days without eating.
Oh.
But it's funny. After I'd done it, I went straight to the best restaurant in town. I looked at the menu and got ready to order everything on it. 2 helpings of everything. But I couldn't eat. So I got up and walked out. That's when I began to think cops were trailing me. I'm not used to being a robber.
So you still got it all with you?
$2,500 in cash. Divided up into small rolls in all my pockets. You want to see it?
No.
Neither do I. But it's there. I can feel it. Against my skin, all over my body.
Where did you get it, Quinn?
Well, I was working for an electrician about 4 months ago. One day I got a call to go to a big house on 71st Street and put a fixture in the bathroom wall. I had to cut a big hole in the wall to do it. While I was doing that, I ran into a wooden box in the wall. I did my work just beside it.
And that box?
That box was the back of a safe.
Oh.
Put into the wall of a study in the next room. The front of the safe was good, heavy steel. When they built it, nobody thought it could be broken into from the other side through the bathroom. And nobody ever would have either, until an electrician ran into it one day by mistake.
But all this happened 4 months ago.
Yeah. You see, I'd brought more tools with me than I needed that day, and I left some of them in my bag downstairs on a little table near the front door. Well, when I got back to the shop, I found a key in the bag. I must have brushed it in while I was putting the tools back after finishing the job. It turned out to be a key to the front door.
You didn't return it?
I didn't. Oh, I meant to, but right then I forgot all about it. And when I did remember that I had the key, I was out of work and hungry and wanting money badly, so I went back there to the box. I opened that hole again, pulled the back of the safe out. I didn't bother with any of the papers or securities. I just took the cash. The house was empty. The man who lives there, a society fella by the name of Graves, was probably out on the town, so I just walked out the front door. Seems like 10 years ago. It was only 3 hours.
So this Graves man will see the hole in the morning when he goes in to take a shower, and then he'll call the police.
It'll be a quick trial and a short one. But the sentence won't be so short.
The boy next door. The boy you wave to when you come in or out of your gate. The grinning boy next door, friendly as a puppy.
Go back, Bricky. It's where you belong. It's the only kind of life for you.
Come with me, Quinn.
I've told you I can't. They've got a long arm. They'll find me. And I'd rather have them find me here in the city.
Have you still got the key? The key you went in with?
Yeah. Why?
Well, if you can get back in before he comes home, just in and out, long enough to put the money back, they won't come all the way to Iowa for you just for chopping a hole in the wall if nothing's been taken.
But Bricky, that's probably...
Don't you want to go home at 6 o'clock this morning?
Yes, Bricky.
If he's out on the town, he won't be home yet. At least that's what we'll pray for.
We?
We'll go together, now. I'll wait outside for you, and then we'll go down to the terminal and buy our tickets. And wait for the bus. We'll wait for dawn together, Quinn.
You mean you'd do this for me?
For the boy next door? Anytime. Anything. There was no time to lose. Graves might be coming home any minute. I ripped the money out of my mattress, and we ran out into the cold, empty streets, just as a cab cruised by. We piled into it and told him to take us to 71st Street, and to take us fast.
Everybody's always in a hurry. What's your hurry? The night's young yet.
Never mind the conversation, Joe. Drive.
The customer's always right.
I just remembered.
What?
I can't pay for this cab unless I use some of our capital.
I don't care what you use, pal, just so it's money.
Don't worry about it. You'll get paid. I'll pay him. We don't want to use any of our capital, not a single penny. It's all got to go back.
Bricky, when we get out of this, when we get back home, I'll thank you then. I'll find a way to thank you.
71st Street. Any special number?
No, just let us out here on the corner.
That's 90 cents. And I can break a 50 if I have to.
Here's 90 cents. And here's a dime.
Have fun.
Well, here we are.
Where's the house?
Across the street and up a little. You wait here.
All right.
Don't come any closer than this. I'll be back in no time. Don't be frightened, Bricky.
Don't take any chances, Quinn. If you see any lights, if it looks as if he's gotten back already, don't go all the way in. Just drop the money inside the door.
All right, Bricky. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye, Quinn. Hurry back. I waited for him there in the chilly night, on the dark, empty street. Why? I knew better. New York had taught me one thing, and that was never to be a sucker for a man. But then, this was no man. This was the boy who lived across from me on Anderson Street in Glen Falls, Iowa. The boy who'd come here to do big things, to lick the town, and instead, he'd been licked. Instead, he was hiding in the dark, sneaking along the streets, helpless. The boy next door. Then I suddenly crouched back into a doorway. A patrolman was coming on his tour of duty. He stopped near me, not 10 yards away. But his back was to me, and his hand was opening a call box.
Larson reporting in, 2:35 a.m. How's the rummy game going? And another thing, Sarge. Quiet as church.
He finished his call, closed the box, and went on down the street. Then he turned a corner and disappeared, and I breathed again. He'd been right, though. It was quiet as a church, and that was wrong, because Quinn should have been back long ago.
Bricky.
What's the matter?
Bricky.
Tell me, Quinn, what is it? What is it? What are you frightened about? What happened in there?
He's been killed.
What?
He's dead. He's lying in there, dead.
The man who lives there?
Yeah, Mr. Graves.
Was it you, Quinn? Did you do it? The first time you were in there tonight?
I swear I didn't, Bricky. I only took the money. He wasn't even there. He must have come back since.
I knew you didn't, Quinn. I knew even though I asked.
Go down to the terminal. Get your ticket and climb on that bus and forget we ever met. Go on, Bricky. Beat it. Before they find out.
Not without you.
But don't you see now it's murder they'll charge me with? They'll find the bathroom fixture tampered with. They'll trace it to the electrician, then to me, and they'll naturally think... Oh, don't you see? It's too late, Bricky.
It's never too late. Don't you know that? Not until the last second of the last minute of the last hour.
What do you mean?
We'll go back in there and see if we can figure it out. It's our only hope. We're fighting for our lives, Quinn, for our lives, and we have until 6 o'clock this morning to win our fight.
All right. Champ. Come on.
And so, very slowly, we went together into the place where death was. The door closed on our backs, and we felt our way down a long and narrow hallway.
He's upstairs. I don't want any lights on down here. Just hang on to my sleeve. I'll lead the way.
All right. We went forward in a sort of swimming darkness that was almost liquid. It was so dense. I could feel the muscles in his arms shivering. But he was brave, not afraid. He was going into it, not running away from it.
There's a step here.
The stair creaked under our weight. I wondered if there were anyone else in the house. Anyone still alive. Suppose someone had slept through the murder. Or be awakened any moment by us.
I'll turn to the right.
Okay. We're on the second floor now. I smell the aroma of leather and woodwork. I smelled the last lingering trace of a cigar. I smelled powder. A harsh, deadly powder. And then I thought I smelled something sweet. Something very sweet.
Here, Bricky.
All right. They say you can't smell a recent death, but I could smell a stillness and a presence in it that was more than just emptiness.
Get your eyes ready. Here go the lights.
The dead man lay in the middle of the study, and his face was all out of focus. The lines that had been laugh lines were creases now. The mouth that had been either strong or weak was just a gap now, a place where the face was open. The eyes that had been either kindly or cruel were just glossy, lifeless insects now. This was the dead man, and we'd come for his secret.
This is it, Bricky.
Yes, this is it.
Now what do we do?
Well, shouldn't we close it? They seem to be watching us.
No, don't touch him. I don't know how to, anyway.
Oh. He's still in his tuxedo. He couldn't have been home very long.
No.
Can you tell what it was done with?
No, I'll have to unbutton his jacket.
All right. Go ahead.
There There it is. Must have been a gun. Yeah, a bullet. It's round and frazzled. A knife would have made a slit.
Then we can be sure no one else was in the house, or they would have heard it go off.
And the killer must have taken the gun away. There's no sign of one lying around.
So he didn't do it himself. It can't be suicide.
That's right.
Now what?
We'd better look in his pockets.
Yes.
I'll do it. You look the things over as I hand them to you.
All right, Quinn.
I'll start up here in the breast pocket. That's the highest pocket in anybody's suit. His handkerchief.
Look, Quinn. The bullet went through this. The way it folded, it just made one little hole. But when you open it up, it makes 3 separate holes. Like when you cut papers and make them into patterns.
The one on the left side's empty. The right-hand pocket, empty too.
Try inside the jacket.
Yeah.
Take out everything, no matter what it is.
All right.
Cigarette case, silver, Tiffany's. 3 cigarettes in it. The wallet. 2 5s and a single. 2 ticket stubs from tonight's show at the Belasco, C112 and 114. So we know where he was from 8:30 to 11.
Anything else?
Business cards. Stafford, Holmes, Inglesby, whoever they are. Oh, and a snapshot. Girl in riding togs.
Let's see that. Yeah, it's the same ones in the silver frame over there on the desk. To Stephen with love from Barbara.
Then she didn't do it. If she had, she wouldn't be there on his desk anymore. Just the silver frame, maybe, but not her anymore. That's common sense.
All right, let's go on. I'll have to lift him a little.
Go ahead.
Left rear in the trousers. Nothing. Right rear. Spare handkerchief. Left side. Nothing. Right side. Match folder. Some loose change. Latch key. That's it.
Not much help.
Do we know what we're doing, Bricky?
Oh, I don't know. Quinn?
What?
A man who's a cigarette smoker, and we found that case in his pocket, would he go in for cigars, too?
Maybe. Some people smoke both.
But would he smoke 2 cigars, alone, by himself? Look, Quinn, 2 butts in this tray.
Yeah. And the tray's between 2 chairs facing each other. 1 cigar in one notch of the tray, the other one around on the other side from it.
2 people, Quinn. 2 men.
And they were having an argument. One of them was worked up about something. You see, this butt is smooth at the mouth end. And look at this one. Chewed to ribbons, chewed to a fringe. That tells it.
But which is which? Who was calm and who was steamed up? And who was the other man with Graves? Oh, Quinn.
Wait a minute. Here's something.
What?
Must have fallen out of his pocket. He was probably sitting on it.
Fine. Another book of matches.
That's just it. Another one. Graves had some on him, so this is the other man.
And did he leave his name on it?
No, but he was excited. Look how many matches he used up just on that one cigar.
The folder could have been half used up before he began.
Well, maybe, but here, take this. What does it tell you?
It tells me to chew Dawson's gum.
Not the cover. Inside.
I don't know. What are you driving at?
Now, wait. Here, take my matches. Now, tear one off. And strike it.
All right.
Okay. Blow it out. You see what you did?
No.
You tore the match from the right-hand side, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's what everybody does. They start on the outside, on the right, and work their way over to the left. But this folder was worked in reverse. Now, do you see? The man sitting in this chair, facing Graves, was left-handed.
I see.
We're making progress.
Are we, Quinn?
Well, of course we are. We know this man was rattled about something. That he whittled away 15 matches to one cigar, and then mangled it to ribbons between his teeth. That he was probably on bad terms with Graves, and that he's left-handed.
Fine. Only you've missed something.
What?
The matches belonged to a woman.
A woman? A woman chopped that cigar to pieces?
Smell the folder. What do you get?
Sulfur, the way matches always smell.
Give that a minute to clear away. That's the stronger of the 2. It tops the other. Now.
Okay.
Perfume, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been carried around all day in a handbag. A handbag that stinks of perfume. I noticed it in the dark when we were coming in. There's been a woman in this room tonight.
Well, that gives us 2 of them. A man and a woman. And they weren't here together. There are only 2 chairs, one for Graves and the other one for each of his visitors.
Who was the last to go, the man or the woman?
I don't know, but we're started. Look what we've dug up in half an hour.
2 unidentified people in the biggest city in the world.
Oh, you're right. It's no use.
Oh, even so, we can't give up.
It's no use. And what's more, I'm yellow, Bricky. Let's give it up.
You're not yellow, Quinn, or I wouldn't be up here in this room with you.
I'd better tell you this while I can, Bricky.
What?
I love you.
It's 3 o'clock, Quinn, and we have till 6. 3 hours.
Bricky.
Save it, Quinn. Save it for the bus when we're on our way home.
All right. But I don't know what to do next, do you?
No, I don't.
What's that?
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Helen Walker and John Beale co-star in Deadline at Dawn by William Irish. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act Two of Deadline at Dawn, co-starring Miss Helen Walker as Bricky Coleman and Mr. John Beale as Quinn Williams, in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. All the emotions of a lifetime have been crowded into one night for Bricky Coleman and Quinn Williams. And dawn is a fast-approaching deadline which they must meet. The bus which will take them to home in safety seems remote and unattainable as they stand now over the body of a dead man in the quiet apartment, knowing that they must find his murderer or stand incriminated for the crime themselves. And suddenly, a terrifying sound comes to them.
What is it, Bricky? What is it?
Sounds like a burglar alarm.
Well, the front doorbell, maybe. Wait a minute. There's a box over there against the wall.
A telephone. Follow the cord.
It's in his desk. In the drawer.
What should we do?
I ought to answer it.
Oh, be careful. You'll have the police here. They'll know it's not his voice.
I'll talk low. I'll pretend I'm him. Say a prayer, Bricky. Hello?
Darling, this is Barbara. I had to speak to you. We've never parted angry like this before.
I know.
Maybe if we hadn't gone there, to that parakeet place, it wouldn't have happened.
No.
Who was she? The tall redhead in the light green dress?
I don't know.
You told me that before. Then why'd she slip a note into your hand? I saw her do it, you know.
Did you?
And then you couldn't wait to see me to my door and get me off your hands. What happened, Steve? Did this woman come by to see you afterward? Is that why you wanted to get rid of me?
No, Barbara.
Steve, you sound so far away. Is it the telephone? Or is it you?
Poor connection.
You sound so cagey. As if someone were there now. Can't you talk louder?
I'm sorry. I...
What's going on there? This is Stephen, isn't it?
It's just catching on. I'm sunk.
Take your hand away from the mouthpiece and turn it my way.
Sugar, come on. I'm getting tired of waiting. How much longer are you going to stand there talking?
I'm sorry, Stephen. Forgive me. I didn't know.
You can hang up now.
I feel like a heel.
Well, stop it. We don't have time.
The Parakeet. That's a nightclub, isn't it?
Yes, on 54th Street. A woman slipped him a note, Quinn. Our woman.
Could be.
Do you think he tore it up?
Well, maybe not. Maybe he wanted to have a good look at it when he got home, alone.
Let's look again.
Well, I went through those pockets pretty carefully. I'm sure it's not there.
We might have missed something. Quinn, turn him over again.
All right. Nothing. Nothing at all. Shall we go through the desk?
Wait a minute.
What?
Run your eyes over him again.
I don't see a thing.
He's very well dressed. And yet, isn't that a hole in the heel of his sock? There, just showing over the shoe?
Well, that's funny.
Take his shoe off, Quinn.
Okay. The note.
Of course. He didn't want Barbara to see it.
So he hid it here until he could be alone.
And he never was alone.
Just a scrawl.
Go on.
Mr. Graves, I'd like to speak to you in private after you've taken the young lady home. And I don't mean some other time, I mean tonight. I wouldn't want to be disappointed. That's all. It isn't signed.
The woman of the matches.
Sounds like a shakedown.
You mean blackmail?
That's right. He'd have to pay attention to a note like this.
Then we're going night clubbing, my boy. We'll visit the Paraquet.
It'll be closing by now.
She must have been seen there. A tall redhead in a light green dress. We'll check with the people who work there. They'll still be around. Waiters, checkroom girl, washroom attendant. We'll find her.
Oh, we will, Bricky.
I'll trace her if I have to go over the hairbrushes in the dressing room one by one for stray red hairs.
Now, let me kill the lights. I'll be right with you.
Hey, don't forget the switch. The one over the sink in the bathroom.
Oh, I won't.
Come on, Quinn. Time's running out.
In a minute.
Is anything wrong?
I don't know. Look what I found.
Why, it's a check.
Yeah.
Made out to Stephen Graves for $12,000. Signed by Arthur Holmes.
And look how it's stamped. Returned. No funds.
Where'd you find it?
In the dry bottom of the tub.
How did it ever get there?
Just one way. When I came here tonight, the first time, I did it.
How?
Well, don't you see, when I pulled the cash box out and opened it, the check must have slipped out into the tub without my noticing it.
Oh.
And then this fella Holmes came, our jittery cigar smoker, maybe to ask Graves not to prosecute on a bad check, to stall for time. Graves went to find the check, and he couldn't, because it was on the other side of the wall, in his bathtub. And Holmes thought he was trying to put something over on him.
And you think Holmes shot him, killed him for $12,000?
Well, it's been done before.
And what about our redhead?
Oh, Bricky, it's the man. It's got to be.
I think it's the woman. We'll have to split up.
No, let's do it together. The way we started.
It's too late. We can't follow them one at a time. Our deadline's at dawn, Quinn, and we've got less than 3 hours.
For that bus to Glen Falls.
The last bus. Remember that. It's the last bus for you. And for me, too.
Then we'll be saying goodbye, Bricky?
Yes, Quinn. Goodbye till dawn. We went down into the empty streets without talking to each other again. And I went one way and Quinn went the other. In 10 minutes, we were blocks apart, maybe miles. But it seemed to me that I was still at his side, still with him, as he finally found an all-night drugstore and went back into a booth. I knew he'd dial all the Arthur Holmeses in the book and talk to a lot of angry, sleepy people. And then he'd find the right one, the Arthur Holmes we wanted. What would Quinn do then? What would he say? What would happen?
Hello?
Yes?
Oh, is this Mr. Arthur Holmes?
Who is this?
Well, Mr. Holmes, you don't know me.
Who is this that wants to speak to Mr. Holmes?
The name isn't known to you, Mr. Holmes, but...
What makes you think this is Mr. Holmes? And are you aware that it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning? What do you want?
I have a check here that belongs to Mr. Holmes. Will you let me talk to him?
You're speaking to him.
It's made out to Stephen Graves, and I have it right here in my hand.
Where did you find it?
I found it on the seat of a taxi. It must have slipped out of someone's wallet.
Who was with you when you found it?
No one, just me, by myself.
Whom did you show it to afterwards?
No one?
Who's with you now?
No one, I swear.
And you called because you thought I might want it back.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Deposit another nickel, please.
Shall I hang up, Mr. Holmes?
Put in another nickel. Tell me, what's your name?
Quinn Williams.
Tell me something about yourself. What do you do? Are you a married man?
No, I'm single. I live by myself.
Not even a roommate?
Nobody. Strictly lone wolf.
I'd like to see that check, Quinn. Maybe I can do something for you.
Fair enough.
There's a little bar called Owen's down on 51st. You know it?
I know where it is.
It'll take me about 15 minutes to get dressed and get down there. Is 15 minutes good for you?
It's just fine, Mr. Holmes.
I'll see you there.
You're a cagey boy, Mr. Holmes. But you swallowed.
Quinn?
Yeah?
Over here in the booth.
Oh. Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you?
Yeah, I will.
You're right on time.
Sure. So are you.
There's a drink for you. I had to order ahead so I'd be allowed to stay in here. It's past closing time.
Thanks.
What's the matter, son?
Nothing. It'd just be funny, that's all. Funny and kind of corny if you'd slipped a little something into this.
Take mine, then. I haven't put it to my mouth yet.
I think I will. Well, bottoms up.
Bottoms up. My car's around the corner. Would you rather talk about it there?
Yeah, I would. I think we ought to be alone.
That's easy, son. We can be alone.
That's enough driving. Pull up.
I just thought we'd coast a bit. We can't sit talking at the curb at this hour. We'll have a cop down on us sticking his nose into the car.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Do you?
I was asking you.
However, if you want to pull up. The East River. A mighty mysterious place at this time of day.
You're pretty close to the edge, aren't you?
The wheels are blocked. You're not nervous, are you?
No, I'm not.
Now, about that check.
I didn't find that check in a cab, Mr. Holmes. I found it in Stephen Graves' house, where he's lying right now on the floor, dead.
Stephen, dead?
And your cigar is still in the room with him, chewed to a pulp. A Corona, like the one you're smoking right now. You should have taken it with you, Mr. Holmes, after you'd killed him.
You seem to know a good deal about this.
A little. Just enough to know who the killer is.
I feel a little sorry for you. I didn't know you were as young as you are over the phone.
What have I got to do with it?
You're having a lot of trouble with your eyes, aren't you? Lights on the dashboard have got rings around them, haven't they? Like big soap bubbles.
What are you talking about?
Say, you talk too much. You've talked yourself into the grave. I would have believed you about finding that check in a taxi. You would have gone to sleep in the car, and when you woke up, you wouldn't have the check on you anymore. But you'd have had a $10 bill in your pocket to sugarcoat the experience. Head weighs too much, doesn't it? Too heavy for your neck.
My head?
You should have stuck to your own drink, son. You were suspicious, but not suspicious enough. You took the wrong glass. Me, I'm a chess player. You know what chess is? It's figuring out your opponent's move before he makes it.
It's a funny thing. The way my head's like a solid rock.
You're going to sleep. Here in the car. And then you're going into the river without a mark on you. But I'll take the check before I dump you. It's probably in your shoe. It's about where your type of youngster would think was a clever hiding place for it.
Just clear my head. And then kick.
Trying to kick out the glass, son? You haven't the strength of a kick left in you. No, it's all over. That That's water in front of us. That even black line, you see? Right over the hubcap. Now, you can't even move, can you? That's right. Make a lazy pass with your hand like you're brushing away flies. That's about all you're able to do. In a minute, you won't even be able to do that. There go your eyes. Down, down, down.
You won't get away with this, mister. Bricky knows. There are two of us. Not just one.
And so I walked away from Quinn, and I was alone again. I'd met him only a few hours before, and with him I'd met my past and my home and everything I loved and wanted. And now I was alone again. Somewhere in this sleeping city, Quinn was after his man, and I was after my woman, my redhead, my long-stemmed American beauty. The nightclub Parakeet was dead. Dead, but not quite cold. Just in the process of giving up the ghost. Every other minute, a solitary figure would come out and walk away. Someone who earned a living inside. This was the 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the nightclub workers, whose clock goes in the opposite direction to that of the rest of the world. And what did I have to go on? A redhead blackmailer who had quickly scribbled a note to a man. And that kind of woman doesn't ordinarily carry around pencil and paper in her purse. She sends messages with her eyes and her hips. If she wants a pencil, she's got to borrow it from the help. Excuse me.
Huh? What's the matter?
You work here, don't you?
I'm in the check room till something better turns up. Why?
Well, I wondered, did my friend in a light green dress, a redhead, did she borrow a pencil from you tonight?
It works the other way around, honey. The men take out their pencils and give me names and addresses and telephone numbers. I got a fistful.
But didn't a woman...
It's no dice, honey. I don't even see any women in my stall.
Oh.
Another long day. My feet swell up all the time.
You want to try Epsom salts? Water as hot as you can stand.
Excuse me.
Well, my name's Jerry. But don't let the name stand in your way.
I'm looking for my friend, a redhead in a light green dress. Did she borrow a pencil from you tonight?
Not at my end of the bar. How about it, Frank?
Sure, Joan Bassett. About midnight. She's always borrowing something and forgetting to give it back. How that girl forgets.
Well, that's the way Joni is. Do you know where I can find her?
Well, try the Concord. That was the last address. But she's probably moved by now.
Oh, thanks, fellas.
Can't I do anything for you?
Another time, Jerry.
Okay, that's a promise. Another time.
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Be friendly, Pops. Say hello.
Hello.
That's better.
Hey, what do you want, a room? We full up?
What room's my girlfriend got? I want to run up and tell her something. You know, Joni.
Joan Bassett?
Yeah, Joan Bassett. Only we don't have to be so formal.
She's in 409, sugar. Hey, wait a minute, I'll try you.
Oh, skip that. She don't have to put on no airs with me. Who's she kidding? I know she's 2 weeks behind no rent.
All right. If you know that well, go on up.
What do you want?
You. I want to talk to you.
Yeah? Well, just stand out there a minute and tell me what about.
We got a friend in common, you and I.
It's possible. Go on.
This friend's name is Stephen Graves.
Suppose you come in a minute. I'll hear what's on your mind.
Sure. I thought that might do it. Do you have to lock the door?
Yeah, I think I do.
Whatever you think best.
Begin with your name.
You can put me down as Carolyn Miller.
All right, Carolyn Miller. Now about Stephen Graves. What makes you think I know him?
Stop being polite. You know him.
Did he mention me to you?
No. He wasn't doing any mentioning of anybody. He wasn't doing anything.
You've been over to see him lately?
Very lately. I just came from there now.
How did you find him?
I found him dead.
I see. That tap in the kitchen is loose again. Excuse me a minute while I tighten it.
I'd known we weren't alone the moment I came into that room. And I knew that faucet in the kitchen was a signal for a quick conference. It was my chance. Maybe I had a minute, maybe only 30 seconds. There was only time for one thing, the open handbag on the dresser. Nothing there. Lipstick, powder, usual junk. And then an unpaid hotel bill for $17.89 from this place, the Concord. No good, worthless, and my time was up. Yet something screamed at me to hold on to it, to slip it inside my stocking high up and to get back into my chair.
Well, that's done. Now, where were we?
With Stephen Graves.
Oh, yeah. Did you go up there alone, or did you have somebody with you?
Alone. I don't take my grandmother with me when I'm visiting.
I see. Somebody stop you at the door and tell you? Is that how you found out? Cops and people hanging around, lots of excitement?
No one knows it. I found him alone. I had a key to the house that he'd given me. I went up, and there he was. Dead.
What'd you do? Holler bloody murder and bring everyone down on the place?
I got out of there fast and quiet. I don't want to be mixed up in it.
Smart girl. And all this happened just a little while ago, huh?
Yeah.
Nobody knows yet but you?
Me and you.
Did you come here alone?
All alone. Everything I do alone. I guess I've hit the jackpot.
Yeah, you sure have, baby. You've hit it hard. Make it tight, Griff, so she can't make any noise.
It's tight. Don't worry about that.
Well, Miss Carolyn Miller, you're in trouble now.
You tell her.
So Stephen Graves is dead, and you felt a little nosy about it, huh? You wanted the details. All right, you can have them. You seem to have known him pretty well. Maybe he told you, did he? Did he tell you about his kid brother who married a tavern hostess back in Boston? Did he tell you what that did to the fine old family name when this girl began asking for money? When she came to New York and began asking Stephen for money? Did he tell you that he paid and finally decided to stop paying? So this girl and her friend had to pay him a little visit tonight to try to persuade him? Did he tell you that? Did he tell you what happened when he couldn't be persuaded? No. No, he didn't tell you that. Because he wasn't talking by then. By then he was dead.
That's enough. You want to spend the night at it?
All right. Well, what's the play now?
Don't you figure we ought to...
No, not here in the room. That's begging for it.
You don't understand. I don't mean chop, that kind of stuff. I mean, we're 4 flights up. That ought to be enough. The 3 of us get to drinking up here. She goes over to the window to try to open it for a little air, and it jams, so she's got to push
there's always a follow-up. It's a little messy.
Let me take care of it.
Yeah, like you took care of the other. When I told you just to throw a scare into him so he'd come across. Huh. Well, some scare you threw at him, Griff.
Yeah, I scared him right out of his skin, right out of his hide.
I don't want you to be so impulsive this time.
Well, then let's blow. We'll stuff her in the closet. Backs up against a dead wall so she'll never be heard. Right. It'll be days before they get around to busting the door down.
Yeah, we'll be far away by then.
Yeah, far away.
Okay, I can pack in 10 minutes.
Les, I'll give you a hand.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm missing that hotel bill. It must have fallen somewhere on the floor.
No, don't worry about that. He can make up a new one for you down at the desk.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's right.
Well, shall we get her out of the way first?
Yeah. Hang Carolyn Miller in the closet.
Oopsie daisy.
Make her comfortable, Griff.
Sure.
We want to be extra nice to her because there's so little fresh air in there.
It'll only be a minute.
Griff.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Put her down.
Well, what do you mean?
Put her down, quick! Oh, I ought to have my head examined.
You mean you slipped on something?
Yeah, forgot. We both clean forgot. What was it tipped her off to me? She didn't pull my name and address out of a hat.
Yeah.
Take that gag off her. You try to scream and I'll dent you.
I won't scream.
Now talk. How'd you know I knew him? How'd you know where to find me? I'm gonna let you have it, and I'm gonna keep letting you have it until you answer.
You dropped your hotel bill over there. I found it lying in the room with him.
I ought to slap you down to the soles of your feet. You left your calling card, that's what you did.
No, she's lying. I swear I saw it in my handbag after I got back.
Did you take it out to show him? Answer me, did you?
Sure. While you were waiting downstairs, it was part of the build-up to show him how bad I needed money, but I know I put it back again.
You think you know.
Well, I'm almost positive.
It fell out. It was for $17.89. It had past due stamped on it in purple ink. It even had your room number on it.
And what did you do with it? Did you bring it with you?
I left it where it was. I was afraid to touch anything.
We'll have to go back and get it.
All right, we will. We'll take her with us. Fix it to look like she did it to him. What you want to do in the first place, Griff. Why do it over there? Give him a double-header to figure out.
Maybe.
Oh, it's the only way. Rub out this detour by finishing her off where she started from.
All right. Come on, Carolyn Miller. We're going for a little ride.
And so I went back into Stephen Graves' house for the second time that night. They pushed me ahead of them in the darkness, whispering to each other not to use any lights yet, just as Quinn and I had done a few hours before. Or was it a few years before? Then we were in the study, and the lights were snapped on, and the dead man was still on the floor. And nobody stepped forward to say, "Bricky, is that you?" No, he wasn't there. Quinn wasn't there, waiting to help me, to save me.
Now, let's do what we have to do and get out fast.
No, not yet. There's something else first. Well, you. Where is it? Where's that hotel bill? Where'd you say you saw it?
Over there by him is where I said. What? And you believed me.
Then you didn't. You lied.
I lied.
Where is it? Where have you got it?
That's your little problem.
Let me have the gun. I'll do it.
Here it is, Griff.
Get away from him. Move over. Stand still, Carolyn Miller. I want to come real close. I want them to worry about whether it's suicide.
Yes, Griff. I'll stand still.
Good girl, Carolyn. Good girl.
It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt at all. And I opened my eyes to find out why. Griff stood in the middle of the room, his face contorted, an arm squeezing hard around his neck. And behind his face was another face, a face I knew, Quinn's face, the boy next door, fighting for me, fighting to save me. Then Quinn went down, all lopsided, and Quinn was on top, punching at it again and again, and Joan was racing across the room with an andiron, raising her hand. I never played football as a little girl, but on this night I decided it was time to try.
Bricky, darling.
Quinn,
Are you all right?
somebody's ringing church bells in my head.
Oh, you knocked yourself out with that flying tackle.
Quinn, what happened? Are they... Oh,
Yeah, they're both asleep, Bricky. As sound as can be.
I see you've wrapped them up nicely.
Yeah, I had to tear up a few good sheets to do it, but I don't think Mr. Graves would have minded.
I'd given up, Quinn. I thought I'd beat you back here, and I'd given up.
Oh, Bricky. I saw them coming in with you outside on the street. I was watching from one of the front windows. And something about the way you were walking between them, sort of stiff, told me they had a gun on you. So I backed up into the bathroom and laid low.
They're the ones, Quinn. They did it.
I know.
And we can go now. It's 5:45. We can catch that bus for home.
Well, there's one more thing to be done, Bricky. It'll only take a minute. And then you and I aren't going to have any more to worry about. Is this the police? I want to report a murder.
Oh, Quinn.
Stephen Graves, in his home on East 71st Street. There are two people tied up in the same room with the body, and they're the killers. You'll find a special delivery letter in the desk from Graves' younger brother, and that'll tell you the reason for the killing. What? No, this isn't any rib. I wish it was. Me? Well, just a guy who happened to be passing by.
We can take their car. He left his keys in it. Come on, Quinn, hurry. Faster, Quinn.
We'll make it. Don't you worry, Bricky.
I'm not worried. I know we will. What happened to you tonight? Did you find Holmes?
Yeah.
And
he tried to kill me.
Quinn!
It was your name that saved me, Bricky. I called out your name. I told him you were in on this with me, and he changed his mind in a hurry.
Then we saved each other.
That's right.
What about the check? How did it figure?
Well, Holmes was caught short when he wrote that check, and Graves got sore when the bank returned it. They talked it over tonight, and it ended up with Graves giving him another day to raise the money. The reason Holmes was so jittery was that the check seemed to have disappeared. He didn't know what Graves might be pulling. And, of course, Graves wasn't pulling anything with that check lying in the bottom of his bathtub.
You told Holmes how it got there?
Yeah. And look what I've got.
$200. Quinn!
No, I didn't steal it. After he decided he wouldn't kill me, Holmes and I got very chummy. He said we'd both made a mistake in the same night. Me breaking into a safe and him with his bad check. He'd slipped me a pill earlier in the evening, and now he was walking me around to sober me up. That's when he gave me the money. A nest egg for me, he said. I could send it back to him a little at a time later on.
We'll send it back, Quinn.
We, Bricky?
We're in this together, aren't we?
Yes, Bricky, we are.
Oh, look, Quinn. We made it. We're in time. The bus is still there.
Come on, Bricky. Let's go on home.
Thank you, Helen Walker and John Beale, for your truly wonderful performances as Bricky and Quinn. And to Lillian Byeth, Rye Billsbury, Edith Tackner, Buddy Gray, and Bill Johnstone, thanks for your splendid support. With this performance, Suspense leaves the air for a short vacation period. We will return on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, starting Thursday, July 8th. With an outstanding series of gripping suspense stories featuring the acting of your favorite stars of the screen. Watch for the new suspense series starting Thursday, July 8th.
Miss Helen Walker may soon be seen in My Dear Secretary, and Mr. John Beale will soon be seen in Paramount's Abigail, Dear Heart. Deadline at Dawn by William Irish was adapted for radio by Irving Ravitch and was produced and directed by Anton M. Leader. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor. Lucien Marowek composes the original scores. Be sure to watch for the new half-hour series of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.